Hi, welcome everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Oh, she's gone. All right, thank you so very much for joining us into the fog today. This is our first all-day partner event. We're very excited for this. This is going to be a really cool thing featuring 15 of our fog whisperers, which are Twitch streamers from around North America and Europe. Stay tuned also, because throughout the program, we're going to invite some of our people from the team to come and talk to you about a few really cool things. We're going to have a cross-play talk with Joris, one of our product managers. We're going to have the art of the Blight being discussed by the associate art director that was in charge of that, Xavier. And then we're also going to talk about the graphic update, which I know is something that a lot of you are very excited about. I know I am. And that's Stephanie, our art team lead, who is going to come and tell you all about that. So stay tuned for that. We're also going to be showing you a little bit of glimpse into the fog. We're growing our Fog Whisper program. The Fog Whisper program is something that we it's very, very dear to us, and we keep growing it and bringing more people into it. If you post content, whether on Twitter or even on Twitch, with the hashtag into the fog, know that we look at it and we see it. We pay a lot of attention to it. We want to grow our program. From Brazil to Japan, we're looking to expand and grow this. We're officially inviting a lot of new console players also, so content creators that focus on consoles. We want them into the program. So stay tuned for more info on that. I would like now to introduce some of our latest Fog Whisperers that are joining us for the Descend Beyond chapter. You may know some of them already. So we have Crazy Red Boy, our first PS4 content creator. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Dowsy, one of our very insightful and educational content creators. Check on YouTube and on their stream for some tips and tricks. We also have Milady Confetti, who you may know her from her podcast Sisters of the Fog. It's super insightful. There's some really cool stuff being discussed there. And then we have Rudiga, one of our Spanish-speaking streamers. So I would like to extend from the team and from myself a huge welcome into the fog to all of these talented people. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, let's get this started. I will now pass the mic to our host, Friskk, and to our very exciting game commentator. We have OhTofu and Otzdarva, who are going to take it away. So have fun and enjoy the fog.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew. So, first off, my goodness, we are graced by Matthew's presence, new Fog Whisperers. And honestly, folks, that is just the tip of the iceberg today because we've got so much in store for you. Welcome to Into the Fog. I'm Friskk. I am a Fog Whisperer, Dead by Daylight content creator. I do voice acting, I host, I have done so many things. And speaking of talented creators, I am joined by OhTofu and Otzdarva today to help co-host and commentate today's match. Tofu, thank you for waking up today for this. How are you doing, man?
Hey Friskk, how you doing? It is definitely early for me, but I'm happy to be here. If you guys don't know me, by the way, if anybody here doesn't know who I am, I'm OhTofu. I've been streaming this game for 4 years. I've been playing this game since it came out in the beta of June of 2016. I guess you can say I'm like a veteran of the game. I've been playing it forever. I've been very involved in a lot of different things throughout the years, and I'm just really excited to be a part of this cast, honestly. And speaking of which, hey, my man Otzdarva, how you doing, buddy?
I couldn't be happy to be here in general, but to be here with you guys in particular. I can't say I'm quite as experienced. I'm a little bit newer to the community, but I do love Dead by Daylight. I do streams, create guides, make videos so that other people enjoy it as much as I do. And even though I'm here to commentate with Tofu and Friskk, I'm also here to just sit back, enjoy, and watch these Fog Whisperers, which I think are capable of doing amazing things. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what they all have in store for us. And my goodness, you two are so impressive. But honestly, we could sit here and tell chat how impressive, all of us are and how cool we are. But you know what? How about we kind of give them a taste about what we're really about?
That bar yellow, Doctor getting a little bit lost. Repti getting the heal.
accidentally getting in the locker instead of accidentally getting in the locker again. He can't vault the pallet. He literally cannot vault the pallet. He's tried to vault the pallet like 8 times. And he just can't do it. Bro.
Good. Self-care Claudette. No. No. Do you think 20-hour Claudette would have DS? Imagine. Sorry, I did that as a thought experiment, but David's up.
Oh, Dad, bring it by the locker. Bring it by the locker. Go around, go around, go around. I'm paying for my sins. No, I'm being teabagged. No. And that is just a few things that you can expect when you check the 3 of us out on our channels. Oh my goodness. So Odds, do you whiff like that often?
You know, I thought they were a new player. Wanted to give them a better first experience. It was the nice thing to do, I think.
Of course, the gentleman thing to do. Of course.
Of course. Another gentleman thing, jumping in and out of the lockers. Yeah. Yeah, Tofu.
Of course. Trying to vault pallets, of course. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's enough about us. Let's get into the event, shall we? So, today you have 5 fog whisperers who join together and take turns playing the killer. Survivors will attempt to escape. Killers will attempt to sacrifice survivors to the entity. Survivors will also have a secret wildcard objective to complete, which, by the way, is voted by you, the audience. And you guys won't know what these wildcards pertain. You know, all you have is their name, and you're gonna just vote on those. And those who succeed will be rewarded. Speaking of rewards, for our survivors, 5 subs to any escaping survivor, 1 sub to any survivor in a trial when a generator is completed, 5 additional subs to all escaping survivors upon completion of a wildcard challenge. For our killers, 2 subs for each survivor claimed by the entity, or 10 subs if all survivors are killed in a trial. So, all in all, 10 subs for each player can be earned. Here are the 3 groups of Fog Whisperers who are going to be competing today. Our first group is EU, while groups 2 and 3 are our North America matches. Do you recognize anyone? Perhaps one of your favorites? Do you think one of them is going to rise above the rest? Let us know on Twitter and use the hashtag #IntoTheFog.
And very well.
So for our first matchup, Odds, could you tell us a little bit more about that?
I think we're going to see it on screen in just a second. We're going to have Morph playing the non-endable task of playing killer first. Now, I believe Morph is a bit more of a survivor main, although if you were to ask him, he will tell you that he is the greatest killer and survivor in the world. He's a very, very humble man, so I can't wait to see what he's cooked up. He will be picking the killer, he will be picking the map, let's not forget. And up to green add-ons, which the same thing will apply to survivors. They'll be bringing up to green items and add-ons, and we'll see what they bring. Tofu, what do you expect to see?
I'm excited to see the greatest survivor and killer player in the world playing killer to start off the entire tournament. That sounds like a pretty good time. Although I think he will have his hands full because these survivor players are good too. Everyone in this tournament is extremely experienced, so I'm very excited to see how the match plays out. Keep in mind, though, that we do have the wild cards that you guys can vote for. There's 5 different challenges. You guys can vote for them by putting in the number next to the challenge in chat. It'll clarify a little bit more what the challenge is once one is selected, so be sure to just vote for whichever one looks the best to you, and the match will start right around whenever the voting is done. And it looks
All right,
like
go for it.
Headache. It looks
Yeah.
like Headache actually won this barely. My God, that was a close vote. Pedal to the Metal just barely behind it. But it looks like Headache is going to be the winning challenge here. And maybe we get some more clarification on what exactly this challenge means. The team must collectively stun the killer twice with head-on in one trial.
Oh,
no. I guess we could see that coming from the icon of it, but my lord, that's a good one. This is a good challenge to start off with, I think.
The first head-on is the easy one. That happens, but the second, you think the killer will be a little bit smart and try to avoid it? Will the killer just not care? What do you think will happen here?
True, because the killer does have the information about it, so I'm very curious to see if Morph will play scared around lockers, and the survivors could even use this if they really want, they could use it to their advantage and bait lockers as well if they really wanted to get cheeky with it. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to go.
But let's not forget that it's an exhaustion perk as well, so they won't be able to use this on top of running Dead Hard, Spring Burst, all those other strong perks that could give them the edge in a chase. So they'll have to choose very, very wisely which other perks they use to complement this. Maybe they'll be forced to run Quick and Quiet to get into that locker a little bit quicker. Let's not forget this is a side objective. They could just completely forget about it and just focus on survival. But if they do focus on getting it, let's hope they don't throw the game in doing so.
Yeah, I think the map's going to play a big role in this too, because if you've played on Red Forest, you might have seen the tiles that spawn that have like 5 lockers all side by side. So if you get a good map for this, you can probably pull this off relatively easily, but it really depends on what they get. I think it'll play a big part in it.
Right, hopefully the match is being run right now, and we'll see just what Morph picked and what he brought. It's going to be interesting because even though you will have to play Survivor more than you have to play Killer, in the Killer round that you play, you have the choice, the ability to really take a lot of point away from a single or maybe all Survivors if you get all of them. So will Morph try to secure that kill? Will he try to get a consistent result? Will he try to do really well on his Killer game? Or is he just going to get the bare minimum and then do really well as Survivor later on?
Yeah, it really feels like that's the big standout part of this format is how you play as Killer, because it feels like a lot of the Survivor is a very teamwork based thing, so everyone will get around the same amount. But if you have a really standout match as Killer, I think it'll be really what puts you ahead of the rest as far as the group goes. So I'm really curious to see how this first match plays out with Morph. Him being, of course, the best Killer and Survivor player in the world.
Let's
of course.
not forget that. Let's not forget that.
Also, he's 7'2" apparently as well. The 7'2" monster that is the best Killer in Survivor. Yes, I'm excited to see how it goes.
That is correct. If he's 7'2", then that makes me at least 7 feet because I've been next to him. So that makes me feel good about myself. Actually.
Yeah, are you 7'2"? Nice.
Apparently, yeah. I wish I had hung out around him a little bit more. Maybe some of that best Killer, best Survivor thing would have rubbed onto me. Do you think he'll be trying to focus on a specific Survivor to maybe rob them of points this early, even though we don't have any score yet?
Maybe. I'm curious to know how they'll play. I don't know if there's going to be some like camaraderie going on where they're going to be wanting to like really do better than each other, or if they're going to be trying to play in a way where maybe they want everybody to get a little bit of success that way, because everyone here is friends.
Yeah.
Like the DVD community is filled with people that all know each other, and it might be a little hard sometimes to kill your friend and deny them the gift subs they might get had they survive.
Anything from this kind of events is that they usually start out one way, but quickly people figure out that maybe the best strategy is to do something else. So we'll see just how much they help each other to secure the common victory and get points, all of them, or how they just look out for themselves. Let's not forget that if you survive, you get points, and the Killer gets points for every kill, but also if he manages to kill all of them, he gets a little bit of extra. So getting that 4K could be quite huge for Morph. But let's see just how capable he is and what map he's loaded in. Let's see.
Ooh, looks like we got an Azeroth's map. Which one are we on? I can't really tell exactly yet.
I believe this is Blood Lodge, and he's running a nurse.
Interesting choice.
Dear.
Blood Lodge's Nurse is a really interesting matchup because it's a very big open map with lots of vision, which is very good on Nurse. So I think that's a pretty wise choice by Morph. I don't think I've seen much of his Nurse play, so I'm really curious to see how this goes. Do you have any idea? Have any thoughts on the build that he's running? I think that's a pretty interesting build.
Okay, so he's got some standard add-ons, the ones that allow you to have quicker recovery, if I'm not mistaken. And he seems to already be using those add-ons to get into the first shades. It's a little bit hard to see, but that was a really quick one. He has a bit of a snowball build with infectious and nurses to constantly see people around him. and catch anybody healing, and pop to keep the gens at bay. And the first one is going to happen. He doesn't have barbecue or anything else, but with such an open map, he should have no trouble finding that next gen to pop.
Yeah, he got that first down really quickly, although it looks like they are all together on the generator here. The first gen's definitely going to pop, but he got that first down very fast. That was a very good chase by him. And it looks like they're going to be coming in for the unhook. I'm not really sure what they're doing. Scorpion's got another gen almost done already.
They managed to pop those 2 gens and completely deny the use of this pop goes to Weasel, which, as we know, would regress that generator by about 20 seconds worth of time. It seems like he's not really committed to finding generators, instead trying to look for this Kate that happened to just touch him.
Oh, are we going to be seeing the first head-on stun? Oh, he knows!
Coming!
See, this is what I thought would be coming. He's going to be looking out for the lockers.
Yep.
Like, he knows they're coming for it.
That is no fun for the survivors. It is really hard to stun a nurse. She doesn't move and path the same way other more regular killers do. She flies around, and Morph could not be fooled. Will he fall for it this time? Oh, it will remove.
I think he's getting scared. I think he's getting scared of lockers. I think they could use this to their advantage if they really want to. You can tell it's already starting to set in, the locker fear.
Yeah. I think Sammy did a great job. He definitely lasted a little bit longer in that chase. Despite not getting that successful head-on, he did last a little bit. And if the... Oh, that was too obvious. I think someone's in that lugger.
Oh, looks like Morph thinks so too. He's not going to go for it though. 2 gens already done though, with only 2 down. So that's definitely a good start. He hasn't gotten any value out of his pop yet. And he's just still kind of chasing people around. But you never know how quickly a game could snowball. I mean, especially with perks like Infectious Fright. Looks like he's going to be coming back.
That being said, we've seen at least one Unbreakable, so Morph will have to be very careful if he decides to leave people on the ground, as they could quickly pick themselves back up. Someone's still on the hook, and now I believe Kosuke is being chased. If he goes down, that will be a really bad situation. Now the entire team will most likely have to mobilize to get this save. Let's see how they do it.
Very interesting that he didn't choose to slug here and take advantage of the person on the hook beside the person down. He's going to pick up and allow them to get the unhook and then bring him over.
A whiff happens.
Still gets
it might be
though.
because no one was on Infectious Fright, but regardless, somebody did manage to find an angle and get themselves... Oh, you were not wrong. He really is...
Oh, he gave it at the end.
What happened?
The end of the animation. If you guys don't know, by the way head-on works is that at any point during the animation, if you come up to the locker, even if it's the end of the animation, the head-on stun still kicks in. So that's going to be 1 out of 2 of the head-on stuns. That's actually crazy. I'm surprised they got that.
I want to say that they might have overcommitted to this head-on, but it's working out. And with a decisive or an unbreakable, maybe that person on the ground, Sammy, can still get themselves up. Ooh, we'll see what happens. Borrow time comes with Blight. No borrow time. That means Kosuke goes down as well. And now Nurse does what she does best. Slug and kill people very quickly.
Dixie gets a heal off really quickly though. I believe that might have been a medkit play. Here comes the head-off standoff though, or the head-on standoff. What's he gonna? Is he gonna get it on the way?
It was a bait. He was actually eyeing the next survivor over. With Nurse's calling, he could get a very precise first blink and make Sammy go down immediately. I don't think DS will be into play here.
Yeah, it doesn't look that way, and
looking for a basement play. Maybe not the best idea, but great value from Nurse's calling. The entire team is now located, and a quick boom will follow out of the basement, I imagine. Get out of there, survivors.
Ooh, very good. Finding the injured survivor and downing him again. This is actually really good. He has a ton of map pressure right now. You can tell that none of the survivors are doing any generators. None of them are working on anything. He has them all here around the basement, all being altruistic, and he's just kind of having his way with them, which is really, really good. That's definitely the position you want to be in as a killer, especially as a nurse.
Do you think that because he is the greatest player of all time, he's showing us how it's done? Maybe he could have played a killer that's not quite as powerful. What do you think about his confidence?
True, that's a very good point. You'd think that the greatest killer player of all time could do this with Clown, but, you know, who knows? Maybe he just wants to show off his nurse gameplay, so.
All right. Credit to the survivors. Despite the massive pressure they're under, that was a sick spin, I believe. Well done.
Yeah, that was a very good juke. They're actually managed to recover. I kind of thought that might have been it for them, but they're recovering really well.
I was about to say, they were under massive pressure. No one's dead. No one's even hooked. And the grip that this killer had on everybody is just dissipating.
Oh, he does find Scorpions on a generator. There looks like he wanted to commit to that generator, but he's not going to get it. And there goes Pop Goes the Weasel. That's going to hurt.
All right. if you have a look at the final gens, he actually has a very, very, very good 4-gen spread. If you notice, all of them are around the main building, which means that with a killer that can land you this quickly, oh dear, that was part of the plan all along.
You know, I kind of had a feeling that might be coming with the way Scorpion's stuck on that generator. That's like the sign of a decisive strike, you know? Is this a locker play?
I think so.
Is he gonna get it? Oh, he didn't get it. Oh, he didn't get it.
I'm looking for one more head-on for this wildcard to be achieved.
They just need one more.
It's just what we said. Up to the first head-on's done, or the first attempt, now the killer is definitely keeping an eye out. So it's gonna be a bit hard.
More scratch marks leading up to the locker.
No way he's there. He could have made it that up.
Oh, they got it at the end of the animation.
Wow.
They got him again.
That makes no sense.
Oh, yeah.
That must be absolute. You know,
The challenge is complete. That completes the wildcard challenge. That was both head-on stuns. They both happened the exact same way at the end of the animation of the stun. That is really unfortunate. But now they don't have to worry about head-on anymore. Like they can just play their game the way that they always do and just, you know, try to get the rest of these gens done.
We're seeing Morph with this laser focus just applying itself to this match. He's very angrily saying something. He seems a little bit confident. He has a hook in between all 4 generators left. And Robert seems to be struggling a little bit to get in this one done. Another pop is now available. So the next gen he kicks or touches with the nurse hand will go down a lot. But, oh, I think got done in the distance. And now Scorpion takes a hit. I believe that will be the second or maybe third hook. So this could be trouble for the survivors.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't stray too far away from his generators here. Looks like he's just trying to apply some pressure, but he does have a pretty good 3-gen back there with Pop Goes the Weasel. Like, that's a very strong setup that he can just kind of patrol, especially with someone hooked among them. But he kind of like leaves and lets them get the unhook, which is definitely...
It's a bit odd because he's running nurses, infectious. These are very area control perks. Oh!
Right back down he goes. He's actually on death hook, so if he doesn't have decisive strike, that could be really bad.
Yeah, we do not know yet if Kosuke brought decisive, although there is one from Scorpions at least. I think Morph knows this and he's not going to take the risk, so maybe he prefers to buy himself a little bit of time, use that last second pop, and wait out the decisive.
Yeah, this is probably the smart play here and not risking getting decisive strike and leaving the survivor on the ground and just trying to get more pressure. It looks like he's going after Scorpions right now and gets another down. So this is really good. He's applying pressure all around the map, multiple downs. One of them has to go pick up Kosuke, which they did, and Scorpions is going to be, I believe this is his second hook. No,
Nope,
he's actually dead.
Oh, and this is rough. An infectious nurse who can clearly find everybody in a small area. I think they're going to have a hard time finishing this. We saw Sammy with his great cosplay. That we take a minute to appreciate those bones. And back to Morph now, who I think has been sweating since the very first minute of this.
No, it doesn't look like he's able to find anybody right now. They might be kind of hiding and trying to get their, you know, get their stuff together. Very good set of blinks. Honestly, it's going to be really hard for them. I don't know how they can recover from this. With them being down a player and all 3 generators being so close.
Let's be honest. Morph was no fool. He picked a map that really complements the killer he's picked. Visibility is great. The options for survivors to lose line of sight are very limited. And even if they do, he has perks to see through walls and keep track of them. He also brought Shadowborn, which increases your FO view. Once in chase, you can see even better around him. And it's really hard to lose this nurse. Oh, seems like he might have got himself stuck there.
He tried to blink through the hill, and that can sometimes get a little bit wacky, because sometimes if you don't angle it just right, you'll blink in place. And
that
he gets
was
a good hit.
Very good anticipation there.
Looks like they're all injured now. This is it's an interesting situation, Otz. How do you think the survivors come out of this on top? Like, what do they do here? What should be their strategy?
I'm gonna be honest. If this was a tournament, I can imagine the team calling it. All right, we need to reset, re-heal, split on gens, and if things go south, one of us make sure that you stay out of range, stay undetected, and go for the hatch. That might be the best thing they can salvage. Seeing the grip he's got on this generator. I think that if someone goes down, that's what they'll have to do. One of them will have to heal, stay away from infectious right range so that he's not detected, and don't give him the 4th kill. These links are mostly on point, but that did not allow him to follow up on that survivor, who I think was Bixby.
At this point, I feel like it just comes down to whenever he can finally get a down, because I think once he gets a down and a hook here, it's gonna make it really hard to recover, especially considering the fact that everybody is injured, so getting the unhook is going to be difficult. I think at this point, it's just them trying to pressure the map, and Morph is just buying time until he can find it down.
We'll give credit where credit is due. Survivors did gens early very, very well. They did so while also trying to head on the killer about 16 times, which they achieved. But in the process, they kind of neglected the spread of the generators, and now they're left with 3 gens that are just too close to each other for a killer with this amount of mobility.
And now we're going to go down to 2 players because Kosuke is on death hook, so he is out of here. And it looks like it's just going to be Sammy, MJ, and Vicky right now, which is not great. That's not great in this 3-gen split up.
This is a good thing. However, Vixie managed to somehow heal herself somewhere far away from the view of Morph, which he didn't pick up with Nurse's column. So if now Sammy goes down, at least Vixie will be able to escape through the hatch potentially. If, as it seems, that was entirely unnecessary.
I think at this point, they're just trying to get use out of their perks regardless and just have some fun with it. But I think Morph's a little bit onto them at this point. I think he's gotten hit on one too many times this match already.
Vixie, I believe, is doing the right thing. She was not close enough for Infectious to trigger, so Morph really has no idea where she is. But that's not stopping him from trying to secure those 10 points by looking for her. This is where a perk like Whispers could have come in handy to maybe... Oh,
Ooh, it does locate her, though.
This is difficult.
Here's the question. She could make a play if she either loses them or makes them whiff a couple of blinks and then heals up Sammy. She could possibly make a play here.
But this is where Infectious, the recovery add-ons, and everything comes into play. It's really hard to lose the nurse after something like this. Oh, that being said, the heal does happen, a whiff does occur, and now these 2 survivors need to desperately make distance from each other. Oh,
locker again.
That is valuable.
He's so scared of the locker. I don't blame him. I'm pretty sure they're in there, right? He's so terrified of it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. He did buy time for his teammate. She did buy time for her teammate, that is. Even though they don't really get any points out of doing this, it's just about survival. They have shown that they're quite brave.
Now, in here too, if Vixie won, she could just like let go on hook and.
She'll need to be doing that rather soon. The hatch is out of the spawn. There is a chance that the survivor or even the killer has seen the hatch and we just don't know of it yet. With Vixie about to die, it's going to take about 10 seconds before the hatch opens. Will Morph be able to seal the deal and get
these blinks are going to be huge. There's going to be huge blinks if you can land these.
Come on, recovery add-ons helping to recharge the blinks. Will he be able to down them before they find the hatch?
Oh, the blinks are good, but the aim was off. This is.
Dead hard there. We might need to see the replay from a different angle because it just coincided with her fatigue. But I believe that Sammy might have dead harded right through that. In which case, well done.
That was a really good use of LOS blockers right there to double back and but down they go.
Sammy did a great job. You need to try to. Oh, look how
it was right there.
He needs to dodge the killer, but also say, oh no, the tease. Morph has tried the grin. Nah, he's not giving it. He is so happy to have his 10 points. That being said, Roberts did do 4 gems, so I think that will be a few points for each, but nobody survived, so that score will just not be available to them. Morph starts out with a great score, denying everybody of a lot and getting a lot himself.
That was a very, very good performance out of Morph, which I was really expecting to see. I mean, given the fact that you can choose both your killer and the map, I kind of expected some really, really strong killer play out of this. And I mean, Morph definitely delivered. That was fantastic.
Yeah. He wanted to leave nothing to chance. And I'm going to be completely honest. I was a little bit skeptical. I thought that maybe after each down, if he didn't immediately find someone else on Infectious, that he might struggle to keep up with gens, which seemed to be the case a little bit at the start. So I was a little bit skeptical of these perks, but they all played out great. His blinks were mostly on point, which Shadowborn might have helped with. Pop really helped with the 3-gen and maybe throughout the match a little bit, even if at the start wasn't so useful. And I don't know, but Infectious and Nurses seem to be constantly going off left and right. So whatever homework he did to prepare for this, he did a really good job. And this sets a precedent that's going to be a little bit hard for the other players to reach. That being said, wildcards here I think were a huge deal. these survivors with a little bit more focus could have done better. So maybe the next wildcards could play an even bigger deal.
Yeah, they did. They did manage to do their wildcard challenge though, which is definitely a big deal because you know that like had they not been going for the wildcard challenges, they could have maybe played a little bit more efficient. But they did manage to get it done, which is huge, and that also plays a huge role. That could have been. We don't really know what the other challenges are yet, so that could have been one of the easier ones, or maybe it was one of the harder ones. We really don't know yet.
Yeah,
but
definitely disrupted the gameplay, but they somehow got it, which credit to the survivors. They did that really well. They really had everything against them. Potentially one of the strongest killers in the game, played again by the strongest killer player in the game, apparently.
Oh yeah, of course.
But yeah, as much as we mocked and made fun of it, he has really done well. He must be very, very happy, and we're gonna see how the game turned out. Maybe we'll have some new angles.
Yeah, let's go take a look at some highlights.
So this was the first chase, I believe, which he wrapped up very quickly. And this would be... Oh,
that's where he got a second down. That's where he started snowballing right there. Right around basement is where he took that guy and it started snowballing. The locker play.
I'm still very surprised they were this altruistic.
And that play was huge there. That almost saved the game. That was almost a game saver. And right here at the end, where Sammy almost made the hatch, he was so like close.
Less than 10 meters. So good. Morph must have been a little bit nervous by the end there. Sammy had to dodge a very mobile killer, but also keep an eye out and an ear out to see if he can spot or listen to the sound from the hatch. The fact that they didn't go for that, the fact that they tried to save each other and even tried to do a cheeky gen at the end shows that these people are very, very daring, and that it's going to be hard to anticipate what they're going to do. They are unpredictable, and I think that's what makes commentating this so much fun.
Yeah, it was such a close ending too. If he even just missed one more set of blinks at the end there, that hatch was just right around the corner. It was so close.
Very well. I think we're going to be heading towards the next match in this group, and this time it will be Kosuke's turn. Now, Kosuke fancies himself a bit more of a survivor main, but he does have some preferences when it comes to killers. I believe we've said that he likes Plague and Demogorgon. He's also the only French player in this the only representative of France in this entire event. So we'll see exactly what he does and what he decides to bring. In terms of add-ons, these killers that he might be choosing have some really good green add-ons that he could choose from. And the survivors could potentially bring items that are really not that useful against some of these killers. So it will be interesting to see if the survivors have done their research and if they come prepared or if they just get caught by surprise. What do you think about it, OhTofu?
I think his killer choice is very interesting. You said Plague and Demogorgon, right? Because those are some very, very non-meta killers that I think a lot of people aren't used to playing against. And I think if you can play them at a high level, it can definitely throw people off. And like you said, the add-on selection is going to be great. People that play Demogorgon know that some of his best add-ons are commons, and Plague also has some very effective add-ons in like the green range. So I'm definitely very curious to see how that's going to play out, especially if he picks one of those killers. They're very unconventional killers, and I think it should play out pretty interestingly. We do have another vote for the wild cards, though. You guys can vote once again. You can vote for the same one, or we can discover what some of these other wild cards are. So feel free to type in whatever number you want for whichever wild card you want to see. Cast your vote now, and we'll figure out which one wins.
And right as you guys are choosing for which of these challenges is coming up next, I believe we have a video that will teach us and show us more about Kosuke. We can go watch it right now and learn more about him as the votes are being counted.
Autour de moi, il cherche qui m'a relevé. Il t'a vu.
MDR.
C'est good.
Faut que tu prennes un coup pour deux, je me terce. Faut que tu prennes un coup. T'inquiète, c'est pas grave, c'est pas de ta faute. Mais là, ça, faut que tu rampes deux. Faut pas la soigner, Oh, qu'est-ce que vous faites? Vous me faites peur. Sortez, bande de derp. Oh mon dieu.
C'est bon, c'est le plus dur.
Ah mon dieu. Oh, il est DS. Oh mon dieu.
Oh là là.
C'est tout prévu.
Allez, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a maintenant?
All right. I don't think there's any doubt. Of course, the second super close option before was pedal to the metal, and I think that's the one that's won, Tofu. What do you expect this
Yeah.
one to be about? There he is.
Ooh, take a hit for a fellow survivor while Metal of Man is active. Oh, so you have to activate Metal of Man and then take a hit for somebody. Interesting. Wow, that's difficult.
That is very difficult. And Metal of Man is one of those perks that needs everything to line up for it to work. If you guys are not familiar, Metal of Man will let you tank a hit without going down once it activates. But for you to activate it, you need to be taking 3 protection hits. Protection hits happen when you take a hit from the killer, while another survivor who is injured is nearby. This can also happen when the killer is carrying a survivor. So maybe we'll see the occasional survivor trying to take a hit while the killer is carrying someone else. That makes this a little bit easier to activate. But as you can imagine, giving 3 hits to the killer is huge. It slows down your ability to stay on gens, to be healed, and be healthy to make risky plays. So how many people will decide to bring Metal of Man? They only need one person to pull it off. So there's a chance that they'll be trying to ignore it, and they'll have one person maybe try to do it if it's possible. Or maybe they'll just fall down.
I'm definitely fully expecting to see some medkit healing builds as well. That's like such a staple to Metal of Man. If you're going to be getting hit all the time, you definitely need to recover quickly, and ideally, you know, by yourself. And we can even see maybe some Sabo breakout plays with this as well. I mean, if you're going to be taking hits for people that are being carried, that's probably the way to do it. So this could end up being a pretty spicy match, possibly. It depends on how much they're committing to this challenge. It's a very difficult one, so I really wouldn't blame them if they just...
really fun if we go against the plague that makes everybody injured and suddenly this perk is in play.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's true.
A lot of possibilities coming up. I think predictably they will be running at least 1 or 2 people with this, maybe with a medkit or 2. And if they end up going against the plague, that's going to be rough. That being said, if it's Demogorgon, I can see this happening a lot more.
Yeah, this is definitely reasonable against Demogorgon, but Plague might completely shut this challenge down, really, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know how they're going to try to accomplish that against the Plague. They're going to be just going down constantly, I think.
But you are definitely onto something. Running into the killer while he's carrying someone else, taking a hit, maybe sabotaging a hook right in front of their faces before they can recover for the next hit, then you dead hard away. That's a hit or 2 that you take. You do that once or twice per match, and maybe by the end, Metal Man will be active and you'll be able to make it happen. It's going to come down to whether or not you can activate it. If the killer has a lot of early pressure, or if that survivor is the first one to go down, I can see Metal Man just not happening. And it's also going to be... Go on.
It's going to be very risky because Metal of Man is one of those perks where when you go to activate Metal of Man, you almost need to give up objective time to do it. So you're almost like giving up the potential to win the game for the sake of doing it, which is going to be very risky. Like, I think they're going to have to weigh their options here, whether they just want to abandon the whole idea and just try to get gens done.
And it also gives them a difficult choice, but because if you're only going to have 1 or 2 survivors potentially using this for the benefit of the whole team, who's going to be the guy that does it? Who's going to take the fall? Who's going to take the risk, knowing that it could get them killed? So I imagine they'll have to do some kind of negotiation and figure out exactly how they're going to choose who does it.
Pull straws, maybe pull straws. Whoever pulls the shortest straw has to be the Metal Man that goes and takes hits for everybody.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they just try to ignore it altogether, because it's the kind of challenge that could really jeopardize the ability of the whole team to survive. If Kosuke goes the morph route, he will be picking his strongest killer on a very favorable map. We'll wait and see what that is about. We don't know.
That's
exactly
kind of interesting. Do you have any idea of what might be the best Plague map? Because I actually don't know. I couldn't really think.
Plague, considering that you can run very strong add-ons like the apples, you can run 2 apples. This would allow you to, at the very start of the match, drink up from one of your fountains and be extremely aggressive. That's definitely the route I would go. If I were to do that, I would choose a smaller map without not too many lines of sight so that I could play a bit like a very aggressive hunters. So I would pick maybe something like Father Campbell's Chapel, something like that could work. Play this very aggressively with Infectious Threat or something like that, and it could work out. That being said, you could just pick a generic good killer map and be a little bit sneakier. You could go to the laboratory and have some sneaky perks. Imagine Tinkerer on Plague coming right around the corner with her power even, or ready to infect you. That could work as well. And if he does end up going for Demogorgon or something else altogether, I think we're in for a surprise.
Yeah, I definitely think I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Blood Lodge again too. I think that's a very I think the reason why Morph selected that map was because of how wide open it is, and with Plague, wide open is perfect. That way you can just puke everywhere. So I would not be entirely surprised if we just saw Blood Lodge 2.0 with Plague. I don't know. I'm excited to see what killer we get at all. He might even throw us a curveball and not play either one of the killers that he said he likes, and we could see some Nurse again possibly. But there's really no way to tell until we get into the match.
I believe the players are finalized. They're probably just done discussing who's going to bring what. And let's not forget, if he does bring Plague, that does counter medkits quite a lot, as the Plague can force you to be broken. And healing against her is not really something you do with medkits. Instead, you have to drink from the fountains that appear throughout the map. So there's a lot of potential for the items that they bring and the strategy that they come up with to really backfire. But that being said, it's possible that they've done the research, that they've seen this coming, and that they do come prepared. What would you bring against the Plague, Tofu?
I don't even know, honestly. Definitely not botany, knowledge, and self-care. That's for sure. 'Cause that's originally what I was thinking of whenever I heard this challenge. I immediately thought botany, knowledge, self-care, and a med kit. But yeah, you bring that in against the Plague, and then you're gonna end up looking a little bit silly. So I really don't even know.
Do you think that maybe Kosuke, knowing the results of this, has picked Plague in particular? I can't wait to see.
He should have. I'm gonna be. Yep. There it is. There it is.
There it is.
I would have been pretty disappointed had he not. And it looks like we're on. I think he went to Temple of Purgation. Is that where we're at, or is this Red Forest?
Yeah, no, that does look like the Temple of Purgation. Yep, we can see the temple right there. It is a bit of a janky first-person view, but we can already see some very interesting choice of perks and add-ons. For the perks, we've got Corrupt Intervention, which will block away the further generators. And he's doing a very tight patrol around here. Maybe he thinks someone's around. Thanatophobia to slow down everybody doing anything, as long as people are injured. Barbecue to keep up with everyone after every hook, and Pop to also keep the gems down. His add-ons are the emetics. These add-ons increase the effectiveness, one by 20 and the other one by 40. So basically, every time he hits someone with his green puke, their infection will be 60% faster. A little bit of that puke and that person will be broken very quickly. It seems like he hasn't managed to get that first puke. These tiles are a little bit difficult for Play, but he's onto the first chase, and he did get someone infected after all.
Yeah, he managed to get Scorpions a little bit sick, which is good. That's a good start. You don't even really need to puke on them until they're the whole way injured. Just getting them sick, they'll slowly infect themselves over time. So you can just kind of chase the survivor around, and they'll slowly get sicker and sicker. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening here. He's going to be...
perks.
Oh yeah, look at the perks. There's breakout, just like we were saying. They didn't seem to go with the healing strategy. No med kits, no bond, which is pretty smart considering
there is that here, but inner strength, which makes sense. It seems like Stammy also brought Metal Man. They're really committed to this, as well as Detective Punch, which would let him find totems. Although this is not going to be a huge thing, since we do not have any totem perks in part of the killer. So
Sammy's playing a dangerous game here on these pallets, kind of playing the weaker side, but looks like it's actually going to end up working out okay. There's still no downs yet, and a gen's been completed, so I think Kosuke's got to get something going here.
To fake the vault on the pallet, but the killer did not buy it. He kept going and got the first down. A person will be injured soon. The infection is progressing slowly but steadily, and 2 other people are injured on the hook, so Thana is getting some value, slowing everybody by, I believe, 12%. And with Barbecue, this killer should have no issue finding the next survivor. Whether or not he can use Pop on this gen, that remains to be seen.
I have a question for you, Otz. So, considering that the Plague isn't running Apple add-ons, do you think there's a possibility that the survivors will go with the no cleanse strat that sometimes people do against Plague?
I think that's exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah, you think so?
That being said, that just shut down the whole Medal of Man idea entirely. So if they want to play most effectively, in my opinion, they should stay injured, they should stay broken, and delay the cleansing until the very end of the game. But as we see, that's not quite what happens. Morph has found one of the fountains. He's rid himself of the broken status. He's fully back to full health. And now he can maybe make something happen. But this will open up the possibility of a killer now drinking from 2 fountains. We know that one spawns by default.
And there's a third one as well.
Third one. So even though this is a very large map, the killer now has the option to drink up from these fountains and switch from an infecting power to a straight up murdering power that downs survivors very quickly if they're not careful. It doesn't seem like she's done that just yet though. This is still the green puke, the bile purge. Some of these pilots don't really have a lot of counterplay. The killer just needs to get rid of them. So they need to be very careful.
She's doing a good job. They're definitely doing a good job of getting rid of some of the pallets, and there's definitely a lot of infection going around. Multiple fountains are in play, so there definitely could be some snowball potential. Although 2 gens are already done,
yeah,
which is a little bit risky. There is someone on a hook that isn't unhooked yet.
Oh! That was really risky. This is a very strong pallet. Got rid of it. We also see a user of Iron Will, I think Morph, so he'll get very little use of it if he is infected, as Coffin can still be heard even with Iron Will. Sammy did a great job. Oh, killer's still onto him though. Very, very hard to avoid a plague once you're Coffin making this amount of noise. But
the infection's almost.
Oh. Okay.
I think he's gonna be okay here. He's on the strong side of the pallet and he's looping around. He should be in control.
I think Bloodlust is reset every time you puke. So the killer, not knowing how close he was to infection, he actually wasted time putting him a little bit further. This being said, we have 3 available fountains. If survivors were to cleanse more, we could come to a point where all fountains are cleansed. But it seems like that's not going to happen. We are now again back to 3 fountains, maybe 4 soon. And the killer, as we could hear by the sound cue, has picked up her power, her corrupt purge. This red puke actually injures, but it is very hard to use it in this styles. So let's see just how well. Oh, that's a hit. Well done. Scorpion's a little bit clumsy there. Gets stuck. That's going to be a hit. Oh no!
We canceled it too early and it didn't puke at all. I'm curious to see if Scorpions can make a play with this pallet. If you stun a plague while she's in her power, it actually knocks her out and gets rid of her corrupt puke. And it looks like he's gonna knock her out, but
exactly what happened. He does lose his power, but with so many other fountains available, I'm sure that's not a huge deal. In dropping the pallet, Scorpion unfortunately still goes down, and he will be hanging here. With barbecue being available, the killer will not be able to see where the survivors are and make the decision. Oh, that's exactly what just happened, by the way. All 6 fountains were set, and that gives the killer immediate access to her power.
That is such unfortunate timing because Scorpion just got put on hook, and it looks like he's getting an unhook for free. That's very interesting. The duration of the puke is 60 seconds, and that's exactly how long a hook state is. So if Kosuke wanted to, he definitely could have just kept an eye on that hook and made sure that Scorpions died, but it looks like he's just going to walk away and allow the unhook and heal to come in.
So maybe he was lulled into chasing someone else, and this chase might have just been going for a bit longer. This should be an easy hit for Kosuke. Unfortunately, aiming with the plague now is a little bit harder, and there's the hit. Avoid the pallet at all costs. You definitely want to steal the deal here and get that down. Oh,
dead hard, not enough. Not enough. Okay, are there any Medal of Man stacks on the field right now? I don't think anyone has a single stack.
No. Oh, we could see the first one happening just now. That's 1 Medal of Man. Will she go for another?
Ooh, with the breakout?
Oh, that was a risky play. I don't think she could stay there and tank another hit, but she did do her part to maybe secure that Medal of Man is available in the future, and we get this wildcard done. We're back to infecting people normally. Remember, once she gets her power, all of the fountains are cleansed because they cleanse on all of them, so they're all reverted. And with 2 generators left, honestly, if survivors just hold on to their infection a little bit, I think that could really play out for them. Kosuke's in a difficult position. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Can you just tap me a smidgen? Thank you.
Yep.
I'm not gonna let you take a stack. No, you have to. You have to. It's the rule.
That was a,
I won't.
Thank you for
I
the,
understood your strategy.
Thank you for the hip tank there.
That's right.
Gosh, it's almost like this is a Survivor Sub Saturday, mate.
I feel like I'm... It's not fair.
Oh, that's far away.
All right, sounds like they're having a good time at the very least, so that's good to hear.
a lot has developed in this short minute. One of the survivors is dead. Another one is on the hook. Very, very clever to make sure that he's infected there. Fountains, I believe, are not available to the killer just yet. And he might just need that little bit of extra help to seal the deal and try to slug everybody. He does not, I believe, have a very strong 3-gen, but we might need to have a second look. What's your take on this situation, Topher?
It's definitely not looking great for the survivors. The killer is definitely in a good position here with one being down. As long as they can keep up the pressure, with 3 survivors in play instead of 4, it makes it very hard because as long as you can constantly be getting survivors on hooks, you basically have pressure on all 3 survivors at the same time. And that's kind of what's been going on here. I also feel like this Medal of Man challenge is probably out the window at this point.
It cannot possibly happen. I mean, look, Friskk took a hit, and it's perhaps the only one to have a stack, even though we don't see it.
No, it was Sammy MJ that took the hit, actually.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we'll see if he has one. At any rate, with everybody being injured, infected, I think it's going to be hard to make it happen. They should probably just focus. Oh, a dead hard for distance. Doesn't drop the pallet automatically. Instead, baits it. Successfully so. This is a very difficult tile to play. And it forces the killer to break it. Great play by Vixen, buying enough oxygen for her teammates to finish the last gen. That's great. The Blake now has to do damage control and try to wrap up this chase and maybe get a little bit else.
No dead hard left here. I think that's going to be it for Vixie. She's going to go down, but the gates are powered. I'm curious to see if the survivors are going to be doing the other gate and getting it open and prepared here.
Ooh, yeah, cleansing appearing in the background. Cleansing at the end of the game is a really good idea since the Plague doesn't have that much time left to capitalize on it and drink from her fountains, but she did cleanse very close.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit dangerous. Like cleansing so close to the hook means that the Plague can go grab it and then defend the hook with the puke. And like I said earlier, the Plague's duration for her power is the same as the hook state, but it looks like none of that happens.
Nope, it seems like they've had just enough time to open the exit gate, just enough breathing room to get the rescue, and we could potentially see 3 survivors get away unless this Plague does something to stop that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to make it back to this door in time. It's going to be really close. If they just hold the door, it might be enough. Also, they can take hits.
She does have a fountain right there, but I don't think she's got the time to pick it up. This exit gate being open in just a mere second. With the infection, you could try to get someone infected quickly and down them, but there's just not enough time. Kosuke did a really good job. Played on a map that was honestly quite challenging, and despite countering the medkits and some of the perks these people brought, he did prevent them from getting the wildcard, but it was still a little bit of a difficult match for Kosuke, only securing 1 kill. Meanwhile, the survivors have done quite well. They have done all gens, which nets them, I believe, 5 points each, and then 3 of them survive, which is also a pretty big deal. After this result, we've got Morph, who must be really happy to have survived and to have killed everyone in his match, and everybody else with matches ahead of them to prove themselves and maybe climb back up. What was your take on it, Tofu?
I thought it was a really good match. I do think it's very interesting that the wild card that got selected going into that matchup, because it literally was one that was all about taking protection hits into a Plague main, which is just so unfortunate. That was like the worst possible challenge that we probably could have gave those survivors going into that match, and it made it almost impossible. So even though they did all they didn't all survive, but even though 3 out of 4 of them survived, they didn't get that challenge, and that challenge is worth a lot. So really, the killer shouldn't be feeling too bad, considering Kosuke got the challenge on the last survivor round.
That's very true. I'm really glad that he did choose to play, because we did spend a good 15 minutes talking and speculating about it. If he had just played Freddy, I think it would have looked like utter fools. So thank you, Kosuke, for making us not look too bad. That was a really enjoyable match to watch, and I hope that we see this kind of variety, different maps, different killers, and we don't just see the same cookie cutter choices. So props to everybody for being so original. Next up is Sammy. Sammy's done some really interesting plays to survivors, and I can't wait to see what he's going to do as a killer. He does style himself as a killer main, which makes me wonder, wow, if he's that good at survivor, what is he going to do as killer? He does play different killers, so he's more of a variety person as far as I know, but he also does have a preference. He likes the Plague and Huntress, so those might be 2 killers we see. Perhaps he'll pick the Huntress, seeing that the Plague was just played. And with hunters being potentially on the table and knowing that they can choose up to green rarity add-ons, that opens up quite a lot of things. Tofu, what do you think about it?
Yeah. Babushka for the faster charge time. There's all kinds of exhaustion add-ons you can run. There's definitely a lot of things that brings to the table. I feel like maybe he might be a little bit discouraged to play Plague after that last game didn't go so well. So I'm really curious to see what he brings. Or he might just throw something straight out of left field at us. So it's really hard to say. If he's a variety killer, really anything could happen. Considering you could also choose the map, I find that really interesting as well. So we do have another vote for wildcards though. So we already got through 2 out of the 5. And there's still 3 more on the table that we don't know about. So feel free to cast your vote again. Type the number or corresponding to whichever one that you would like to see. And we've already seen both 4 and 5. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Feel free to cast your votes now.
I think it's predictable which one's gonna get picked. People are out, they want to see blood, and VIP treatment's looking very appealing right now. At any rate, we do have a video that's gonna introduce Sammy to us, and we're gonna learn more about him watching it just now.
Am I okay? Who did this? Oh, she's coming after me. Oh my god, I hit the S! I hit the S! One sec, I'm just throwing more here. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Can we get some poggers in chat? Can we get some poggers? I'm a Billy main, it's confirmed. Oh my god, is this what it feels like to be athletic?
And we're back. And it looks like VIP treatment winning as we expected. It was already dominating beforehand. It looks like it came through. So let's see what this challenge is exactly. One survivor must use No Mither and Object of Obsession and escape the match without being hooked? What?
That is way too much.
Oh my god.
No, I assume most of people watching this are veterans. They know what these perks do. But for those of you that are not familiar, No Mither is a bit of a meme perk that will make a survivor permanently broken. They start the trial injured, and they cannot heal past that ever. So they're constantly injured, which obviously puts them at a huge risk. On top of that, they will be running the perk Object of Obsession. Anytime you look at the general direction of the killer, you will see them, but they will also see you. It's kind of a perk to tell the killer, hey, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? Very, very risky. That being said, it does have the advantage of making the survivor quieter when they're injured, and they leave no blood, which means that they can play a bit sneaky. How do you think it will play out, Tofu?
Man, this is... Okay, so because only one survivor needs to do it, that means that they're going to have to talk among themselves and they're going to have to try to decide who is going to be the assigned. They're going to have to, like, I don't know, figure out who the most confident of the group is and then assign them the task. Oh, man, that's... I don't envy...
Do you think? Who's got a bigger advantage? The player that's going to be protected by everybody else? The VIP? Or maybe the people that will not have a target on their head?
I mean, you can only do so much to protect somebody, though. That's the thing. Like, you can bring in flashlights, you can try to body block, but when you have Object of Obsession, if the killer sees where you are, they're just gonna go past everyone else. So it's gonna be very difficult. Oh, they're matching. Oh, that's smart. They're all matching.
That is actually a really smart thing to do. Suddenly, if everybody's injured, it will be a lot harder to tell who's who. Although, again, if the killer is smart, they could maybe tell by the injuries of pain or by the lack of blood on the ground who is who. But that's a really, really smart move by the survivors trying to play around a bad hand.
I am definitely predicting that whoever is going to be running the object is probably going to be running things like quick and quiet to possibly run into walls, jump into lockers, and have somebody else take the chase for them. There's definitely a lot of cool things that can be done there. A lot of different trickery things you can do.
I imagine you would pair it with some kind of exhaustion perk like Sprint Burst or Dead Heart since you're going to be injured to be able to actually outrun the killer if he does chooses. We won't know what Sammy will be doing. Will he try to attack this wick link in the chain, or will he be the better man and leave it and focus on the other guys that are not going to be so careful?
I would go after the weak link. I'll be honest. If I was in his shoes, I would be going after that weak link.
Most certainly.
It's interesting too because you were talking about his possible killer choice, and you mentioned the Huntress. And if you don't know, the Huntress's tear radius is actually smaller than most. I believe it's 20 meters. Is her official tear radius. So yeah, that gives a lot less room to not show up on Object of Obsession. Like it's going to show up much more.
That's worth talking about if you guys don't know is that Object of Obsession works when you're outside of the killer's terror radius. Now the Huntress, even though she hums Lullaby for I believe 40 meters or 45 meters, she has an actual terror radius of 20 meters. That means that anytime or Object of Obsession no-mither user, whoever that might be, anytime they're further than 20 meters, which is really not that much, they're going to potentially be visible. They will have to maybe look away from the killer, play really careful, or even try to run perks like Off the Record or Distortion, which can block the view of the killer while still giving you the ability to see them. Seeing one or two of these perks would be fun, but Off the Record only works if you are hooked, which is not going to happen. And Distortion runs up very quickly. So we'll see. It is what it is we find.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of great options, honestly. Like there's a little bit of things you can do that help you in this situation, but pretty much no matter what they run, the person that's running object in this situation is they're going to be in trouble for sure. They're definitely going to be in trouble.
Do you think it's possible that they would all be running it? Just in the off chance that one of them escapes.
True.
Without being hooked.
True. And if they're all matching, it's going to be very hard to keep track of who's hooked and who hasn't because they're all going to look the same. It's going to be very difficult to keep track. That actually could be it. They could all four run. If they're all four running, there's no way.
Surely they wouldn't do that.
Okay, they're not doing that. And it's Scorpions is actually the assigned Object of Obsession user. Interesting. I was wondering who it was going to be.
We are seeing a Huntress and Dead on Midwich of all places. A map with very tight corridors with not a lot of room to dodge, but navigating it as a slower killer, which the Huntress is a bit tricky. We see Sammy with his low-budget cosplays, as he says, being really, really creative.
Low budget? I think his cosplays are fantastic.
I was very impressed with that little video we watched earlier.
He
might have a bit of struggle with the lack of tracking perks at the start to find the first survivor. Obviously, the object survivor will most likely try to avert their gaze, not look at their direction, not to give them any cue. Although if they're smart, they could even use object in this map to divert them.
I was thinking that same thing. This Object of Obsession is actually very powerful in this map because of the long hallways. If you're on the other side of the map and you can see where the killer is, you can basically just go the opposite direction that they go and avoid that. Oh, he's already gonna find the object user.
No way. Okay. Target has been located and the VIP is in danger. Should this man take a single hit, he will go down unpredictably with hooked, and that will be the end of the tower.
We need the Secret Service in here ASAP. He is in trouble. Oh man, where's the Secret Service? Where are they? He needs help. Oh no. It looks like he's gonna go down right now. Yeah, he's already down. That might be the end of the challenge. If he picks up an Onyx, the challenge is already over.
I don't know if people hear us, but we'll see.
There's only one of us here.
He is taking a chase though. He is giving them a chance. Ooh, he gets a nice hatchet on the healer there. And he's still hovering over the body. And yeah, there it goes, picking up the hook.
Oh yeah, I didn't remember. I completely forgot.
Well,
yeah, we should take a listen in and see how they feel about what's going on here.
I was trying to fool the people, it just didn't work.
Ooh. Boink.
Well, the challenge is done. The object user got hooked, and the comms are pretty quiet. I don't know. They maybe they're a little upset that the challenge already got done in like the first 10 seconds.
You can tell it's a big deal. Not only did they have objective, they put a lot of thought into this. This person's running Iron Will so that they could be even more silent. They had Soul Guard, which would have protected them if they were picked up, and somebody else was running for the people, so that in the event that they were close, they could pick up the person from the ground very quickly and do a trade. So a lot of thought was put into protecting the Object of Obsession VIP. However, it all went to waste when he went down too quickly, and that for the people play could just not happen. So very unfortunate. You can tell they put a lot of thought into it, and it's now all wasted. The best they can do now is just survive.
That's very unfortunate though, because now their entire builds are based around this strategy that is just no longer really valid. They like the person that's running object and no either now just is just running those perks and just has to try to do his best, which is really unfortunate. This is already looking not great, to be honest with you, for the survivors, but they did manage to get a gen done, and there has only been I believe one hook, right? Or has there been two?
Might be on our second. That being said, there are some pros and cons. Having the object in this map and being able to call it out as they are on comms is quite huge. Almost no one should be taken off guard, I believe. So the hunters will have to be very careful and pick their battles very carefully, as you could waste a lot of time going around these hallways just to find no one if you get called out. Another thing they have in their favor, however, is the fact that they brought the perk Blight Warden. If you guys don't know, Blight Warden allows you to block the exit gates once they're open and prevent survivors from escaping. And this is the map that I think has the closest to exit gates in the entire game, and they are very easy to go from one to another. So I'm really excited to see if that will happen, or if the match will be over before the end game.
Yeah, I would love to see a Blood Warden play, man. That's like one of the best things about DVD is making fun plays with perks like Blood Warden. Looks like more of Juke and a Hatchet here, though. He's in a not a terrible spot, but this is definitely not a great spot either.
The hunters will need to use line of sight. Morphe's being smart, looking around, using the third-person perspective to see the red glow, and that's where red glow plays can mess with the survivor. Oh, he was confident he wouldn't be hit, and it paid off. He had time to go through the pallet, avoid the hit, and make it to the other one. He
did get zoned back into the back, though. Is the Huntress out of hatchets? I'm not really sure, because that was a dangerous spot.
I think that might be the case. I don't think our killer has moved on to anybody else.
Well,
maybe that suggested that she was out of hatchet.
Yeah, I believe the Huntress just reloaded, and they're still doing generators, so this is actually looking really good. Morph giving a really good run to this Huntress and allowing them to get a lot of generators done. It's actually, at first I was a little bit worried about the survivors with how bad that start went with the object, but it's kind of looking like they're recovering really well. Morph even managing to get a heal off here with this med kit, so they're
really nice here where he will see the killer going from either side. Will he though? Oh, get out! That heal has nearly happened. I think they'll try to do it very quickly. The killer opted to break that breakable wall and make that a more accessible part should anybody go there again. Morph did a great job diverting the attention, not going down. We see the poor object player look at the killer. As he sees the killer can't see him. So we'll see what happens.
This is very good though, because he can make sure to keep like a good distance and keep an eye out for long distance hatchets, because he can know what she's doing at all times. Well, unless she gets that close, then it becomes a little bit more hard. So at this
Even
point,
though they don't have to prevent the hook that's already happened, they can still use for the people on him and have Soul Guard trigger. Soul Guard again would protect him if he was picked up quickly. The hunter knows that someone with no miter can pick themselves up rather quickly, so I don't think they'll likely to slug. The gen got done despite everything. Oh.
That was a good juke there, yeah, but there's only one gen left, and Scorpions is probably almost, well, no, he went back and picked up Scorpions, so that's going to be a second hook. But there's only one gen left, and I think that's only the third hook of this match, so we might definitely have a chance for some Blood Warden plays at the end of this game, it's looking like.
Now, the problem with Blood Warden is that it is a bit of a predictable perk. Survivors will naturally try to 99 the exit gates, not fully open them, so that it doesn't have a chance to occur. The killer has to manage to hook someone, but also somehow trick survivors into opening the exit gates, unless they open them themselves. In which case, it would be even more obvious. So it's going to be really tricky.
This is where the pressure could be snowballing here, though. He does have two people on hooks. Scorpions just got unhooked, but Vixie just got put on a hook. If he can manage to get out there and get some more downs, he could snowball it from here, but looks like he just happened a little bit too quickly and is a little bit too far away. I think they're going to manage to recover.
I would most certainly do as we said earlier and go for the weak link in the chain. This time it would be Scorpions, who is vulnerable. And then Hook. Should he kill Scorpions, that would guarantee him 1 kill.
Ooh. Kosuke going down. Looks like he's going to be got the Scorpions too. I think he's going to get him as well. Both of them go down. Kosuke does have Unbreakable though, so that might... Oh, he's going to go get him.
This is really tricky. He could try to guess that because Scorpions didn't want to be hooked in the first place, that it's very unlikely that he didn't bring Decisive Strike, so he doesn't even have to worry about that. He can go, immediately pick him up, and secure the kill. That's exactly what he's going to do. Meanwhile, Kosuke reaches the second stage of his hook. Vixie on the hook still will reach second stage very soon, unless Morph, best player in the world, does something to stop any of this.
Yeah, everyone's just dying on hooks all around. Dixie went to struggle. I just got done saying about how the survivors were doing so well and Blood Warden was going to come into play, and now it all turned around. Scorpions is dead. Kosuke is actually in dire need of help too, in struggle state and almost half gone of that health state. Looks like Morph is probably going to get this unhook though, but man, this match definitely turned around.
Yeah, do we even know if they're working on any generator or do they need to restart?
Yeah, I don't believe they are.
I need to find one and start healing it from scratch. It seems like the survivors have a brief respite here, all of them being together, but we know that the killer has nurses and that he's ambushed them before, so they should choose the place they do this very carefully. Some nasty line of sight could happen there.
Yeah, this is a pretty good spot. That pallet with the right beside is probably the strongest pallet on this entire map, so I think that's why they chose to do it here. If the killer comes, they can throw that pallet and go up the stairs, or vice versa and get away.
Approaching. Oh, this killer cannot be pulled, but he can be trapped, and that is a beautiful pallet drop of taking advantage of the recovery, but he's on to Vixie now, who needs to play excellent. Oh my god, that was a great shot.
That was a fantastic throw from Sammy, my lord. Vixie going down again. She's going to be dead on hook because she did go to struggle on that first hook that she got. She did not get unhooked.
One, and I'm not even sure they are on gens, so...
Well, the very difficult part of Midwich as Survivor is just simply finding the generator. So that might be the struggle that they're having here. On a lot of these indoor maps, sometimes, especially when it gets down to the final 3 generators, it makes it very difficult because you're just walking around and it's not very apparent where the generators are. You kind of have to search hard for them. Although Morph is on them.
I mean, though, I would have never expected this map to be picked. So if survivors were making plans around the more conventional map, this probably took them completely off guard.
Absolutely. I would not have expected a Midwich pick from anyone, to be honest with you. This map is one of the more difficult maps to play on, and it's working out really well, though, surprisingly.
If I've heard correctly from Hunter's mains, this second floor obstacles are notoriously difficult to shoot over with your hatchets because the hitboxes are just so precise. So it really is a wonder how he got that hit earlier. It would be great to see that from a different perspective. You can tell that more from Vixie do very precise movements as maybe Survivor mains or more leaning towards Survivor main players, and that they know exactly what kind of moves to do to get the killer hesitating and maybe miss that hatchet. Another very strong pallet here. He's not going to give it up while he's got Dead Hard. I expect him to try to exhaust himself and then drop it.
He's getting really good use out of this. He's being pretty greedy not throwing it. He finally throws it down. He's going to... Not even Dead Harding.
Yeah. Wow, that is confidence right there.
Yeah, that is brave.
Do you think that Hunters will reload now? You cannot hit through that. Seeing that he's breaking the pallet, Morph decides to make a run for it. He's avoided. Oh, adrenaline comes into play.
The adrenaline kicks in. There's still a chance. Yeah, for Blood Warden, this just opens up Blood Warden plays now, because I'm assuming one of them is probably going to open the gate while the other gets chased, is most likely how this is going to play out. Once the Hunters find somebody, there, and right there it is, Kosuke getting chased. I believe Morph is probably going to go get it on a door now, and this could open up the possibility of a Blood Warden play.
Honestly, even opened the gate myself. With only other one survivor left, only one, he could just stall for 1 minute until he finds it.
True, that is also a good point. Morph is opening a gate. It's not quite done yet, so this hook won't activate Blood Warden unless...
Sure.
No,
he does not. He's got a hook. Nothing's holding Morph back. Oh, other than that hatchet to the
maybe a hatchet. Oh,
what is it?
He doesn't have that art from adrenaline. Oh, the jukes. Oh no, so close. Morph looks excited, man.
He is very happy. I think he will be at the top in terms of scoring. He's the only survivor to survive twice and kill everybody once, I believe. So he must be very pleased with himself. The rest of the team definitely used perks to help the object, and he just did his own thing and managed to get out by himself. Look at those points as well. A great performance by Morph, though. He was definitely strong in chase. Their strategy is as good as it was. It goes out.
Yeah, he absolutely played the match extremely well. There was a lot of good jukes there, but we can't take anything away from Sammy either. Sammy played that phenomenally because, like you said, that map is definitely not an easy Huntress map, and all things considered, that it went very well for him. We're taking a look at some replays here. This is, man, already right off the bat, the wildcard challenge going down like immediately, finding Scorpions right off the bat.
I think Vixie tried to pick him up with
for the people, yeah.
For the people. That somehow didn't work. It is very, very unfortunate. That could have given them a lot of oxygen early on to keep that challenge going. So the challenge was lost, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it still was a really fun game. We have been told that Sammy remembers up to 50 decimals. That was a great hit right there. Up to 50 decimals on the number pi. So I expect his big brain to have conjured up something. He couldn't quite get 4 kills, but still, I would say, given this map, he definitely did his homework and did amazing. And look at that!
That was such a good throw. My lord, that was good. Yeah, it was. This ending was so close. Morph was actually exhausted from adrenaline, so his dead hard wasn't up. And he had 2 different hatches here he had to juke, and he did it perfectly. That was such a close ending once again. Which is very, very ironic, because if you remember game 1, the exact ending of game 1 was Morph just barely killing Sammy before hatch. The exact same 2 players just barely get the end. And once again,
Sam had some feelings and wanted to settle the score here.
Yeah, but Morph coming out on top both times, just barely. That's actually really interesting. And that was, honestly, that was a fantastic match. I was not expecting to see Midwich come out, and that was a super interesting one. Unfortunately, the wild card just no chance. That one was rough.
I'm going to be of the opinion that I don't think it actually hurt them that much. Sammy did his job, and I don't think the result would have been that different. But Scorpion's dying was a bit unfortunate. Next up, we're going to see another Survivor main play the role of killer. Vixie will be giving this a go. Vixie is a notorious League of Legends streamer, if I'm correct, and she switched to Dead by Daylight and quickly fell in love with this game. I don't know what killer we could be expecting, so will she try to go for something out of left field, unexpected, something tried and true, something that's a bit more consistent? We don't know, but there's a lot that could happen. And remember, the killer does pick the map, so we could see something original like what we just saw right now. What will you be hoping for, Tofu?
I'm really curious to see if somebody's going to be going with like a stealth killer on an indoor map. No one's really taken advantage of any kind of a stealth killer play yet, and I'm waiting to see if that'll come in. Oh yeah, that's definitely bound to come in at some point. Although again, with Vixie's pool of killers, we have no idea really what to expect, so we kind of just have to wait and see. And we do have another wildcard vote. We've gotten 3 out of 5 of them so far. I think the only ones we haven't gotten are Toy Box and Butterfingers, correct? Or yeah,
Butterfingers. Headache we saw earlier. It seems like chat really wants to find out what's behind these, so they are favoring the vote.
Yep.
I believe we can learn a little bit more from Vixie, just like from our other 2 friends, with a video that we're going to roll out and watch and learn more about her.
The entire infinite. Holy shit, man. I love nurses, man. Well, friends helped me. Where's my hair? What the fuck? Bitch, give me my weave back. I'm really skittish. In real life. Ooh, shiny. Wait! Oh my.
Hey.
Right.
Yes!
And it looks like the poll is up, and it looks like Butterfingers is actually the one that came out on top here, which really curious to see what this one's all about with the Iron Grasp logo.
I'm going to say right now, I think this is the best one so far.
The team must escape from the killer's grasp twice in one trial. Ooh, so this is actually similar to what we were talking about earlier, except vice versa with the breakout plays that I expect to see. There could be some Sabo. I
really like this one. I think it does pose a challenge, but it gives the survivors a lot more flexibility on how to achieve it. Will they try to go for flashlight saves, which would count as escape? Will they try to pellet stun? That could be easy to set up with a bit of communication if they are so inclined. They could also try to use head-on to rescue someone. They could try to run decisive strike and force the killer to pick them up. There's so many ways this can happen. If survivors really squeeze their brains a little bit and think of a couple ways, they could make this happen very easily without really giving any clue to the killer. So that's really, really, really great.
Yeah, true. This challenge is a lot more diverse. I feel like some of the other challenges are very direct. Like you do this and you try to survive. This one has multiple ways it can be achieved. So I'm curious to see which one. They might just come at it at multiple angles. They might bring some flashlights. They might bring some breakouts and just see what they can do. And I'm curious to know if the killer is gonna bring in perks to counterplay this.
Yeah, what would you bring to stop this?
I guess Iron Grasp, but like Iron Grasp is one of those perks that normally isn't that great, so you'd be kind of giving up a potential good perk just for the sake of stopping a challenge.
Absolutely. One thing that could be really huge, you could bring Mad Grid to hit people.
True.
You could bring Lightborn to completely shut off any kind of flashlight save. Yeah, if the killer really wants to avoid it, they will have to alter their gameplay a little bit and look out for it. That being said, the survivors, they don't really need to go out of their way very much. They only need to bring a couple items, which they might have brought anyway. So this doesn't impact the gameplay as much. They'll be able to focus on what they do best. And meanwhile, Vixie will have to pick a killer. And we know that she's a survivor main. Actually, being from EU, I've actually played against her a time or two, I believe. She's very fun to play against, but very intimidating. These survivor mains, they know how to move. They play the game really tight. And I really don't know how that's going to translate as killer. Some survivor mains are really good killers as well. Some of them, they only play it barely. So I'm really hoping.
I think there's definitely something to be said about knowing how to play the other side that you play through. I think even if you only play a lot of survivor or only play a lot of killer, you can definitely see things that the other side does that works, and I think it definitely gives you an edge. I very often tell people that are trying to learn the other side, like if you're trying to be a good survivor, to play a little bit of killer, because you can see what works against you and really know what works. So I think even though there might be less experience on one side, I think there's still definitely something to be said about just being an experienced player and just knowing the actual game itself.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm very curious to know about the build here, because it's kind of like you said, this challenge could be hard countered by a build if Vixie wants to. I'm not really sure though, because like she could run Infectious Fright, could stop basically any pallet play, any flashlight play. Lightborn, like you said, or Franklin's could stop anything. Iron Grasp Vegetation. But again, if you do that, if you give up all your perk slots for the sake of stopping the challenge, then you might not be able to stop the gens. You might not be able to do the actual objective of killing them. So
exactly. Sometimes that needs to be more of an afterthought. We've definitely seen it happen in the previous matches where overcommitting to the challenge takes away from the main goal, which is to survive, or in the killer's case, to kill. And I think it's definitely not worth it to go for the side objective. I think survivors have it easy. The killer should stick to their plan, maybe bring or consider bringing a perk, like you said, but not completely stray from their tried and true strategy that they've probably been thinking about for a while. We'll see what it is they bring. I'm personally really excited to see if at this point, with many people already having played killer, if there's going to be any kind of sandbagging or intentional griefing to make sure that the person in the lead doesn't get that much further, or that person you can get close to finally goes down below you in the score. I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see what it is that this.
I would love to see some revenge from Sammy and Morph here with their history already in this tournament. Maybe dropping a pallet on Morph here or there, maybe. I don't know. You get the lead back,
Don't state that you need to help each other. Every man or woman is for themselves in this one. So there's absolutely nothing there to force them to be actually helpful to each other. So
that's a very good point. I'm really wondering if something that's going to come out. That would be really interesting if it does. I hope it does.
And now seeing that they don't really need to alter their perks very much, I think we'll have a very good insight on what each player likes to bring themselves, what it is the playstyle they go for. We've seen so far the very typical perks, some of them reserved for challenges, but now that there's nothing like that, I really wonder what it is we're going to see.
Yeah,
Even if Survivor's homework, I don't know what to expect, so...
There's still a lot of strong killer selections too that we haven't seen. Like we haven't seen a Spirit come out yet. We haven't seen a Pyramid Head or an Oni or anything. There's still a lot of very powerful killers that haven't been played. So that's a whole ordeal in itself, is what is even going to get selected here.
You're right, and I think it's worth considering that some of these killers have very, very good add-ons available. Oh, and talk about the Devil.
Speaking of. And that's really interesting. The add-ons she's running are the ones that make her charge speed faster for her power, and then also that makes her move faster while in her power. So faster charge and faster move speed. Ooh.
That's right. And we're on to the first phase. Scorpions doesn't have the ability to make distance here. We both take a hit. We now have to use Dead Hard. It seems like he's carrying over some of the perks from before, trying to help other people escape. Scorpions definitely helps the team. Doesn't look out for himself too much. He doesn't have Iron Will, so this Spirit will be able to track him rather easily, but they decide to split the pressure and hit someone else. We see more be injured, but Kosuke also being chased, so multiple survivors are being pressured, and this killer is killing it so far.
Yeah, lots of breakout and decisive strikes on the play here, because I believe decisive strike would still count.
Essentially, we saved Josh then. It's the first time he's not died.
Yeah, go with it that you saved me. I ran at you to hope that she'd change targets. And then she did.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
We can hear the survivor stomp and try to protect Josh a little bit more this time. We can call him lucky. Oh, we go back to the longer dukes. As ineffective as they might be, they do buy a little bit of time. And Sammy's build is very original. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh yeah, what's going on there with the flip-flop boil over? what is going on there?
Build of swords. Should Sammy ever be slugged for just a few seconds, he would recover quickly, move away quickly, and if he gets picked up, he could escape by himself. But these add-ons are doing wonders for the Spirit. Scorpion's very, very good dodge there, but unfortunately doesn't have any perks to help him make any more distance and goes down. It'll be for his first hook, I believe.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anyone around to try to help this wiggle out play either, so I don't think Scorpions are going to be able to get out. So still nothing on the wild card here. And lots of pressure coming out from the killer. One gen popping now, but I was going to say already, but honestly, the killer has been putting out plenty of pressure.
It's a wonder they've made it. I guess the fourth survivor that wasn't pressured did their job and pressured objectives. But just like Mirrors on our first match, stunning a Spirit is very difficult. Her movement is very erratic, very hard to predict. Her phase initiates in like a second on 45. 1.45, but with this add-on, it's about 1 second. It's very, very quick. So it's very, very hard to blind. It's very, very hard to stun, very hard to predict. They might need to just focus on objectives and hope that the challenge happens along the way.
Yeah, Decisive Strike might be the way to go here, trying to get a cheeky Decisive Strike off, seeing as how that's something that happens more naturally and organically rather than trying to be forced and, you know...
What? That grab? Hello?
Was a good play there. I'm not even sure what happened, but it looks like he lost track of him, and there's no one... Doesn't look like anyone's injured or being chased.
Yeah. Taking a hit against the Spirit is a really, really risky thing. Once you're injured, it's not just your footsteps, but now also your cries of pain, blood. so many things that they can listen
Yeah.
to. Very good
Yeah.
job by Kosuke there.
I saw that locker check.
Looks like they're gonna kick the gen
I got the
and
grab
not.
animation,
Well,
just didn't go through.
still not a lot of pressure coming out though. Really, like they're still free to do gen. Scorpions is injured, but and
They have
the
a
killer.
mean kill.
The killer does have Strider, so the injured cries are very loud. Very, very loud. Sammy
took the
almost
hit.
got grabbed. Yeah, almost got grabbed, but took a hit and is running away from the gen here, running off into the... And I think Sammy might have the strategy of running to the corner of the map with the perk setup that they have. So that might
could
be...
work, but I see it happening. Like this killer right now is chaining chases and hitting generators. He's always in the Vix is always in the flow, so it's going to be really hard to trick her into slugging anybody, seeing that she likes to hook and keep moving on. So it might come down to a more desperate time when there's too fewer generators to defend, that she has to be more picky with what she does. Right now, I don't think she'll have much incentive to slug anybody.
Ooh, good stun coming in, but power coming through. And it's really interesting to note that even though Iron Will makes you silent, Strider actually counters it a little bit. And even if you have Iron Will when the killer has Strider, you'll still make a little bit of sound. So I think Vixie might have known that coming into this, knowing that Iron Will was probably going to be a perk on the table, and ran Strider to counter it, which is very smart.
That makes everyone potentially very, very easy targets if she uses her ears correctly. And this is a particularly good map for the Spirit, I would say. Not very big, tons of different areas. You cannot really expect her to be funneled towards one palette, since every area has so many different openings. So you can see Kosuke here with Iron Will, as you said, still making noise. He can crouch, however, which makes it slightly quieter. And he seems to be doing that, waiting for that spring burst to be ready, and to be focusing on the objective.
I think he just wanted to get the tap on that generator and stop it from regressing, which is not a terrible play, because I think at this point they just want to get the objectives done as fast as they can.
I just wanted to make sure that the Spirit wasn't actually onto him, as we've seen Vixie do before. Phase and just magically appear next to someone, but she seems to be committed with Sammy, who did a really risky read there that paid off absolutely well done, Sammy. He needs to be not predictable, use his windows to his advantage, and
who's he gonna make this?
Pull it off, well done.
Playing very well, Sammy.
Yeah, used the windows perfectly, messed with his audio, didn't go through the window immediately. Very, very well done. That makes it very difficult for the killer who cannot see you when she uses her power. So that was a huge play from Sammy, and since Kosuke is being chased after finishing the gen in the main building, gens are being done, and we'll have to see the shape of the generators left. How big are they spread out?
Yeah, actually not too much pressure coming out here right now. The survivors are getting plenty done. No one's gone down in a while. There is some people that are injured, and when you're injured against Spirit, everything is kind of terrifying because she can just appear on top of you at any point. But it looks like they're even getting healed too, so Vixie's gonna have to try to make something happen here soon and try to get some pressure from these guys to stop this.
They are interrupted. I was absolutely wrong, by the way. The gen in the main building is still not done. So if they do that one and then they spread it on the other ones, they should have a good ending strategy.
Ooh, down under pallet here. This could be the opportunity to get the wildcard challenge.
It seems like Vix is onto someone else, though. As much as she's been chasing and hooking, it doesn't seem like anyone's dead just yet. And
she goes for it.
No one could do it. Wait, a breakout play?
Morph does have breakout. I believe Sabo's on the field too. I don't know if they're gonna take advantage of it.
Hold on for the, I believe that is the first escape from the killer's grasp. That will count one to Butterfingers. And we'll need another one in any way for them to get the challenge. So far, they're doing good on both fronts, with gens being done slowly but surely. Vixie is not far from a comeback, though. One of the survivors dead, and suddenly she could apply pressure to the other three very, very quickly. So that's probably what she'll be looking to do.
There are a ton of survivors injured. She is running Nurse's Calling too, so that also helps her. Strider and Nurse's Calling are both on the field for a killer, which makes that very dangerous having everybody injured. But again, they look like they're holding up okay. Like they're spreading out. They're doing gens. The gen in the main building is done.
There it is.
Yep. All the gens done. They the second part of the Butterfingers challenge still not done. They could still try to get that done if they want to like fully shut this out for the survivor team. And Morph goes down. Are they gonna try to make a play here?
It is possible that when Morph gets rescued, he could force the decisive strike grab, and that would immediately give him some time to get away and secure the second escape.
Okay.
That's the way I think they could do it right now. Otherwise, they might just run out of time.
You dirty League of Legends player. Play LeBlanc. Play LeBlanc or rage quit.
Sammy is injured though. This is very scary. Injured without Iron Will, so Sammy is really loud.
If he gets logged, could actually be part of his grand plan to make a getaway from the ground.
Do you have it?
Seems like Vix is away from the hook a little bit. Not too long though. Let's see what happens. He's on to Sammy. And we could hear Morph.
Under pallet once again.
No way.
Survivors are there.
This is great. He is getting that flip-flop prepared. Flip-flop will allow Sammy to escape a little bit quicker.
Morph with the decisive strike. There it is. There it is.
Very smart.
That counts.
That does count. That does count. We have confirmation that definitely does count. Challenge is done. Butterfingers complete. Complete. They don't got to worry about it anymore. All they got to do is get the hell out and not die is all they got to do.
Now the question is, will Scorpions grab Morph and stuff him in a locker so he cannot get an even bigger lead in score?
I'm sorry.
Sammy did go down, so what's going to happen? Is Basement here? I don't...
A little bit of... Oh, I believe Sabo.
Sabo?
Sabo is coming into play. Yep, it's happening. She can do it while he's injured. Oh, just a bit longer, just a bit longer. No!
So close!
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Unfortunately, you cannot take 2 hits because of the iframes, but she did as good as she could have, probably.
Kosuke goes down under the pallet though, and he is under pallet, so there could be a play made here.
There's no way Vixen will fall for it. No way. Surely she'll bait it.
All the survivors are there. They're all just standing there waiting for it.
Okay, the execute are not open, so this could go on for a very long time. Yeah, Vixie doesn't take some kind of decisive action here.
Where the fuck is she?
Okay. That was a good play. That was really smart, just standing above the pallet. They can't tell whether she's baiting it or whether she's teleporting, so that was a very smart play. Once again, trying to bait her power.
2 kills if he's able to just get everybody else injured. Power's being used. Wait, was she here?
Although she did slug Sammy, who has a basically full slug build. They're both up now. Both Sammy and Kosuke are both up.
That's a shame. It did look like the start of something great. Sammy being this close to the exit gate, he could potentially make a move to exit, but he's going to keep the 99 and instead look for some item. Maybe a medkit to help. Let's go again. A toolbox is not going to help very much at this stage, but it can reset. I think this is the first time we get to the endgame with all 4 survivors alive. Am I writing that?
Yeah, I believe that is definitely true. Yeah.
It would be in at least 1 survivor dead by the time the final generator was completed. So even though Vixie was a very fair killer,
I escaped the game.
she didn't manage to kill anybody early. Which makes the
never escape in history.
They left Sammy behind. The spirit's at the exit gate. Is Sammy gonna make it out? Is Vixie phasing? No, Vixie's not phasing. No. They left him.
No, they go back for him.
The pallet plate. Nope.
He does have a boil over, but I don't think that'll be enough to stop this killer from securing that hook. And probably that kill.
Yeah, Kosuke should probably get the hell out of Dodge, because I don't think anything's going to be happening here with an injured survivor. Oh, Sammy literally dead, so.
Get out of there, Kosuke. Oh, Vixie turned it a little bit around and secured that 1 kill with her performance with survivor that could amount to a considerable amount of points, but it was a very difficult match for her.
Yeah, that match was actually the survivors played that fantastic. Honestly, it was well played all around. Vixie made a lot of really good plays, but the survivors were just really on top of that. They managed to get the wild card challenge.
However, having a look at it now, you can tell that she has a myriad of information perks, but nothing really there to slow down the game, other than her own ability to just hook and keep survivors under pressure. That was very brave. Maybe a little bit difficult playing this on hard mode, if you will.
Yeah, that's a very interesting build. 4 perks that are all about finding survivors. Nothing really there to help slow it down, or nothing there to help in any other regard. It's just nothing but finding survivors. And that might have been actually what got her there, because these survivors they play very efficient. They're smart. They know to like split up and do gens. They don't make a lot of mistakes.
If she had a Pop Goes the Weasel with so many gens being done around, that could have been really, really painful, I feel. Even though we will never know. That's one thing that could have gone differently. That being said, we will be going for the final round of the European group, and our final survivor will be playing Killer very soon.
However, before we go into that, we got some replays from that last match, so let's check those out. This was the dead art juke there.
I at first. Well done, Scorpions. That was a good dodge. Very unlucky that he couldn't make it to that pallet. Kosuke was continuously using that sprint burst to a great effect, I would say. And there he just dodged her. Good job.
It's funny seeing how terrified they are, because the spirit's in play. It's such a strong killer. You got to be so afraid of getting found all the time, because it's so hard to stay away.
I think she was everywhere.
Yeah.
And here we see the play applying breakout so that the survivor wiggles off faster, dodging with Dead Hard, making sure that you're not out of position. And that was the first time they got a rescue. Very, very well done. Morph was actually, not only did he survive, he was actually responsible for both times the killer got stunned. So Morph is so huge.
Here's all 3 survivors ditching Sammy too. Man, that was really unfortunate at the end there.
I don't know what happened there. It feels like Sammy could have maybe gone for a different execute or find the hatch. That was very unlucky. He did do really, really well this match. I think everybody played excellent.
Yeah, that was a very well played match all around for both survivors and the killers. Honestly, I'm really surprised at all that so many of them got out. But hey, I mean, it was a close match. What are you gonna do?
And I think next up, we're going to have a match that we will have more to speculate about. Going into this one, we were quite blind. We didn't know what to expect, although it was a pleasant surprise. For the next one, we know a little bit more about our killer. It's going to be Scorpions. Scorpions has been playing as Survivor all of these matches, even though, admittedly, he doesn't play very much Survivor. But Scorpions is your killer guy. Now, many people know him because he is the Pig main. He plays Pig a ridiculous amount of time. According to a website that tracks statistics, he has 36,000 reverse bear traps placed on survivors. That's more than 4 times the amount that the next person on the scoreboard has. So that is huge. But what some people don't know is that it's not that he just plays Pig. He is a very good killer overall. He plays all the killers very, very well. He was a veteran killer before the Pig came out. And it's possible that we'll see his flagship killer and his flagship build shining in this next match. Are you excited for that, Tofu?
Yeah, I'm really excited. A lot of people don't realize too, you were talking about that stats page, he actually has the most survivors sacrificed as well, which is crazy. So the most survivors sacrificed out of any killer player is Scorpions. It's wild. I actually know him pretty well. He's a very good nurse player as well, so that could come out here, but it's hard to say. He's so well known for Pig that I feel like he almost has to.
Of course.
He almost needs to, but I'm really excited for this.
As everybody, it would be a big shock if he were to bring anything else.
True.
And plus, he's been getting the short end of the stick in all of his matches, being the object, no mither, having a harder time surviving. So maybe now he'll want to take that frustration out of the teammates and make sure that he goes out with a bang as a killer.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see it. We do have one last wild card to vote on for this one, and the only one we have not seen is Toy Box. Every other one has been seen. So feel free to vote on whichever one you guys would like to see, and you guys can vote by typing the number in chat corresponding to whichever one you would like to see. Feel free to type that in now.
And predictably, I think we see toy box being selected. What do you think is in store for us?
I don't know, but I'm excited to see. Can we see what toy box is, please? Collect at least 5 items and leave them in the basement?
I think this is a little bizarre.
Well, okay, there's so much to talk about here. So Plunder's Instinct obviously is a play.
Because you could you bring 4 items and then drop them and then just plunder the one in the basement that always spawns there?
Yeah,
I think that would be good.
I feel
They'll
like
just
you
have
could.
We're going to occasionally see survivors do a little trip down in the basement, leave their lunchbox, and then come out. It's going to be very cute, I think.
Man, is territorial imperative going to come into play here? I feel like it has to.
No, I don't think that will be the case. Now, some people like to experiment and try out different builds and try out different killers. I think Scorpions is a bit different. Just like Bruce Lee said, he's the guy that doesn't practice 10,000 kicks. He just takes 1 kick and practices it 10,000 times. He has a build that he really, really enjoys. It's set in stone. He uses it every time. So I expect to see that flagship build of his being brought to this match. Anything else would be quite a surprise, but we're in for it if it does happen. What do you expect?
I don't know. You basically called him the Bruce Lee of DBD, so I'm pretty excited to see now, to be honest with you. I think it could be close, man. I feel like if I saw this challenge on the table, no matter what, like, how do you not take advantage of it? You know people are going to be going down to the basement all the time. It's going to be really hard to resist taking a perk slot and not doing that, or even honestly the possibility of just kind of just chilling down there and waiting for him, you know what I mean?
It wouldn't be a crazy thing if he was just to find people there. Survivors could of course anticipate this and be very cautious and just talk it out, plan it out, and make sure that they all do it at the same time later into the match when the killer doesn't quite expect it as much. So it's going to be really, really fun seeing a really, really experienced killer handle these survivors. We still have some really good survivors in there, and we'll see how he handles it. Now, what I'm very, very curious about is what add-ons and what map he's going to pick. There are many, many fun picks that I know Scorpions loves, but those include ultra-rare add-ons, which are not allowed by the rules. And without the presence of those, I wonder if he'll just go for the brown combat straps, for example, to use his power a bit more in chase, or if he'll try to go for something else. Unfortunately, some of the more fun and crazy add-ons for pick are of higher rarity. What do you expect he would bring?
I'd be willing to bet he goes with combat straps and maybe either Last Will or videotape as a secondary, because those are pretty just standard good add-ons that complement her dash really well. And you know he loves using his dash. So
he loves it.
We're still assuming he's playing pig. I would be shocked if he didn't.
Scorpius is a bit of a purist. He does not like to use slowdown perks. When he plays stronger killers like Nurse or Spirit, I've seen him many times just play with 1 perk because he really does enjoy the challenge. And he still performs really well despite doing this and putting so many disadvantages up on himself. So it's going to be interesting just exactly how much the survivors can use this information against him and play it really safe and know that it's a pick so that he won't be able to sneak up on anybody and try to do that first jam before anybody gets a reverse bear trap on them, which will, of course, change the flow of the game. It's going to be interesting how the survivors play it. Will we see some spine chills? Will we see
That's what
some
I was
perks?
thinking. Yeah. I would expect some spine chills to come in for sure. I would absolutely bring spine chill into this matchup. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one of the indoor maps here. Possibly like Larry's or nope. Well, here we are.
Is this the chapel or the disturbed ward? We need a bit of info to see. It looks like it's a chapel.
Yeah, it's chapel. And he is playing pig. And it looks like he has combat straps, and I believe that's the broken syringe.
Broken syringe. That's right. Oh, he did find his way to a survivor. The combat straps allow him to crouch a little bit quicker and uncrouch a little bit quicker. This doesn't seem so impactful, but it's actually huge. That little bit of time saved allows him to use his power very aggressively on loot. The broken syringe, despite being a round add-on, has a lot of utility. It gives him less of a cooldown if he misses an attack. So again, very aggressive stuff. It was maybe baiting out the dead hard there. The marking of a really experienced killer is to wait out for it. And even though he put down a reverse bear trap very quickly, 1 gen is already been done.
Yeah, that gen got done so quickly. My God, that was insane. He got that gen. He got that down like relatively quick, and that gen just flew by. It is really interesting to see his build as well. You are kind of right with the whole purist idea earlier. He's not running any slowdown perks.
You noticed this? Okay, so we've seen 2 interesting things. One, one person is running Spine Shell, so we were correct in that assessment. I think they knew what they were going up against, and we also, I think we saw Vixie clear a totem to be able to heal herself later with inner strength. We see her now go for the unhook, and they have a bit of time to heal quickly before the trap is active. There's almost no rush because the trap is inactive, so they should have more than enough time to get that trap off. Until then, though, that person will not be doing gens or helping the team very much. Scorpion's playing the Shack very well here. Kosuke will be. Oh, that was a great one by Scorpions. His experience really shows. Another bear trap is put on 2 people that will be not helping the team. Another one hopefully coming for the rescue. That leaves 1 person doing generators, which I think is Morph right now, if the artists don't lie in the distance. Yep, no, it's Vixie. And
all 3 of them.
They're working on generators despite having a bear trap on.
That's very risky. Very risky not taking off that bear trap and instead doing gens, because when that activates, if Scorpions decides to harass them a little bit and keep them off of the pig boxes, then that hack could absolutely get a kill.
He got ridiculously close before they noticed him.
I don't even know where he came from. I didn't even see him, honestly. That scared me. Holy. He gets a hit on Morph, and they do get the unhook, but I mean, he has a good bit of pressure right now. He's definitely getting around the map and getting a lot of hits.
And we can see that the challenge really is not that impactful. We haven't seen anybody go to the basement as of yet, so they might be doing that later. So far, maybe that's what's kept them so focused on generators.
We do see the basement in the main building, though, so that's really interesting. It's very center of the map. So
that was close. Good call by Vixie to drop that pal earlier, not leave anything to luck.
Looks like he's running out to a dead zone, though. There's nothing out here.
Maybe a dead card to make distance. Oh, it actually took the killer into using dead card and a babe for that. It was a very good attempt, but she really did have little to work with. Very good job by Vixie, who just happened to be in a bad spot.
3rd reverse bear trap coming out, though. We have 3 people with reverse bear traps on right now.
That is crazy. This is why Scorpions doesn't like his slowdown perks. He believes that if he plays well enough, he will be able to slow down the game by himself.
Look what we got. Look what we got. Sammy in the basement. I don't know if he brought an item down, but he's definitely pulling on another one right now.
I imagine he would place them next to each other. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a flashlight, and we're 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. We're almost there. Sammy putting in work for the team.
Entity rubbing its fingers.
Now, all they got to do, every survivor just has to take a trip down to the basement, leave their item, and then bam, that easy. It's that easy.
That being said, they have to do generators, avoid the killer, do the little trip to the basement. That's a lot of things, and someone could forget, so good use of that pallet. Tiny around the corner, and Kosuke, probably not the primary target of this pick. But that being said, there's still 2 people with reverse bear traps on, so she doesn't have a lot of choice. She might have to chase the person with a reverse bear trap on. Usually, if you're given a choice, a pig will choose to go for the person that's doing objectives instead.
Yeah, however, I don't think he has much of a choice here. I think he's just kind of taking whatever chase he can get. That was a really good fake on the window, but that window is just so powerful. It's really hard to get any really mind game going on it when the survivor's paying attention.
Oh, that was a really good job by Scorpion. Spine Shield, let's not forget, with Spine Shield off, I think Kosuke can guess that this killer is not committing to him. So that was good, knowing that Spine Shield is off. That means the killer is still looking away, most likely going away as well. Gens are being gone in the distance.
Vixie's about to activate the reverse bear traps on both Sammy and Kosuke, though, which is kind of interesting because that puts more pressure on them now to go get those off ASAP.
Do you think they've already had time to perhaps do a search or 2? If so, it should be no problem. Uh-oh. A skill check was missed. That will alert the killer, slow it down a little bit. Spine Kill is on and off.
It looks like Sammy's being chased because the hat is not active, though. So I think, well, looks like it's chasing and getting dropped.
Yeah. Perhaps he's running into the killer while he's hitting someone else.
Yeah, like you said, I believe Scorpions is most likely going to be trying to leave those survivors alone because they're already not doing anything very productive. You know, they're going to be running around and not doing gens and instead taking off their hat. So it's much more valuable to chase the survivors without.
This was the critical time of the game. He has 1 reverse bird trap left, and if survivors manage to get out from these reverse traps for free without that much pressure being inflicted, I think the rest of the game will be harder.
Brutal Strength actually coming in really useful there. He kicks that pallet right as he passes by to not give him too much space, but he then bails from the chase. So he's not on Morph anymore. He's going to bail and try to find somebody else.
If you would use Whispers to more or less figure out where other people are. He must have realized that Morph was in a decent spot with plenty of pallets to spare, and that he should be pressuring someone else, which is a really good idea. That being said, some people would think that maybe enduring and brutal strength would be a bit overkill just for pallets, but pallets are very strong against the pig. Once they're dropped, it's much harder to use your ambush in a chase, so they want to, Scorpions no doubt wants to get rid of them quickly and use his power aggressively, which so far the survivors I think are doing fine against.
Yeah, these survivors are actually playing this match really well. I thought this was going to be a very difficult one considering Scorpion's experience, but they're holding their own very, very well. Only 2 gens left, only 1 reverse bear trap left, and they're in a really good spot right now. Only 1 person injured and being chased, the rest full health. The 4th gen popping.
They didn't any extra perks for this challenge to be done, so they could bring everything. And they probably, more so than in the other rounds, had a really good idea of what they were up against. So all of that plays in their favor.
I wonder if Sammy's going to try to deliver this map to the basement. Sammy's the only one that's contributed to the challenge yet. Sammy might do this challenge completely solo for all we know, honestly.
Do you think that's him just taking the initiative, or is it something they've come to the agreement that he'll be the one scattering items down there?
I'd be willing to bet that he just took the... Oh, he actually got hooked in the basement. So, hey, that's pretty convenient because now they can go down, get the unhook, and then drop items. That's actually kind of good. Weirdly, it's kind of good for them.
Wait, we're actually playing the survivors' favor. That would be almost too good.
It seems like it might be that way. This is one of the only times getting hooked in the basement's actually in your favor when you gotta deliver items down there. So it's hard to see.
Very hard endgame here. Vixie running Adrenaline. I believe Morph also running Adrenaline. I could be wrong. If they manage to get Kosuke out of the hook, he will be running Sprint Burst and Decisive, as you can see. So it will be hard to pick a target. I think right now Sammy would be the most appealing one, but the killer's not onto him just yet. Vix is being chased. Elsewhere in the map. Oh,
they got to get down there and save him. He's almost dead. He's got only a little bit left.
Yeah, Vixie can find a locker or a kill with her medkit. Sammy in an unfortunate position here.
No one saved Kosuke. He's dead. Gone.
That's unlucky.
Wait, when he dies, his item might drop below his feet and get delivered. He might have delivered his item with dying.
He did. Kosuke did contribute, I suppose. Oh, wait a minute. Someone's going into the basement. They dropped another item, and that might be the 4th or 5th. Let's see.
Looks like there's 4.
I found 4 at least. Yeah.
Yeah, there's 4 items down there for sure. That is definitely 4.
I think the graphic on screen is confirming that we have indeed 4 out of 5. So now the challenge is doublefold. They need to get Sammy out of there.
Or he dies. Just saying, if he dies, his item will drop. So either way, I think they... Oh, well, there you go. That one was a little bit further away from the rest of the family. That's like the reject of the items. But well, 6. We're 6 out of 5.
Okay. Crazy idea. What if the killer brought Franklin's to make the items disappear?
Oh, that would be crazy.
That would be quite distinct, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a decisive. Is he picking up someone with DS? Yep. Decisive strike coming through.
Vixie's inching her way to the basement. And I don't think they have any more decisives there to help them.
Yeah, no, I believe Morph is... I think that's Morph's first hook, though. So they kind of have a lot to work with here. If they can heal up and get themselves together, they might be able to still get out of this.
Vixie still has an inner strength that she could... Oh, no! She didn't commit to it. She doesn't have borrowed time, so getting Morph out of there would have been very risky. And Pig will not let anybody go into that basement.
Gonna try to get that inner strength heal, but man, they're both injured. And with a survivor in the basement and you're injured, it makes it almost impossible to make a play because you can't really...
I think that at best they can get an exchange, but what do you get out of it, really? You will just be giving your life for someone else to escape, and God knows we don't want Morph to escape all of his matches, or else he will never...
That was a fantastic fast vault on that. He got the perfect angle for that fast vault that avoided getting hit, and then his live came through to get to the door. But I think Scorpions is going to come back here. Yeah, Scorpions is here.
They take a very critical hook, allowing Morph to make it through the window, and now it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen next. That diversion from Sammy was actually excellent. Well done.
Are these guys all going to manage to get out? Is that actually going to happen?
That would actually be very remarkable.
I think Vixie is looking for another inner strength play, I believe.
That would be the smartest thing. They now have a countdown of 2 minutes, which will go at 50% the speed if anybody goes down. So they have plenty of time to. Morph is gonna need a really good dead hard. I don't think he can pull it off.
He's got to print it just right. Oh, Scorpion's looking out for it. He's gonna make it. Oh, it's so close. Heal him. He got out. They're out. Vixie, I believe, is gonna be healing in a locker.
That's right.
Hatch.
And what a convenient place for the hatch to be. Amazing plays by the survivors. You can see Morph being extremely happy about that.
Robbed off of a hit then that was completely game changing. Feels good.
Scorpion's not happy. I think he might be talking about the window vault.
Yeah, it's possible. He did play an extremely fair game all around and really didn't play dirty at all. Given that he had people with reverse bear traps, he didn't play dirty at all. And he must have been a little bit frustrating. He still did really well, showed us why he is a really good killer man in some of the plays that he did. Hopefully we'll see some of them in a minute. And it was still really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm actually very impressed with the Survivor team to manage to get 3 people out of that match. That was good. On top of getting the challenge done too.
I would have, if I was a captain of that team, I would have told them to get out. I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah, that was they crushed it. They got 6 out of 5.
Each person did their part really well. Sammy got him just far enough for Vixie to make it down. Vixie got the very critical body block at the staircase, and then she didn't take the window because she knew that she could use the speed from the hit to make it to safety, and that window was left for Morph, who used it to just avoid the killer for that tiny little second so that he could make more distance. And on top of that, the dead heart at the end was just beautiful, just enough distance. And with Sammy blocking in as well, that was all so good.
Yeah, very well played. And I honestly feel like maybe I could definitely see why Scorpions was frustrated there. That was a very, very close loss.
And
let's welcome back in Friskk.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me back. Yeah, I was watching the entire time, and I gotta say, I was shocked. I didn't think that we would have that ending outcome there for Scorpion's Piggy, you know?
Yeah, it was a crazy match, honestly. All the matches were pretty wild. I saw some selection, like some of the selections were things that I didn't think anybody would choose Midwich. Like that was a crazy one to me. The Blight pick was a huge deal.
Great.
Yeah, there were a lot of the matches were pretty wild, honestly. And I believe they're going to be tallying up the scores, and we'll be able to figure them out soon. But honestly, a very impressive show from everybody.
What do you think the NA groups will do? Will they be a bit more classic in their approach? Will they try to innovate as well and bring something unexpected? What are your expectations for that?
It's hard to say. I feel like people are probably going to stick with what they know. I feel like that's probably what people. We've seen it so far. Everybody's been playing the same people that they have talked about playing, and the people that they've mained. Like not many people have gone with sneaky picks that are unexpected. People are pretty much doing what they know, and I think that's probably going to continue.
Yeah, honestly, going the safe route with a killer and or survivor builds that, each, contestant is really familiar with is going to be the best course of action. Because, at the end of the day, they are competing for these, for these subs and these prizes. So it wouldn't make any sense for them to go, you know what? I think I'm going to try nurse today.
Yeah.
But you know what? It looks like we have Morph on the line.
Hello.
Oh, Morph. Hey, Morph. So,
how's it going?
You mostly it's I'm fine and dandy like cotton candy. How you doing?
Not too bad. Relaxed.
That's good. Yeah, you were definitely very relaxed in that match. So, speaking of relaxed, your plays were impressive and seemed almost effortless. So was there any point in the matches where you felt even the slightest bit of pressure?
Not pressure. I think we've all been playing Dead by Daylight for a very long time. So no real pressure. Maybe the killer game. The killer game's a bit of pressure because I'm not that good of a killer. I don't play much killer. So that game's a bit scary, but the survivor games were just business as usual, really.
Yeah, and and you mentioned that you don't really play killer games, which starting off, everyone knew that you were mostly a survivor main. So when you picked nurse and everyone said that you didn't play killer very often, I was expecting a whispering potato, but you delivered. How much have you actually played killer and specifically nurse?
2 hours before the stream, or 2 hours before the games we played. That was all
2
I need.
hours
That's just
day
how.
for the past
That's just
year.
how killer. Mate, that's just how easy killer is. It's just 2 hours of training, and that's all you need. I'm the best.
Not everybody.
I
is
joke. I
just-
joke.
So you didn't really only play nurse for 2 hours.
Oh no, I've played nurse, over on and off over the however many years, but I just got a solid couple of hours in. Just get you. It's killer. Like nurse is something. It's like muscle memory. You just got to get used to it, get into the rhythm of things, and it was okay in the end, I guess. I did all right. I think they were.
How did it feel to get hit on twice though?
I did. You know what? I was. Okay, not to make excuses, but on my screen he was fully out of the locker, and so he was. So on his screen he was as well. So that was weird. But I think the locker stuff and the challenges made it easier for me because I knew they were going to be chilling in lockers, so I was always going to get a free hit most of the time, and it slowed the game down a bit. I think if the challenge wasn't there, I might have only got a couple of kills. So that helped definitely.
Wow. Well,
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, really good sportsmanship. And to be fair, you cleaned up. You cleaned up in all of these matchups. So, how do you plan on spending your copious amounts of winnings?
I'm going to get another set of tires for my second Lamborghini.
Wow. Humble words from the humble morph. My goodness.
I'm going to buy a new mouse, so I can become a better esports gamer. That's what I'm going to do.
Money spent wisely, even though I really don't think you need the mouse. I think you're doing pretty great right now, but
Thank you.
I think that's all the time we have for Morph. But Morph, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much for putting on. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to viewing the rest of the day, and I hope it all goes as swimmingly as it has so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morph. So right now we are going to be spamming all of the links to all of the contestants who just played in the EU first EU matchup, and we're going to be dropping those gift subs in their chats as well, so you can actually go and see all of your favorite Fog Whisperers receiving all of their winnings here in just a moment. Coming up, we have NA1 matches and an interview with Joris. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Into the Fog.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Malvar, and I'm the influencer manager for Dead by Daylight and Dead by Daylight Mobile.
Don't you mean DBBTSR Mobile?
No, Trapper. I'm here to talk to you about the Fog Whisperers.
Oh, look at the time, gotta go.
The Fog Whisperers are partners of Dead by Daylight, and they create awesome content, such as live streams, YouTube videos, and animations. At every chapter, we provide them with blood points in the PTB and Oryx cells to buy cosmetics. They also receive DLCs for giveaways and content to reveal to the community.
Quiet.
The Fog Whisperers are represented by this logo, shown on streams and videos. They can also be worn in-game too, as charms on their hooks or butts. Now you might be wondering, how does one become a Fog Whisperer?
Yes, I was wondering that, but can you tell me everything all over again? What is Fog Whipperer?
Next scene, please? The Dead by Daylight team is always looking for killer content, so be sure to tag us and include hashtag Into the Fog. And who knows, maybe you'll be next to whisper in the fog.
As you all know, we have had crossplay for an entire week. And the person who runs the team responsible for something that has been so highly anticipated amongst the entire community is the one, the only, Jolis.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So I'm with Loki. I hope you don't mind. She's answering with me.
Oh, she's so cute. I love her already. Did she help code the crossplay?
No, not really. She's just here to help me taking decision and doing stuff.
Oh, okay. So moral support. Got it.
Exactly.
So as everyone already knows, Jolis, you basically are head of, creating the crossplay for the platform. Could you tell me a little bit more of what your role entails over at Behavior?
So I'm product manager in the Dead by Daylight team. I work on several topics, such as the Stadia version of the game that is coming in September. And also I'm working on cross progression and crossplay. So I think that we are here today to talk more about crossplay. So the idea is I worked the last year with the team to pitch the crossplay, identify what can be the risk and how we are going to make it happen. And now that it's released, I'm just making sure that everything is working well.
Awesome. And it has been a week, and so far so good, hopefully, I think. But what was ultimately the reason and decision for you implementing crossplay? Was it, the entire what do you call it? Just everyone in the community as a whole sort of going, where's crossplay? Where's crossplay? Or was this something that was already on your timeline?
That's one of the most popular community requests when I start working on it. The game is live since 4 years on a lot of platforms now, and all those community keeps growing. The PS4 one is really big, the PC one too, and we wanted to merge all this community into a big one because it makes sense for us that all the DBD players can play together. So we know that the game, when you play it with friends, is super fun. That's hilarious to hear your friend just screaming in the mic, saying that he's getting chased. So that was one of our wish to break that platform barrier. And also now it's quite standard in the industry, like with games like Fortnite or Call of Duty Warzone. We know that crossplay become something common to all games. So we wanted to make the same move for DBD. So it was like a year of work from a big team, like 15-20 persons, to make it happen. And we also run a tons of interview with players, beginners, and also advanced players to identify what could be the risk of bringing crossplay. So yeah, that's now the result of more than a year of work.
Wow, more than a year of work, about 10 to 15 people on the project. That is an incredible feat on your part. So that is absolutely incredible. And I'm sure the entire community is so thankful and so happy that crossplay is finally now available. So now that crossplay has been released, what are the next steps? What do you have coming up in the future in terms of crossplay?
Yeah, that's not the end of the work. In fact, like most of the work is still there. So we are monitoring the situation, making sure that the crossplay is something really big and cool for the community. We need to ensure that they really enjoy playing with players from other platforms. And we are also checking that it has a positive impact on several factors of the game, such as the matchmaking, the balancing. That's the two biggest challenges when we bring crossplay to a DBD. So we are just checking the metrics and the data coming from all the games, from all players, and based on these data, we will take the decision to keep the crossplay alive, maybe change a bit the way we are making the crossplay, or if it's going well, the worst case scenario will be to remove the crossplay in order to work on a proper fix or on another solution. But so far, everything is working well. So I really hope that we will keep that implementation for the future of the game.
Wow, that is incredible. I really hope that things keep going in a positive direction. And one of my favorite things about behavior is how you, as a team, continue to implement these changes and these improvements. And with these implementations, you decide if it's good, if it's bad, and you're always doing a lot of just sort of trial and error, seeing if it works. If it doesn't work, let's fix it and then let's make it better. And, I admire that. I think you and your team are doing a fantastic job. Thank you so, so much for everything that you are all doing over there.
Thanks to all the feedback that we receive from the players, we have the possibility to try stuff and quickly change and take new decisions to ensure that the game is still fun to play. So we'll keep listening at player feedbacks.
And one last question. So when it comes to crossplay, obviously we know that Dead by Daylight is available on all platforms for the most part. Which platform do you like to play on, Julius?
So I'm more a PC player, but I also play a lot on my Switch because we have business trips, and when I'm leaving for holidays, I'm super happy to have my Switch. So now knowing that I will be able to play with my friends or even colleagues to DBD while I'm on holidays is super fun. I'm really looking forward to play with my Nintendo Switch on a desert island or in a chalet at the mountain. So and that's cool. I really like the fact that we can connect people at any time.
Awesome. That's really good info. And yeah, I love this Switch, especially when you're going on trips and you're going places. It's just right in your hands and you can play Dead by Daylight literally anywhere. So that's an actually excellent answer, Julius. Well, that's about all the time we have for today, Julius. Thank you so much again for your time. And everyone stay tuned for more Into the Fog goodness. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good. Right, good timing, good timing. Did you catch that, Mandy? Did you catch that? Hey! Thank you guys. Thank you, DVD, for the 51 sub gifts. He's still in the tourney. Nope. I'm okay now. That's where the funds go to. So that was unlucky. Thank you so much. If any of you guys got gifted a sub, I hope you enjoy the cutest fox.
A lot of fun. It was pretty overwhelming. Trying to keep up with anything you guys were saying was impossible. Voldar, 10 gifted subs, thank you. And you were all gifting subs like maniacs. Viscerain gifted 5, I was in with 9, Derbidas with 8, Sora Katie with 5, Crazy Sam with 4, Blue Turtle 3, Undead Scyther 5, Proto Peach gifting 2 more subs, Lost Queen, 3 months, Sean. Even Sean subscribed. Good God.
Ooh, hello. DVD. Flipper now. Thank you for the 44 gifted subs. It was a pleasure taking part in that. It was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Into the Fog. I'm Friskk, Fog Whisperer, content creator for Dead by Daylight. I do voice acting, hosting, and so much more. And I am your main host, as well as my co-hosts, and as well as commentators, Tofu and Otzdarva. So we had so much going on during that break. We had an interview with Jalise about the crossplay. We saw a ton of amazing art, and then we even got to see the Fog Whisperers taking in all of those winnings, which was really, really sweet. What did you guys think about it? How about you, Tofu?
I thought it was awesome, man. It was cool to see everybody, all the subs that got gifted out. Very well deserved too, man. Those guys played some really good games, and it was really cool to see.
Oh yeah. And what about you, Otz?
I honestly, it was everything I hoped it would be. People played really well. The challenges were really fun. Everyone tried their best, I think. I hope the NA players will be up to that level. I'll be sitting out for the first couple matches, but after that, I'll be joining back to commentate those as well.
Yeah, no, thanks for tapping out, Otz. I appreciate it. I look forward to shoutcasting the next 2 matches with Tofu. And then for those of you who were curious, with the previous EU block, the person who took home the most subs was, no surprise, Morph at 75. We had Kosuke with 36, Sammy MJ with 55, Vixie with 51, and Scorpions with a whopping 44. So everyone, technically, is pretty much a winner. So now we're going to jump into our second round of matches, which is going to be our first North America 1 group. So if you are unfamiliar with how this works, if there's some of you just tuning in, I'm going to explain it to you, no problem. So first off, we've got 5 Fog Whisperers who join together and take turns playing the killer. Survivors will attempt to escape. Killers will attempt to sacrifice survivors to the entity. Survivors will also have a secret wild card. Objective to complete, voted by you, the audience. So keep in mind to make sure you vote for your favorite wild card. You have no idea what the challenge is going to be, but so far they've all been pretty dang funny. And of course, how the survivors win the subs. 5 subs to any escaping survivor, 1 sub to any survivor in a trial when a generator is completed, 5 additional subs to all escaping survivors upon completion of a wildcard challenge. And as for the killer, 2 subs for each survivor claimed by the entity, or 10 subs if all survivors are killed in a trial, totaling up to 10 subs entirely for each competitor. And here we have our bracket of players. Oh my goodness. So, you know, the first group was our EU, so we're going into our North America. So this is going to be the second column there. So cauliflower, crunchy egg rolls, barbecue, box ghost, and stream dad. Perhaps one of your favorites? Do you recognize anyone? Make sure you're tweeting out with hashtag Into the Fog about who you think is going to rise above the rest. The West. Rise above. And our first killer is Stream Dad. Now, I don't know if you know Stream Dad, Tofu, but he is quite possibly the most wholesome, just Dead by Daylight player in the history of Dead by Daylight.
Oh yeah, I feel like if you can literally take wholesomeness and like somehow mold it into a living, breathing person, this is what would come out. Stream Dad. This man is like literally the kindest soul I think I've ever seen ever. I think his whole stream is based around being inclusive and welcoming, and honestly, he's an absolute gem in the community. It's gonna be interesting seeing him play killer though. I don't think I see him play killer very often. Most of the time that I tune into his streams, he's playing Survivor, so I'm not really sure what to expect coming out of this match.
Yeah, he plays a lot of Survivor with his community. He's incredibly inclusive. And I've seen him play killer sometimes, but unlike some of us tryhards, like, I don't know, myself, Stream Dad is not a tryhard. When Stream Dad plays killer, he plays to help educate and almost kind of train the other survivors, you know, helping them and getting them to be more familiarized with the map, giving them a fighting chance. And a lot of the time, he doesn't even kill them. So yeah, I wonder if that whole outlook is going to change with this competition.
Oh, he's gonna have to be a killer now. And we have 5 new wildcard challenges to vote for. These are brand new, fresh out of the oven. So feel free to vote for whichever one you guys want just by typing the correlating number in chat. It'll send a vote. We won't get much details now, but once the vote is complete, we'll let you guys know what the challenge is, and then we can go from there.
And it looks like we've got a video about Stream Dad. Let's learn a little bit more about this wholesome Dead by Daylight character.
Hi everybody, Stream Dad here. Most people call me Dad or Pops. I'm also referred to as Dad by Daylight. I'm a Survivor main with almost 6,000 hours in the game, and I'm still the biggest potato playing. Still, no matter how bad my gameplay is, I'm always having fun most of the time. I'm a proud Fog Whisperer. I'm also a huge advocate for ovarian cancer awareness, and I run a totally family-friendly and non-toxic Dead by Daylight stream. Hope to catch you in the fog sometime, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Take care.
All right, coming back in here. Looks like Milkman won by a long shot, by quite a bit. So let's see what this challenge is. Okay, one survivor must successfully remove themselves from a hook using deliverance in the trial. That's actually not too bad, I gotta say. Considering a lot of the other challenges we've seen today, this one doesn't seem too terrible. Definitely something that could be done.
Yeah, absolutely. And out of all of the challenges I've seen, this specific one, Milkman, this seems like an absolute breeze. But then again, it kind of depends on the way Dad wants to kind of, you know, approach this. Because if he doesn't hook anybody, then nobody can get Milkman, right?
Oh, true.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, for all we know, he might, you know, go an Oni route and decide to, you know, be a slug master.
Or inversely, he could play Pyramid Head and just send everybody to cages and not even give them a chance. That is also an option.
Oh, decisions. I wonder what Stream Dad's really gonna go with. I really enjoyed his video as well. I love the fact that he's such a huge advocate for ovarian cancer. You know, that's where his color for his stream comes from. You know, his beard, that beautiful blue color. The story behind that, he actually his wife had ovarian cancer, so everything he does for her. Isn't that so sweet?
Absolutely adorable, honestly. I love it. He's looking like a blue beard Bill right now. That looks amazing. That is a good look, I gotta say.
Look at him.
That is a good look. You'll love to see it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I love it.
I'm really curious to see what these guys are going to do as far as this wild card, because It sounds easy, right? Like just one deliverance, but I wonder if they better not underestimate it though, because if only say if only like 2 of the people in the survivor team are running deliverance, then if they don't get the unhooks early, or if they're the first people to get hooked, they might not be able to get their deliverance off. So hopefully they know better, and hopefully maybe, I mean, if I was them, it would probably be wise if all 4 of them ran deliverance, just to be sure that they got the challenge done, because it definitely could go south if they try to play a little bit more conservative and risk it.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I would be anticipating them all trying to run deliverance, and I would probably be that person who does play Pyramid Head, who does send them to those cages of atonement, and I'm not gonna let them get the chance.
Yeah, but again, Stream Dad's just so wholesome. Do you think he has it in him? I don't know if he has it. I don't know if he has it in him to do that. I'm not sure. But again, I still don't know what to expect out of him as far as the killer selection. I have not seen very much killer play from him, and even he's mostly a survivor player. So when the killer does come out, I think it's just a very big variety, and I don't really know if there's any way for us to predict really what's coming.
Yeah, no. Is he going to be ruthless? Is he going to be the killer that, you know, some people expect him to be, especially in a competition? Or is he going to remain just that sweet stream dad? Oh man.
Either way, I'm really excited to see what happens. He also gets the map choice as well, which I don't really think the map choice affects this that much. Most other challenges, like the map plays a very large role in it, but I don't think this one it really matters too much. So I think he's just gonna be probably going with whatever killer map combination he's the most comfortable with.
Oh,
and I'm
yeah,
really curious to see what that might be, because a lot of people prefer different things. Some people prefer indoor maps, and they think it's a lot easier to kill. They have like notoriously some of the best kill rates on all the maps. But then a lot of people like maps like Cool Tower because of how tiny they are. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what his preference is as far as what he wants to kill with.
I know, Tango. I have no idea what Stream Dad's gonna do either, but you have some really great takes. I really appreciate it. I think you are right. You know, Dad is very wholesome. And look at the match starting now.
Hillbilly, huh?
Hillbilly.
Ah, that's interesting. All right, so yeah, he's got Hillbilly with a pretty solid build. His add-ons are I honestly can't even recognize these add-ons. They just recently got reworked, so I'm not even entirely sure what they are.
Yeah,
but
I have no idea what they are either.
Yeah, but he has a pretty good build on here. He's running Overcharge and Nurse's Calling and Discordance. He's got 3 different tracking perks, which I find interesting. He's already got a hit. This match like just started, and he's already got a hit on Kayla, who is running away here.
Yeah, yeah, she is definitely making a run for it. Wounded. I mean, she's got that iron will, so if she can get to a nice little corner where he won't be able to see her, she could just definitely just be quiet and hopefully avoid getting hooked.
Ooh, looping around this pallet. Yeah, looping around this pallet really well. She does have deliverance. I'm curious to know how many of them have deliverance. I'm gonna be trying to keep an eye on that as we switch around. Ooh, she didn't quite make that window though, and she goes down. There's no gens done yet, so that's a very early down for Stream Dad. That's definitely good for him.
Oh yeah. Oh, however, she is running deliverance, so she's about to bring the milkman home.
Well, she doesn't have it activated yet, so she's not going to be able to use it. She won't be able to use deliverance at all.
She hasn't saved anyone yet. Never mind. Well, so much for that deliverance.
I'd be curious to know if that Dwight that just unhooked was running deliverance, because if so, he's going to have it active, which means they're basically guaranteed to get it as long as he gets hooked. Crunchy, no deliverance. No deliverance on Barbecue either, who got the unhook. This is interesting. So Box Ghost is the last hope for deliverance. They might have only put it on 1 or 2 survivors. Yeah, Box Ghost has it. She's actually the last hope for deliverance now. It's exactly like I said, where only 2 survivors are running it. So if Stream Dad actually finds Box Ghost and downs her, then the challenge is done. It's over. They're not going to get it.
Yeah, Box better be careful, because, oh man, if Stream Dad shows up, it is over. Look at that. We've got another generator done.
Yeah, they are getting gens done very fast. Although he is chasing Box Ghost, which is actually really unfortunate for the survivors, because that's the exact person that needs to not get chased for this challenge to get done. Although I think it looks like they're okay, though. I think he bailed from the chase to go somewhere else.
Also, I love her video there. She's actually cosplaying as Bunny Fong. So
Bunny Fong, yes.
Yeah,
I like that. That was really good. It looked like a really good cosplay. I liked it.
yeah, that's super cute. All right, Dad is in pursuit.
He finds Barbecue out here in the open, gives him a good thwack, bro. I think Barbecue going inside the hitbox of Stream Dad, but he doesn't fall for it. He just goes straight down.
Now, this is the opportunity that Box has been waiting for. If Box can successfully unhook Barbecue and then get hooked herself and use Deliverance, they're definitely going to have that Milkman in the bag.
Yeah, they need to let Box Ghost get this unhooked, though. They can't really risk this any longer. They only have one chance at this now, and they can't really let it go. But Stream Dad's still hovering here. All the gens are getting done so quickly, though.
These toxic gen rushing survivors. Oh, man.
Only one left already. That's very quick. There's only been 2 hooks. Looks like Box Ghost is getting the unhook, so that's really good. She's gonna get the deliverance charge for sure. As long as that unhook becomes safe, which looks like it is. It doesn't look like Stream Dad is going after Barbecue. And she's getting chased, which is really good. This is a solid situation for them to be in to get this challenge done. At a certain point, I feel like Box Ghost almost needs to let herself get caught just to make sure she can get hooked and get this challenge done.
Yeah, but I mean, getting caught I guess it's not too early anymore. All they have left is one generator to do. Dad's not running Noed, is he?
No, he's not. He doesn't have any late game perks, so there's I don't think anything's gonna activate in the late game. He's basically just gotta roll with what he's got, swing through that pallet, but doesn't get anything. The last gen is getting finished. It's almost done. So Box Ghost trying to go down. I figured that was coming. She wants that deliverance. She wants to get that deliverance off right now.
Oh my goodness, Dad, don't hook her. Oh, he's leaving her on the ground. He knows.
He might be denying it. Oh no. We were just calling this guy wholesome. You remember that? You remember when we were calling this guy wholesome?
Oh, he's a
Denying
cold-blooded
the
killer
challenge.
now. This is the Dad nobody expected.
I think he's getting it. He's getting it.
Oh, no, don't do it, Dad. Oh,
And
man.
here comes the milkman. Here it comes.
Yep, here it comes.
Wait, question marks? There we go.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
There we go. Milk delivered. Let's go. Well, challenge done. And all the gens are done too. This is a really good spot for the survivors. So the wildcard challenge is done. All the gens are done. They're not really in that bad of a spot. It looks like they might have that door mostly. Yeah, the 3 lights are on, so it's 99. They're kind of just organizing themselves to get ready for an escape here.
Yeah, this is by far the quickest match that we've seen today so far.
Yeah, 3 of them are at the exit gate, and they're going to give hits on the way out, which not really that necessary, but still good sportsmanship. You still like to see it.
Yeah, he's like, it's fine, it's over. Go ahead and go. Oh, Crunchy. Oh, look at you. You cheeky Muppet. You just gonna heal over there? That's how people get got.
And then all 4 out. Barbecue finds his way out too, and there you go. Game over. That was a fast game. That was a very quick game.
My goodness, I did not expect that at all. In fact, I thought he was gonna possibly play clown. I've seen Dad play clown numerous times, and he always loves to do the little clown shimmy.
Yeah, the old classic clown shimmy.
Yeah, the old classic clown shimmy. He's always classic clown shimmy. That's how I know I'm going up against him, because I'll be over here head on, apply directly to forehead killer, and then it turns out it's Dad because he hooks me, and then he just sits there in front of the hook and he's like, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy is the clown. And I'm like, oh no, it's father.
the patented trademark shimmy shimmy. Well, man, that game, that ended so quick. I mean, Stream Dad came out and he got a down pretty quickly on the Kayla, and I thought that the early game was looking good for him, to be honest with you. I thought he was going to be able to do a lot that match, and then I don't know what happened. I think the survivors were just playing really, really efficiently. They're just getting around the map and doing the gens, and he would never really seem to be able to catch up.
Yeah, and man, I think maybe if he had selected some other perks that would have helped him late game, whether it be, maybe Blood Warden or something, anything to stop them from getting out so quickly, I think we would have had a completely different turn of events.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, I mean, the survivors played that extremely well. They got their wildcard challenge done, so hats off to them. Stream Dad put up a good fight, but I mean, sometimes the gens just get done. There's not much you can do about it,
Oh, absolutely. So on to match 2. Our killer is going to be Brobecue. So, Brobecue, did you know that the little sausage stickers on the boxes around the map are because of Brobecue?
Yep, that's his sausage emote, the Meat Man Brobecue. They've been around since Haddonfield got released. The little boxes in the basement in Haddonfield that belongs to Brobecue. Yeah, he's been around this game for a very, very long time. It's going to be interesting to see him play.
Oh yeah, no, I'm interested to see what he is going to do because he is his preference is Survivor. So, you know, I'm always surprised to see what Survivor mains decide to go with as killers, especially when they don't play killer very often. And I don't really know what to expect. Maybe because he is the bro BQ, maybe he's gonna go Bubba. Maybe he's gonna play some Leatherface. What do you think?
Maybe, I don't know. It's really hard to say. I think really anything's on the table because, like you said, he is a Survivor main player. So it's really hard to make any kind of prediction. All we can really do is just kind of wait and see what he does. And if we go back to the wild cards, we do have another vote coming up, and it looks like we got one out of the way. We got Milkman out of the way. The other 4 are still on the table, not done yet. So feel free to vote for whichever one you guys want to see. Type the number in chat correlating to whichever one you would like to see done. And when the voting is done, we will get back to the gameplay. All right, we're back, and it looks like no copycats dominated this vote by a lot, like quite a bit. Looks like a little over 50% of the votes went to no copycats. Let's see what this challenge is. Survivors cannot use any perk more than once. No duplicates among the. Ooh, interesting. Among the whole team, huh?
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that changes up a lot. That changes the game quite a bit because there's a lot of very, very impactful perks. Things like Decisive Strike and Borrowed Time that help you with the unhook scenario. They can only be ran by, like, you're gonna have one dedicated person that is gonna be taking care of like Borrowed Time unhooks.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
man.
that is insane. You know, because I mean, even as a Survivor main, you know, perks like, you know, Borrowed Time are incredibly crucial, as well as Decisive Strike. So only having one person who is maybe the dedicated saver is going to make things a lot more complicated. Perhaps even having only one person run Unbreakable. You know, I mean, I don't even know if I'd even bring Unbreakable at that point because you can't guarantee you're going to get slugged or you're going to be in a situation where you need to use it.
Yeah, how about we take a listen in and see like what they're doing as far as strategy. I'm very curious to know what they're talking about right now.
They borrow time. I can't save anybody after that if it's.
No.
Well, you
We're
can,
just
you can,
all
you
not
can.
allowed to save perks. We're not allowed to share any perks. We're all supposed to have our own individual perks.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm gonna run Botany, Resilience, Spine Chill, and Bounce Hunting. Is this cool?
Sounds.
Nobody wants any of these perks.
You're good. Right now, I'm running
All right.
Head On, Quick and Quiet, Lie. That's what I'm running right now.
Oh, I have Quick and Quiet on. Okay. Let's do. I'll put Unbreakable. I doubt I'm gonna use it though.
I'm running a Pebble.
I don't know what to run. I have decisive on. I don't know. I want to swap out either decisive or unbreakable now.
I kind of don't want to use balance landing anymore.
This is difficult.
This is a little.
Kayla, do you want freaking quiet? Because I can run red herring just to mess around and play around.
Okay. That would be nice.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Does anybody have decisive strike on? I don't want to mess it up.
I do not. I think Stream Dad's using altruistic build. I don't know what his 4th perk is though. I'm gonna say
I've got the Detective's Hunch, Bond, Borrowed Time, and We'll Make It.
Okay. And then Crunchy, what's your build?
I am running live head on red herring pebble.
Okay. I think we're good.
I have quick and quiet, iron will, dead hard, and decisive strike.
You're so sweaty. Oh my god.
No, I want to take off decisive strike. I feel way too sweaty right now.
You know what?
Fine,
I feel
fine,
like we
fine.
kind of need an obsession.
It's only
Let's
one
just-
event. It's only one DS anyway.
Yeah. Let's just do it. I mean, like we can't run more.
Okay, fine. Let's do it.
All right, so that's interesting. We heard a lot of talk. Sounds like Stream Dad's going to be the dedicated unhooker from what we heard. He was running both Borrowed Time and We'll Make It. Sounded like Crunchy, I believe, was just running a bunch of like just for fun perks. He was running Pebble and Red Herring and
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, Pebble, red herring, and okay, this is interesting. And then I
Yeah.
like how Kala is just like, she's just like, oh, dead hard decisive. I feel so sweaty right now.
It's really interesting to see how they like split it up. Like they let Stream Dad handle the unhooks. They let Kayla just run whatever sweaty perks she wants. You know, you kind of just gotta shimmy it out amongst everybody. You know.
Yeah, I would have had a very difficult time deciding who gets what. And oh my goodness, it is
Ooh,
your
it's
resident ding bong ring a ding. Oh boy.
Very interesting. So Barbecue decided to play Wraith. He has Enduring Spirit Fury on, which is definitely a very good combo to run on Wraith. And he already has a down. That was so fast. I barely even got a chance to talk about anything. He's already got a down. That was so quick.
Yeah, poor Crunchy. How's that red herring now?
Yeah, not doing anything for him now. I don't think that Pebble's gonna help him in this situation. Not even wiggling, just getting carried away. And looks like they are going to get a gen done, though. Man, it's crazy how quickly these first gens are getting done. These guys are playing very efficiently.
Oh yeah, they're definitely sticking to the objective, and they are not messing around. No ifs, ands, and buts.
And it looks like Barbecue is looking for a chase, but I'm not sure if he has one just yet. I'm curious to know if Stream Dad is going to be the one that goes for all these unhooks. Seeing as how he kind of made a build based around it, I would expect him to kind of go out of his way to make sure he gets the unhooks, but I'm not sure if that's a strategy that they're going to be very strict with, or if they're just going to just like free flow it. And it looks like not, because Barbecue found Stream Dad over here in the open.
Uh-oh. Run, Papa, run!
Gets that blind on him though after the pallet, but
Oh, that is spicy. I mean, bringing a flashlight is a spicy play nonetheless, you know, so.
looks like he is going to go down though, not going to get very far. And his Spirit Fury's up too, so the next person he chases is going to be in definitely grave danger if they try to use a pallet against him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, here's Crunchy. I think Crunchy might be going for the save. Cal is trying to get that generator done. Oh, but alas, Barbecue found her.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna. Oh, there's the Spirit Fury. That's probably gonna give him a free hit here. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Denied that pallet. Goodbye. But Stream Dad's still on the hook here. The unhook is not really coming quickly. Box goes on a gen, and oh, look at that. Barbecue spreading it out, also chasing Crunchy. This is really good because the fourth survivor is on a generator, which means no one's really making their way to Stream Dad right now. And he might even go to struggle.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how BroBQ's definitely playing this. You know, I guess the easy killer way out is to kind of tunnel and just kind of focus in on one survivor and just kind of cut down their numbers. But at this point, he's just kind of spreading the pain all over.
Yeah, he's going to cloak up right now and make his way back towards the hook. Kayla did get the unhook, and she's healing up Stream Dad. And I'm curious to know if BroBQ is going to make his way back over there or if he's going to try to wander around the map more. Haddonfield's a very interesting choice of map. This is not like the go-to for most players, so I'm really curious to know why he selected it. And he's going to come back and find a hit on Stream Dad, and they're at a very strong house, though.
Oh yeah, no, I love that house. You know, in the PTB, they actually have blocked up a lot of the doors in that house now. So it's like, oh my goodness, they make it incredibly difficult.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it's still a pain to chase a good survivor there. You can waste a lot of time.
Oh yeah, I've definitely ran people for about what, like 4 or 5 gens at that house alone. Yeah.
Yup.
Oof.
Barbecue looks like he's trying to take good use out of his stealth though. He's trying to maneuver around the map a lot, really like get around and try to sneak up on people doing generators. He's trying to really make good use out of his power, which I think is really good. It's a really smart way to play a Wraith, not necessarily just hard commit to every single chase you see and kind of like use a stealth to your advantage, especially when you have a lot of people injured like he does.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the head on.
Oh no. Crunchy with one of his like 30 trolling perks that he has, getting ahead of stun on BroBQ.
For that though.
Yeah, he is gonna go down. I mean, he did get it for the bragging rights though. You know, that's what's important. It's all about the bragging rights.
Yep.
Another gen pops. This is Crunchy's second hook too, which is a little bit scary because again, it's not like they have a bunch of borrowed times or decisive strikes on the table. Like if BroBQ really wanted to, he could focus down Crunchy on that unhook and get him out of the match if he wanted to.
He could, but will he?
Yeah, it seems like people are generally trying to be pretty sportsmanlike here, which is it's good to see. But however, it might end up costing him if he's spreading the damage a lot and not trying to, you know, play in the most efficient way possible. It might end up costing him if these guys get these last 2 gens done. They're only down to 2 gens already.
Yeah, I mean, with Crunchy on second hook and then 3 gens already done, I mean, having 4 experienced survivors to go against, I'm surprised he's not trying to cut them down in their numbers because they all know what they're doing. They're being very altruistic. They're making sure they're getting their objectives done. You know, they're not just running around lollygagging around the map. So, oh, he's got to change up his strat and fast if he wants to get any of these survivors on death hook.
Yeah, these really nothing's happening right now. There's not too much pressure. Like there's a couple people injured, but aside from them being injured, there's not really anything that's applying much pressure. He finds it. Oh, he does find another hit on Crunchy though. We just talked about this earlier. Crunchy is on death hook, so if he can actually finish up this chase and catch up to him and down him, that's going to be it for Crunchy.
Oh man, it's like Crunchy's looking for punishment. He didn't have to stand there for that flashlight either.
He played a dangerous game out here.
Got a battery and what, a yellow bulb on there? Honey, that flashlight isn't gonna do very much. I don't know why you're doing that.
He's at one of these car pallets, which are these are decently strong, but the killer definitely can play them if they know what they're doing. So this is gonna be close. The last gen does get done though.
Oh yeah. All they got to do is open up the gate.
And he lets Crunchy go. That's interesting because Crunchy, like I said, was I think the only person in this game that's on death hook right now, and now he's basically free to go. So I'm not really sure what BroBQ's plan is here. He might just be trying to get anybody down just to start some snowballing. But man, these houses are just so powerful. It's so hard to get it down on a survivor that knows how to play these.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when you know where the windows are, you know which jumps are going to be more beneficial to you. Even sometimes just tricking the killer when you go on one of the roofs. It's yeah, this map is incredibly unforgiving. Why do you beat that pallet down? What'd that pallet do to you, BroBQ? It'll be okay, dude.
Looks like he is gonna get Box Ghost though. He's gonna get her eventually. So he's gonna have her up on the hook. Although I believe this is her first hook. So she's going to have both full hook states to work with, and the other survivors can probably get the doors open and possibly heal up and kind of plan out how they're going to do this. Stream Dad, again, has all the unhook perks he has the bar time and then we'll make it. So they might have to end up healing him up and setting him in, or he'll just go down.
I don't think Dad's saving anybody right now. In fact, he's the one who needs saving.
Yeah, he's in trouble. That's going to be his second hook, I believe, as well. So they better start making some plays here. Boxco's still on the hook.
Yeah. Oh, not anymore. Kayla's got her. Nice, nice, nice. Now they just got to open up that door, save Dad.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like they've been super efficient this whole game, but now at the end game, they don't seem to be doing much. The doors aren't open yet. These unhooks are coming in a little bit slow. It's pretty crazy to see the contrast. They were so efficient with the generators, and now the late game, it's kind of taken a bit of a stall.
Yeah, to be fair, Brobiki's been putting the pressure on that one door right there, and everyone has been hooked over there. Everyone's been over there. No one has really gotten the opportunity to go to the other side of the map and open up the other door, because that is how they're going to get out of there. And
Speaking of which, yep.
Speaking of that door, and he just got there too.
Boxco's had her heel set to 99 and just popped it off. And yeah, that's a
Who may pass.
That's a defeated Wraith right there. That's what that is.
Oof, the end of
Go, oh, trying to join FaZe Clan? Trying to join FaZe Clan at the end here? The 360 swings on the way out?
Wow.
And man, all 4 survivors out again. A repeat from last game. All 4 survivors just getting the gens done and leaving like very quickly. Annihilating the wildcard challenge and just getting the gens done so fast.
Yeah, honestly, every single person in this NA match right now, they all have, thousands, of hours, each of them alone, especially as survivors. So this is not their first rodeo.
Yeah, and a lot of these players are main survivor players, so their killer is not exactly going to be the most experienced, which might lead to a lot of these matches ending this way. Because when a bunch of survivor mains are going against each other, of course the survivors are going to be beating the killer or the survivor player playing killer,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we've got some replays. Let's take a recap at that match. Oh yes, when Crunchy was the first one found.
He went down so fast. This was such a quick 2-piece, man, to start out the match. This was the same thing that happened with Stream Dad. Such a good early start. A down so quick. But hey, what are you gonna do? If you can't follow it up, you can't follow it up. Stream Dad getting the blind after the pallet.
I know. I couldn't even believe he brought a flashlight. Flashlights are cheeky. I feel like it's one of the best ways to just, make a killer mad. Killers get so mad at flashlights. Oh, and the Spirit Fury, we call that.
Yep, there's the Spirit Fury play.
Left unscathed.
Crunchy with the head on, of course.
Which ultimately almost sealed his fate as well. And then there they have it, getting out right at the end.
Honestly, overall, just very well played. Once again, they played super efficiently. They got the generators done. BroBQ, he did his best. He was splitting up. He was taking advantage of the race stealth and the mobility add-ons he was running, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end. And Survivor just coming out on top once again, even with the wildcard challenge, completely crushing it out.
Oh yeah, and that was completely optional. They didn't have to select different perks amongst all of them. They could have just gone with whatever perks they wanted and not taken that, that extra wild card challenge. But, they still took the challenge and it really paid off.
Yeah, they ended up just completely cruising through it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I am taking my leave. That is the last match I will be shoutcasting with you. And we're gonna bring Otz back in for the next one with our killer Box Ghost.
Thank you so much, Friskk, for letting me take a little break. It's good to be back. You guys did an amazing job. I'll take the commentating mantle again. And I have to say, I'm very impressed. Killers sending themselves to Gashaven and Haddonfield, that's really ballsy.
Right? It's crazy.
Yeah. So now we've got Boxghost, who's going to be playing killer. And the thing you need to know about Sam, Boxghost, is that she has the highest devotion level of any NA player on this tournament today. That means easily that she's got maybe 6, perhaps even 7,000 hours in this game. So even though she's mostly a survivor, she plays 90 to 10% killer, that's still a lot of hours on killer. And that's still a lot of knowledge that she absorbs from the killers that she plays against the survivor. So it will be curious to see what direction she tries to take her killer in. I'll be very surprised if we see her pick another really difficult killer map like the two ones we've seen. What do you expect, Tofu?
I'm really not sure. I have seen her play a bit of killer. She's definitely not inexperienced as killer. She definitely knows her stuff. So I think there's a lot of different things that could come out. I would have predicted Wraith, to be perfectly honest with you, but seeing as how Barbecue just played Wraith, I'm not so sure. There might be something else coming in. There's really no way for us to know for sure until the match starts. So
that was a really good Wraith performance from Barbecue, to be fair. If only I think his perks had helped him a little bit more, he could have taken perhaps several kills. Surely Boxwoods has taken note and seeing that the previous two killers haven't done so well in terms of kills, will be try to be the first to maybe secure a few kills and be in the lead.
yeah, well, I think a big part of it will be what wildcard challenge gets selected. So let's go back to it. Let's get some votes. Feel free to vote for whatever the next challenge will be. We've already done number 3 and number 5. Those ones have already been done. So feel free to vote for whichever one you'd like to see. Just type the number corresponding to the challenge in chat and you can cast your vote. So we do have a video for Box Ghost. So let's introduce you to her.
Hi, I'm Box Ghost. I've got nothing to say other than this me. I tried moving to vault the window. What? Okay. Came down here to meet me and make. Okay. Oh my god, that fucking respect. He's retrapping it. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Okay. I'm an idiot! Oh my god! Says 3 hours for you. Wait, really? Yeah? What was that dead hard? I take full credit for that. Dead hard. What? Honestly, I'm sit here. Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
All right, and we're back, and it looks like Rise and Shine won. Oh, with the monstrous shrine logo, that's a little bit intimidating. Let's see what this one actually is. Survivors may only use whichever 2 survivor perks are in the Shrine of Secrets this week. Oh,
that's spicy.
Oh, spicy. And the Shrine of Secrets this week is it's Iron Will and Sprint Burst, correct?
For Survivor, it is, yeah. And they will only be able to use these 2 perks, which is a little bit predictable for the killer. But that being said, these are 2 very strong Survivor perks. Perhaps some of the strongest Survivor perks. Depending on the killer, a very good coordinated use of Sprint Burst and the help that Iron Will provides can be really difficult to play against.
Man, I gotta say, they got lucky that this shrine was as good as it was. This challenge could have been much worse. My lord, that's a pretty solid 2 perks. Like, if you had to pick 2 perks, that's pretty okay, you know? So that's gonna be tough, though. That's gonna be definitely tough.
Would you say it's the strongest, maybe, of all the exhaustion perks?
I would say Dead Hard. I would make the argument for Dead Hard, but I know a lot of people do say the Sprint Burst is the strongest. And
I see where you're coming from, but playing against good teams that have 4 Sprint Bursts, it almost feels like you need to be able to down anybody, you need to catch them 3 times. Once for the Sprint Burst, one very difficult hit, and then finally to down them. So it will really come down to the survivors using it well, knowing when to preserve it, when not to just constantly walk around the map to save it, maybe 99ing it so that they can run the killer for a bit and then use it. It could be really, really powerful. And Iron Will, it's a bit of a hit or miss. Some killers are very visually dependent. They just look at some cues and they find you with that. Some of the killers, however, really depend on their ears to find you. So having Iron Will on the board, I think, will be powerful.
And I feel like Iron Will is definitely one of those perks that you can basically slap on at any point, and it's always going to be useful in some way. Whether it's extremely useful or a little useful, it'll always be at least a little useful. So it's definitely a solid perk to have. And what's interesting, though, again, is a lot of the play revolves around these like unhook perks, and they are all off the table right now. There's no borrowed time. There's no decisive strike. So hook play is going to be very interesting this match.
See what the killer is. And we have...
Oh my goodness. Face. With the double recharge add-ons as well. Very solid.
This is a really good field against the Ghost Type. The Ghost Type will have to very much get that drop on the survivors if he wants to hit them, because at the first sight of that mask, survivors will be running, but it seems Kayla has been marked and immediately went down. She must have been cornered again somewhere. Very good. Oh, the cheek.
The teabag coming through already BMing. Oh, man. I'm very curious to know what's going on. I saw a couple of people already exhausted. I think some of them may not be holding their sprint burst. They might just be running around and then hoping to just get it while they're on gens.
I didn't have a good look at the killer's perks, but surely they won't be running something like Mindbreaker to exhaust them.
Yeah, no,
like that could be really huge.
Yeah, the killer was running Sloppy Butcher, Nurse's Calling, Infectious Fright, and I can't remember what the last perk is, Enduring. So,
right. So it's like Enduring, and Infectious seems to hint at a more aggressive playstyle. Of course, the add-ons reduce the base. Oh my goodness!
Oh my god! Out of nowhere! Holy, that scared me. Jesus. Kayla going back down, and she's going to immediately chase Barbecue as well, who is in trouble. Barbecue loves to do these plays where when he gets hit going back through the killer, but I think it kind of came back to bite him here.
I think that Books has been given an inch, and she's ready to take a mile. Knowing that there's no borrowed time, that there's no decisive, that there's no unbreakable, she knows fully well that she has a little bit of time to secure this to her and get the most out of it.
Under pallet pickup, I was kind of expecting someone to sprint burst over to that, but it looks like she's just gonna get the pickup for free.
So yeah, we kind of waited to see if we come into a 3. Oh, this hits the hard a little bit.
So Kayla getting put on the hook for the second hook stage, which is definitely rough. So she's gonna go into struggle here and get immediately unhooked. And looks like he's gonna find Crunchy over here running around, but Crunchy's in a pretty okay spot. So I don't really think that they're in a lot of danger right now. He got the Opalu, but he's just gonna heal up. That med kit is gonna be very, very useful. As a matter of fact, quite a few of these guys have med kits. And that's going to be really useful against the exact build that's being ran right now. Because the idea behind this Sloppy Butcher Nurse's Calling combo is to injure people, and then while they're taking forever to heal, sneak up on them. But the med kits will, speed that up quite a bit. Barbecue here at Shack, I'm not really sure what's going on. I guess he was getting chased, but then the chase dropped, and he's going to heal up too. Everybody's getting their heals off. So all the pressure that Box Ghost had from all these injuries are kind of gone now.
Despite lacking healing perks, they do have very good healing items, so that will be their saving grace, at least for a little bit, until the items are starting to run out. As we were saying before we got jump scared, our killer is running double recovery add-ons, which means that roughly every 16 seconds she will be able to lose her turret radius, and that's the 99ing sprint burst from Crunchy Ekrolls. Very, very well used, but he is now exposed.
Ooh, so this is just one of those things where he has to stay alive long enough. He's got to not be too greedy and not be afraid to use pallets here. He has some strong pallets, though. As long as he doesn't get too greedy and he plays it smart, he could survive this. Looks like he's going to run to this window.
Seems like he's going to outlast his marking, so that might have been a mistake from Box Ghost.
Yeah, well, it looks like she saw that he got to a strong area of the map and decided to just leave him alone. She's not really committing to any chases right now, though, and that's not good because that just kind of lets these guys do gens as they please. With nobody going down, there's not really any map pressure out, and they're kind of just free to do
I think someone pointed out correctly, by the way, that our man StreamDad brought an illegal item.
Oh.
I believe he's brought an item of higher rarity than allowed, an Ultraverse syringe. I imagine that he'll realize his mistake and just not use it, and then we should be fine. Or was it somebody else that he might have just picked up another item and gotten rid of it? We did see it for a second. Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, it appears as though he did pick it up and then drop it. So I guess we're a-okay in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna...
Boxers keeping these chases really short.
Yeah, but again, they're still just getting so many gens done. It's like, it's just not enough. Like when the chases come in, she does a really good job of downing them, but it's just not quite happening enough to stop them from getting the gens done. And these heals, so
BBQ, what is his hook stage? Is he dead now?
Okay. Second hook.
Mm-hmm. And we see BBQ's quite heated up. I wonder if we can listen into what they're saying and what's going on in this.
They can double heal. She's coming back, run.
No pallet?
I'm still in the middle of gen by the water tower, by the way.
No pallet? All the pallets are gone. I'm dead.
I believe in you, Stream Dad.
I'm gonna come to that gen.
Yep, still in the middle, water tower. we can probably commit to this and get it. Probably.
All the pallets were gone. I don't understand it.
She'll be coming this way.
Did they forget to put pallets on this now?
Barbecue should run.
Prep.
I can get Stream Dad. I got Stream Dad.
Oh.
I think Barbecue's dead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if he's on the
If
hook.
you can get into a gate, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to a gate. Well, actually, I'm trying to pick him up.
She's after me.
Yeah,
I'll be
I've got
okay for a
barbecue.
little bit. No, she's going to barbecue,
the
yeah.
gate on the 6 side, on the right side.
I'll get this gate right here.
I'm gonna work on the other one.
So the gate where barbecue was down will be open in like 30 seconds.
Well, these guys are actually, they're very talkative. They're definitely like organizing
I
and
think
being...
we have a better insight now as to why they've done so well throughout the match.
Yeah, they're definitely like communicating and figuring stuff out really well, so that's very good. Barbecue, as you heard them say though, is on death hook, and he did go down, so...
Oh, Crunchy Egg Rolls goes exposed. Perhaps with a double down, he could secure 1, maybe 2 kills. He just doesn't have the time to secure that kill with Barbecue, because picking one survivor up at this stage usually means that everybody else gets out.
Yeah, it looks like that's what it's gonna be. I think it's just gonna have to be a 1 kill or else nothing. She has to be careful, because if she plays around too much,
we
they
need to
might
see what Crunchyroll is doing. But even with that exposed, it doesn't seem like... Oh, this will be a second kill. She just needs to find... there you go. Pick the right target. And now, if all is well, they will defend this person on the hook, and that will be the second kill.
Yeah, is Basement here too?
I
if
believe so,
Basement's
yeah.
here, they're gonna be in trouble. That's gonna be... Oh, it is.
That's too difficult. Surely they'll take the loss and just give the 2 kills.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they're already heading towards the door. I don't think they're even gonna try. That's a very difficult save to try to go for.
Since some miracles before, but even those miracles happen with a few more perks and some more items in play. This is too difficult, and I think they're recognizing it.
Yeah, they just don't have enough.
A 2 kill, 2 survive. That is a perfectly fair and balanced game, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, seems about right. There we go. Stream Dad dead. Kayla and Crunchy are going to be strolling out the exit gate.
Everybody seemed to follow the rules, so the wildcard Rising Shrine was completed. That's good for all the survivors. And oh my god!
That was the BM
risky.
hatch for no reason whatsoever.
Well done.
And there you go. I mean, 2 kills coming out for Boscos, which is good considering both the killers previously hadn't managed to kill anybody. This was actually a very solid game. The best killer performance we've seen so far.
All right, now that we see their full loadout, we see 4 medkits against this killer. It is a difficult thing, considering that everybody who's injured makes no noise and that they can heal themselves so quickly and always have that pocket little bit of safety with the distance that sprinters can buy. That being said, that being said, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I definitely do think the medkits played a big role in how this match went. The ability, like the whole build that the killer had was kind of based around spreading damage with Sloppy Butcher and then catching them off healing with the stealth. But the medkits just completely deter that because the super long heals that you're supposed to be getting from Sloppy Butcher are just out the window when they can just crank out heals with these green medkits. And I think that's really what made that match so difficult for Box Ghost there.
I wonder if survivors will catch on to this and maybe try to keep this strategy up for the next matches. The killers could also try to counter it and bring perks like Franklin's or even play Plague, some of the killers that don't really mind if you heal so much. That being said, I want your opinion on her build, because I felt like Infectious Fright on a killer that can remove their terror radius maybe was a bit of a lost opportunity to have something else that could have given more value. I don't think she had enough maybe perks to slow down the gens that, as you said, with fast heals were being done relentlessly throughout the match.
Yeah, Sloppy Butcher was really the only perk there for slowdown, and I do think Infectious is still a pretty good choice, even though you will sometimes get downs while stealthy. But I think she definitely could have replaced it with something like Corrupt Intervention or something to maybe help out, because as we can see, these guys, they get gens done quick. These guys don't mess around.
If we remember, that was with Box Ghost getting the first down almost immediately. Despite having sprint burst, Kayla went down really quickly. So major props to Box Ghost, who had an amazing start of the game. But now it's Kayla's turn to play. And Kayla, unlike Box Ghost, is more of a killer main herself. She does have a healthy 70 to 30% split of playing killer and survivor, which is definitely very, very experienced in playing killer. And even though she doesn't have maybe the same devotion level as Box Ghost, she probably has more hours in killer. So it will be very interesting to see her take and what she brings. Now, personally, I don't know what's her favorite. I've seen her play Freddy really, really well, so I'm expecting maybe that if I had to guess.
Oh, she plays a lot of Huntress. I've seen her play a ton of Huntress throughout the years. Yeah, I'm not so sure if she does anymore, but I remember her playing Huntress a lot back in the day. I believe I've seen her play some Hag too. She has a pretty big arsenal of killers, so I really don't know exactly what's going to come, honestly. I think there's quite a few options that could come out, but if I was a...
Yeah, it feels like it's forever ago, but we did have a Hag match earlier that was really powerful.
Yeah, true. And if I was a gambling man, I would probably put my money on Huntress, to be honest with you. Well, with that being said, though, another big part of this always is the wildcards. So feel free to cast your vote once again. We already got through 3 of these, but there's still 2 left that we have not seen. So feel free to drop the number of the one that you want to see in chat and cast your vote now.
And we'll also be learning a little bit more about Kayla, if you aren't familiar with her and her content, in a video that we'll be playing just now.
And I'm Meg. See? Well, yeah, it's a reverse bear trap. It's very, state of the art.
Wait, really? I got you. Watch this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Okay, now,
All right.
Yeah, there you go. See, look, you're gone. I didn't have another step to the plan.
Here's my plan.
Okay, I like it. Ooh,
It
iframes.
Down 2. Nice. Now you have to take the hit because they're already DS.
I know, and I can't because he got in front of me. I got this. It's fine. Oh shit! No, I don't. Wait! I have borrowed time.
What the f just happened? What?
Oh shit! No.
All right, listen. You and your magnetic feet. Something's gotta be done. Oh no!
Oh no!
This is getting way out of control, especially with what I'm about to do.
I'm sorry, I can't breathe. Whew! I'm so screwed. Oh. Ha! Ha ha! Wait, let him get into place. Go!
I cheated! I mean, I didn't cheat! I definitely didn't cheat! Country cheated.
Moo, I brought you a snack. Uh-oh. There we go. There you go. I brought you lunch. Goodbye, Moo. Come back. You think I'm a dum-dum?
That was great.
Oh man.
I didn't know there was a cow in that bed.
You never knew about the layers cow?
I didn't know about that cow. How long has that been there?
A long time, old Mr. Moo Moo. So anyway, the wildcard challenge that won is bird is the word, number 4. Let's check out this challenge.
What does it do?
One survivor must hide in the logger long enough to attract unwelcome birds. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. That's interesting. So that's
doesn't really take that much in terms of items or perks. It seems simple enough. But if we have a match like Morphs earlier on, where things are happening all the time, maybe that 1 minute or so that it takes for the crows to appear will be too much.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that I predict they're gonna either do it at the very start of the match, like right off the get-go, or they're gonna wait until the very end.
Yeah, those would be the most natural times to do it. At the start, because the killer's distracted, and at the end, hopefully because the whole team is there and the killer has too many things to worry about to be checking lockers randomly. I wonder if the killer, knowing this, will try to do the cheeky thing of opening lockers left and right, seeing if he can score.
Or running Iron Maiden even as well. That's also an option, especially if, like I said, if she ends up playing Huntress. Iron Maiden just naturally is a pretty decent perk on Huntress.
Oh, that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will. Yeah, it's Iron Maiden would speed up the. Oh my goodness, there's no way Hunters will be played here.
Oh yeah, the game.
Oh, we're seeing Hag.
Oh yeah, see, I thought that might be one. I've seen Kayla play a lot of Hag, so this should be really interesting.
Oh, we have.
And she brought Franklin's too.
Yes, we finally have someone they're gonna take advantage of very strong items and use a perk specifically to counter. Franklin's will make those medkits drop and disappear. Also the flashlights, which is a big counter to Hag, should they not be picked up within, I believe it's 90 seconds. So really, really smart. A particularly good pick on Hag.
Yeah, especially with these flashlights have double battery green flashlights. That's like 20-ish seconds of time usage. That's a lot, which that's very, very strong against Hag.
Seems like Stream that's going for the early hiding, and he will secure the bird that's the word challenge, which should go uninterrupted surely. But this is giving the Hag a lot of time to set up, and if there's a killer that you want to disturb and make sure that doesn't have time to set up, that is the Hag for sure. If we go back to the killer, we'll see for sure that she came prepared. She also brought Corrupt Intervention, which is really good in this map where it's really hard to find generators. We're getting rid of some really strong pallets. Oh, no way the killer will fall for this. Oh my god, that's
no!
I crushed your animals. Rub salt in the wood. He is so happy, bouncing like a chicken. Well done. Well done. That being said, Stream that does go down, and he's going to go in the basement. If there's a killer you don't want to go around the basement with, is definitely Hag. So this could be a tough start of the match. Still at 5 gens.
Did he get the crows? I'm not. Did he die because of the crows? I'm actually not sure. No, he didn't get the crows. Actually.
He didn't have time to red enough? Oh.
Yeah, so he never even got it, which, again, that's huge. Like, the early game is the hardest part about Hag. It's like her one major fault.
So having 3 survivors that are doing things and one that's really not doing anything. Look at how many traps are set up around that bathroom. Remember, she is running a green and a brown add-on to increase her teleporting distance. And I believe that those give 12 and 8 meters. So she can teleport 60 meters on a map that's stacked on itself, that is really not that big. You can see the survivors are really, really scared. Slowly going in, knowing that if they trigger a phantasm, the Hag could be there in just a second from almost anywhere in the map.
Yeah, that makes his map selection make so much more sense. She should be able to teleport to basically any trap at almost any point with her add-on. So that makes all of this super dangerous.
That being said, Box Ghost did bring the right tool. We have a really strong medkit and bottoming knowledge. She could try to go for the quick heal instead of coming out. Yep, that's what they should be going for. Oh no, mistake was made!
Get out of there! Get out of there, go! Oh,
a whiff happened. A little bit difficult to see in the darkness. It seems like Box Ghost will take a hit, but Stream that is out. No, he's not.
He goes down at the pallet, and the med kit gets dropped as well. No decisive strike on Stream Dad. I don't know if Kayla knows that or not, though.
She must figure it out because she will notice if she pays attention that there's no obsession. And that means no one's running decisive strike. What a nightmare against the Hag.
I believe Boxghost came back for her med kit, but isn't going to be able to get it.
Yep. And for some reason, the Enduring is actually paying off in a map this populated with pallets. I think that it wasn't actually a crazy idea. We can see on Box's HUD that her item is halfway to being gone.
Yeah, it's almost gone. And Stream Dad is still down over there under pallet too, though. She has to be careful in this pickup because he is under pallet. Well, it looks like she's actually going to let Stream Dad get picked up.
Very, very sweet or careless of Kayla to give them that much breathing room. That being said, everyone's getting injured. Their items are quickly falling out of their hands, and this could still go really south. 7 traps are out there. We can tell by the HUD as well. So that's a lot of traps that could be triggered at any moment. Oh.
Yeah, it might look like bad for the killer right now because there's 3 gens done, but Hag is such a crazy killer in the way he's locked. Oh my.
No. This kind of going on.
Bro,
you so happy. Maybe we can listen in and see the reaction.
Dying laughing to this.
I'll keep doing the gens as much as I can.
Is there another hook here? Yeah. Okay, we gotta get out of here, Steve. You can take the pallet.
I'm on top.
You know what? I'm gonna take the pallet. I'm out of here. I'll take a hit out. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go do gen.
It's great how they handle that. Perhaps we can go back to talking about what just happened.
Broke the pallet.
Did you see that Spartan formation they just made? the hack shall not pass. That was great.
the phalanx in DVD. You'll love to see it.
Okay, Kayla needs to remain calm. She can definitely. Oh.
Teleporting all over right now.
Out here, but she will need to play a lot more merciless if she is to get a survivor out of the way quickly. Oh.
Stream Dad jumping in a locker, just getting grabbed out immediately. That's just like trying to buy a little bit more time before you go down. Oh, the flashlight.
It is remarkable just how far they've come gen-wise, how much objective they've done, considering that they all seem to be together at any given time.
Yeah, it really is crazy. Although, again, though, with the way Hag works, she can be in like 8 different places at once, so this could all turn around, especially with so many people being injured right now and a survivor in the basement. Very dangerous to be in the basement against the Hag.
Well, she does teleport to that in time, but that little bit of delay is enough for Crunchy to make some distance. Will he get the hit? He did. That's another medkit loss that will now remain there in place until picked up by Crunchy or anybody else for that matter. They have a very, very difficult task of going into the basement, which is happening right now, while everyone else is injured. He could be using this flashlight to maybe disarm the traps. Maybe Barbecue didn't give any thought to that. This flashlight is a really strong tool, but it's not being used to its full potential now.
Ah, we're actually getting a correction that Stream Dad did actually get a crow earlier. So the crow challenge is done, by the way. When he first got pulled out of the locker, he actually did have a crow. So the wildcard challenge is actually complete this game. I thought that they still had to get it done, and I was wondering why no one was prioritizing it, but I guess it actually has been done.
For survivors, but the current situation is not looking so good. It's looking kind of grim, in fact. She only has 4 traps down, but if she manages to get Stream Dad hooked, he will be dead. Kayla should be realizing that she does not need to wait for decisive, as there is no obsession. But oh my goodness, maybe that will actually play in her favor. She might just get 2 kills.
Yeah, and there's 2 people down. And 2 people injured. This is actually a really dangerous spot. I'm really surprised she didn't decide to slug here. I guess she's gonna take the safer route and just get the basement.
No adrenaline Stream Dad either. How far did Stream Dad crawl out of that basement? Not very much.
Yeah,
so she
not
can't
very far at all.
Kill, maybe on the hook outside, and keep trapping this whole place. That will be 2 kills guaranteed almost. Maybe more if the other survivors are not careful and don't get out quick enough.
Crunchy did heal up, and looks like Crunchy's also healing up Bosco, so they're going to be full health if they want to go for the save. The doors aren't worked on yet, though. They probably need to get some door work done as well.
Yep.
Which looks like they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to have time for this. Let's actually get a replay on the Stream Dad Crow while we wait for this.
It is a bit dark, but perhaps we'll get to see it.
We are looking for birds.
And
show me the bird.
There's
the bird. There's the bird. It's a little dark, but there is a bird. The bird is confirmed. The door is open. Looks like.
And Sam is just inching her way down to the basement. Remember that a hit will. But where's Kayla? Kayla's hitting Crunchy. Oh, no.
Are they gonna try? Oh no!
There it is.
Don't do that! Oh no! I think Crunchy hopped in a locker. He's just gonna be terrified down there. I think he has head on, so he might be able to get out of there if he plays correctly.
Actually, Robiku, who is down in the basement. I'm not
is
sure
it?
where Crunchy
You're
was.
right.
Perhaps he was trying to provide some kind of diversion, which against Hack can be so powerful. If you make her teleport to the wrong spot for a split second, that might be enough for your teammates to get away. Somehow, this save might have just happened. So props to Kayla for being confident and not remaining around the basement, but that could actually lose her a kill.
Possibly, yeah. That one door is trapped up, so if they decide to go to that door, they might end up stepping in one of those traps. And looks like Boxco's gonna go to the other door and try to open it up.
Oh, will he trigger this accidentally? You need to be careful.
What's he gonna
That
do
bait is no good. You need to do a U-turn and get out of there. Surely, our killer has put so many traps there that it's really not safe. Maybe he should be considering getting the hatch. Even though
he's gonna go for it.
No, this is a crazy idea.
Wait,
but it seems like
is there
Kayla
no
did not
traps?
trap. She didn't lay down a single trap. It is very difficult sometimes.
Barbecue fist pumping in joy from getting out of that one. Kayla though still managed to get a kill. So honestly, again, with how this group has been playing, it's really not that bad. Like one kill.
It's really not. So far, we've had 2 kills who have struggled a little bit and had 0 kills. One killer right before, I think Box, who got 2 kills, and Kayla would be in 2nd place, assuming, of course, that she keeps her really good performance as a survivor going.
Yeah, these have been very tough matches for the killers. These survivor players are playing this very, very well. So overall, honestly, very solid performance.
Yeah.
And it was cool to see.
Wasted no time with the items. Every single time they brought really strong ones as well.
Oh yeah, the med kits that they've been bringing in have been very powerful, and they're getting really good use out of it too. Not having to take the time for multiple people to get together and heal, and just being able to do it yourself is huge in terms of map pressure. And it was cool though that they did manage to get the wildcard challenge done so early too.
Yeah,
Stream Dad managed to get that done.
That would have backfired very, very quickly against the Hag. But they managed. This was probably the play of the game right here. Trick the killer into thinking you've gone down and come out just in time to make them feel silly.
Man, that's such a good play right there with the scratch marks leading the whole way to the hole.
And this was such a deliberate play, only to mess it up at the last second. Look at that. Oh, she took a tiny little step, and that's enough to set up the trap. She did try to get the attention, but yeah, this spelled doom for Stream Dad in the end. And this, oh goodness, laughing on the floor. Look at how happy he was that he could keep this out for so long.
And right here at the end too, this was an insane save. I can't believe they got this.
Out of the base like 20 times this match somehow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There. Oh, look at how many traps she triggered. That was a crazy game.
Yeah,
so
that was a very clutch play.
First time I think we saw a Franklin's be brought. The first time the killer tries to counter the very strong items that survivors can bring. And what's your assessment? Would you say that it worked? Or was it not enough?
I think Franklin's definitely helped. I don't think that was the main issue of why the game went badly. I think survivors just made a lot of big plays at crucial moments. Like right there at the end, that dead hard play after the unhook is huge. I think the plays just came out of the right moments, but I do think Franklin's was honestly, if they're going to be bringing 4 strong medkits every game, Franklin's becomes a very viable pick because that is a very strong setup to go into, especially with a lot of the killers that are being played. It kind of devastates their kit.
Yeah. Considering that they had no decisive, Kayla did not really take a lot of advantage, perhaps out of the goodness of her heart, perhaps because she was a little bit too into the game to realize, which can happen to, I think, anybody. We all wonder what decisive strike will do in a match without realizing that it's not even there. But I'm excited to see how this develops. So far, I think this was the group with the highest average hour count, very close to the second NA group. So these players are really, really showing what it looks like to have this many hours.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They are playing great. Very, very organized, very efficient, just overall playing super, super well. So really no surprise there.
I'm a little bit more glad to see that the killers are not sending the Sems to Haddonfield anymore, and that they actually have a bit of a plan. This was really well thought out by Kayla. Honestly, I think she was just a little bit away from probably securing 2, maybe a 3rd kill.
Yeah, I think a big part of it comes too from kind of like you said about the like not knowing decisive strike is up, but I think a lot of it might just come from sportsmanship. Again, I think it's important to keep in mind that a lot of these guys are friends, and a lot of them, will try to play in a way that's a little bit more friendly towards each other, just because everyone in this community knows each other. Everyone's like pretty friendly outside of the tournament. So
sometimes when you only care about winning, it doesn't really provide any content that's really worth watching. We've seen in tournaments how a killer will just sit in front of a hook for 3 minutes straight, pretty much, and it's really not that fun to watch. So props to everybody for having that little balance of let's have fun, let's go for these challenges, which they achieved again, but also let's try to do well on each side.
Yep.
And Crunchy Egg Rolls will be our final killer. Now, just like everybody else, Crunchy Egg Rolls has a massive amount of hours in this game. I do believe that he likes Survivor and plays Survivors a little bit more, but he likes Killer. He likes not having to worry about his solo queue teammates. But we have very little insight into what kind of stuff he
Huntress. I am so positive on this one. I will swear. I will bet the house. I'll bet the whole house. I'll bet my neighbor's house on Huntress. I know this man is playing Huntress. All right. I was a little bit sure for Kayla that Huntress was coming out, but I am pretty much positive that Crunchy is definitely playing Huntress into this. I would predict that he is probably going to pick a map where you can get cross map snipes, probably something like Rotten Fields or maybe Blood Lodge. And yeah, definitely.
What items do you think he would bring?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Add-ons, because that's tough for Huntress right now. Maybe like leather loot for the extra hatchet. Maybe I don't know if he would bring out exhaustion hatchets. He might
make his mind up once we see the wild card.
That's true too. I think that's a big part of this. What wild card gets picked? It looks like the only one that hasn't been picked yet is Deep State, correct? Number 2, I believe. So yeah, so feel free to vote away, guys. That's the only option that hasn't been selected. Although you can vote for the ones that already have been selected. But it's up to you guys. Vote for whatever you want to see. Type the number in chat corresponding to whatever challenge you guys want. And the game will start when the voting is completed.
A little surprise there.
Yeah, Deep State winning the vote, which of course is the only one.
Also, what is it about? Just tell us, please.
Yeah, what is it? What is it? All 4 survivors must spend 20 seconds together in the basement. Wait, really?
What?
Interesting. I saw the icon and that's not what I was expecting. But
me neither. This is great. This I think is the most impactful of all of them so far.
And 20 seconds is a long time,
It's a
man.
lot of time, but you'd be surprised. In some tournaments, it's not actually uncommon when survivors expect perks like Corrupt Intervention to just hide at the start. So if they really coordinate well, they could just hide in the basement at the start. However, the killer has knowledge that this is a thing they could do. So if I was the killer, I would be checking the basement like a maniac at the start. So they will need to somehow find a time where they're all available to go down there and stay.
Yeah,
that is
like
crazy.
It's so interesting because it's like you said, they can't do it at a predictable time. If they do it early, the killer will know. If they do it at the end of the game, he'll probably know. It's like it seems like they have to find a time mid-match to be like, hey guys, there's like 2 gens left, but you guys want to all get together and go hang out in basement for 20 seconds?
I don't think it's that crazy. I think what they could try to do is have one guy make some kind of diversion, some kind of noise, have everybody else go to the basement, have the guy come there, and maybe use something like head on to, like, you know, be able to hang in there when the killer inevitably shows up 10 seconds later. You know, maybe head on a couple times, and hopefully everybody, you know, clocks in 20 seconds together down there. This is possibly one of the hardest challenges, and one where the killer has the most direct control over.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. So let's see what's going on here. What killer did get picked? We're on. Is this?
I think it was
there it
Cold
is.
Tower.
There's the Huntress, yep, and I think he did pick Cold Tower too, so.
Yep, Corrupt Intervention, so if they did have the chance to hide, that would be great. We did see someone on Crunchy's screen, but there's no telling if he saw them or not. He did see him, and he's now ready to begin the first chase.
It looks like he's on Stream Dad. Thank God I get to keep the house too, thank God. I was a little bit worried, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's gonna go after Stream Dad here. There's nice juke there, going for the pallet. This shack's a pretty good place to be as Huntress though.
Oh, Stream Dad doing the patented spin. You know what would be a really sick strategy? What if they let him go down in the basement now and then just chill in there for 20 seconds?
Just hide down there with him. Yeah, they could. Like even right now, he can crawl down there. Like what if he just crawled down? You know?
Yeah,
they can make it happen. It looks like they're gonna wait. Someone's the whole way in the tower.
Someone's a little bit far away. Oh no way!
Oh, the
flashlight seen today, I think.
Yes, that's the first one of the whole tournament right there from Barbecue.
Well done. And it seems like Barbecue was going to drop that pallet, but it was all a ruse. He will be affected by slower healing from the Rusty Head. He's using Iron Will really well there. But this
corner juke.
Cool. Oh no.
Oh. Worked for a split second, but not quite enough. If that would have worked, that would have been such a good play. He might get put in the basement.
A lot of time, though. Challenge aside, they're doing relatively well, considering that they'll have to deal with Corrupt at the start, which blocks the gens that are furthest from the killer. So I would say they're doing quite well. They're quite well spread. And challenge aside, seems like Stream Dad might have.
Stream Dad gets hit here, but yeah, let's. Ooh, another go. It went down again. Let's do a listen in and see what it sounds like on their side.
Oh, jeez. You have to save on Barbecue, Kayla?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get both, actually.
Oh. I'm going...
No, he's not.
Stream Dad was first.
Yeah, I see. I saw. Well, if you're gonna get both, I'm gonna go do that generator I saw that you had worked on. Oh, never mind. I'm going to the end hook. Oh no, Barbecue's going to the second stage. I will 1-for-1. Oh, it's not happening. Barbecue, hold tight. Hold tight.
Kayla with the moves, buying enough time for everybody else to coordinate a rescue, dodging this very difficult hatchets. Great use of Dead Heart right after that drop.
Damn,
yeah, well done.
Very good chase. Crunchy was in a really good spot there, and for a second I thought the survivors might be heading towards disaster, but Kayla actually coming out with some really good plays, kind of saving the whole team there, to be honest with you.
And on top of that healing slowing add-on, the Huntress has picked the Oak Shaft, I believe, which reduces the cooldown. That's what allowed her to immediately drop Stream Dad so fast after he made the wrong move. Kayla did go down, but a very, very good effort and a very long chase that should have bought everybody else plenty of time. We'll see how it goes from here.
Yeah, Kayla going down again. He also brought the Rusty Heads, which I think is his answer to the medkits, although I still don't necessarily know if that's enough. Franklin isn't really that great of a perk on Huntress, so I can't really blame him for not bringing it, but...
I think he brought all his best, pretty much.
Yeah, I think he's bringing pretty much the best thing he can. Gets the reload.
Probably being extremely cheeky.
Oh,
no way.
He is playing with fire right now, for sure.
By keeping the chase here, it does make it really difficult. Oh, he predicted that throw. That was a really good. Those are really good throws from Crunchy, but Brobicu's just one step ahead.
That's honestly, it's so cool to see such a high caliber chase right there with Crunchy going for such neat little tricky hatchets, but then Brobicu still having the awareness to look out for him.
It's just, even if you know what's coming, it's hard to pull off. So props to Crunchy for such a clean execution, but sometimes even that is just not good enough. Oh dear.
Ooh, close. Brobicu just owning this shack, just loving it here. Just taunting the killer and just hanging out.
I honestly think maybe Crunchy should reconsider spending time here. This is buying the team so much time. I think it's smart to leave Brobicu, but this is a very difficult structure to run as a hunter. And every wrong hatchet windup or every miss gives him more and more distance and accelerates the next reload that needs to happen.
Yep, which allows them to get even more gens done. As you can see, they're already down to only 2 left. This shack gen's working quite a bit as well.
No way he gets away with this!
Oh, what? How is he doing this? Look at him, look at his smile. Look at that smile, dude.
Oh my god, he spun but still had enough momentum to fastball the window and dodge the other ones in every move.
Oh, they're doing it. The secret meeting. It's happening.
There's no way.
The secret meeting.
There is zero way they get away with this.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Can I just count this whole thing? 8, 9, 10? They're already halfway.
11.
12, they're counting.
13,
they're counting themselves.
14. 15,
Yeah, take it away, Sam. Take
16,
it away.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21 for good measure, 22 for good measure.
Mission accomplished. Oh my god.
The mid-match.
What is this team of Navy SEAL survivors?
That is so impressive. That was like right in the middle of juking too. Like they juked the hunters and then just immediately ran straight down. I'm actually so impressed.
Dodging a chase into somebody else, dodging a chase into somebody else, dodging a chase, and using that time for the hunters to reload to coordinate a 4-man assault on that poor basement.
That was wild.
That is insane. Insane.
Kayla getting hit here now that they only have 2 gens left, and that shack gen's almost done, so they're in a really good spot. Crunchy's got to start getting. Very nice hatchet though.
Now, Kayla did really well when she had something to work with, but these are the tiles where the hunters really excel. If she is on point with her hatchets, there's very little a survivor can do to stay afloat there. You'll just go down eventually.
Second to last gen done, and we do have Stream Dad working on one way across the map, so that's some pretty good map pressure here. Like, Crunchy's gonna have to go the whole way across the map to pressure that, and that's gonna be pretty bad because that means he can't really defend the hook at all. And I think the survivors are actually in a really good spot to end this one out.
The worst thing is that we can't even say that the killer's been doing badly. He's been doing quite well, but these survivors are out of this world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Getting unhooked here with borrowed time, and it looks like Crunchy's gonna stick to her.
We notice again that there's no decisive strike. The killer surely has noticed that, but he can't even secure that kill. Brobicu is just being a thorn to his size, a pain in his ass, just being in front of him the whole time, trying to take a hit to that vulnerable teammate, and it's really paying off, and he's gonna go back to that shack if you allow him.
Yep, back to his shack, right back to his home, the shack. Brobicu has been like a pest to Crunchy this whole game, just like the mosquito that won't go away. Looks like Sam's actually gonna make her way over to the shack too. So
this
Crunchy
shack needs to just be demolished.
Yeah.
Last gen about to pop with a mid skill check, delaying it by a few seconds. Oh, what is gonna be the play here? That pallet's gone. Surely they can't do anything here. Be afraid of the hunters in the basement, mind you.
Brobicu, after spending so long in shack, finally goes to the basement of shack and gets
hooked. He will
hooked.
die as he lived. Just around shack, I suppose.
This is gonna be a really okay. Huntress is already powerful in the basement because of the quick cooldown of hatchets, but the Oak Half add-on that he's running makes it even crazier. So if they go for the save, and he's nearby,
hatchets and down perhaps all of them coming up.
Oh yeah, he can get a lot of hits here in rapid succession.
There is no decisive, and it seems like Sam Box doesn't have borrowed time either, so she's maybe making the right call by just waiting here a little bit, seeing if any reinforcements can come. Oh no.
Oh, that ain't good. That is not good.
Oh, this could backfire so
He got a little bit lost. Oh, no, he's found it.
No.
Oh, this ain't good.
Okay, this could still work out. Unbreakable will pick Box back in about 20 seconds. So all she needs to do is just hope she doesn't get picked. Oh.
No, the bait.
That distraction is important.
Oh, the hatchet hit the guy on the hook, though.
Oh, that's huge. They might just get out. Borrowed time.
Borrowed time's active on Dwight. Dwight's out of here.
Leave her. She'll pick herself up. Unbreakable
saving Unbreakable for now.
Oh,
Dead hard.
Dead hard. Killer.
Crunchy's getting lost. How did she get out? Kayla got out. Barbecue went down as he was getting into the locker. This is so intense.
Barbecue didn't even want to leave this basement, honestly.
I don't think he did either. I think he was happy here. Bosco's
crazy.
Jumping in and out of lockers and healing.
Forcing the pick up, maybe giving a bit of time for her teammates. I'm not sure if that was a great idea. She might have been better off being on the ground with Unbreakable. Now she has arguably no chance of getting out of there. Killa does not have enough juice on her medkit to finish a heal, so they're really gonna have to play well and coordinate if they want to have a team play happen.
Yeah, BBQ is gone to completely dead out of the match. And Stream Dad does have borrowed time, and he's full health, but he might need to catch up with Kayla and heal her up if they want to try to organize some kind of a save here. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it alone against the Huntress in the basement.
Honestly, it's a miracle that after so many hatchets thrown down there, there's still any survivors left. Kayla using that Iron Will really well, but she does get spotted eventually. Her dead heart not back.
Good hatchet.
That was really on point.
That was a very, very good hatchet. That does allow the save to come in though, so it is a bit of a trade.
Will make it could be huge now if.
But Stream Dad just letting her go.
No.
Oh, the med kit. The med kit's it's much more efficient. Yeah, they're doing a smart play.
That being said, Kayla is dead on hook, so now it's every man for himself. They just need to look out for their own ability to leave. A good hatchet and a good follow-up, and I don't think Box will be able to make it to the exit, so she'll need to really play on point.
Ooh, that's a good crouch.
She hasn't managed to finish healing. That's why Will make it could have been huge. Oh, this is so hard. She can do it.
She does have. There's the dead heart. I believe he only has maybe one hatchet left. This might be his last one.
It's gonna come down to.
Oh, that's such a good stun.
Will she finish running away? Yeah, that might be the play here.
There's still that one hatchet. That one hatchet's gonna be huge.
That's true. He did get stunned before releasing it, I think, so he should still have it. He used it on somebody else.
Yeah. Oh no! Stream Dad goes down. Oh no! Stream Dad, what were you doing? Oh,
this could have really turned upside down. Okay, the heal did finish, but remember, these add-ons allow the Hunters to follow up a hatchet with another one really quickly. And there goes the first one. A missed timing on that pallet drop. Got a hit and nothing to show for it.
Yeah, lots of hatchets still in the inventory though. He could get a follow-up here. He's gonna hook Stream Dad. So he's going to be going up on hook, and there's no way Boxco is going to be able to get a save here without borrowed time.
Do you think they've been able to 99 this exit good? I don't think they have the manpower. No, this is difficult. Oh dear.
Where's the other exit gate too? I think it's over. Yeah. Oh, the other exit gate's right there. We don't know where Hatch is either. But
oh no. This is tricky.
Yeah, this is going to be. Oh, did he see her? Did he see her?
Iron Will helps. I don't think she knows.
Oh, he knows. I don't think she gets out of this one. Yeah, God.
That heart's about to come back. That heart's about to come back. She can make a play. She can make a play.
Oh, get the stun. Get the stun.
That heart's in. That heart's in.
That heart's up. She dies. Oh, wait, it hit the guy on the hook.
Hit the wrong person.
Wait, what? How did it hit the guy on the hook? Oh, Stream Dad's going back. It's gonna get the hatchet. Oh my God! No, nothing. Nothing's gonna save him.
Okay.
Wait, Unbreakable.
Just over. Unbreakable will pick a box in about 12 more seconds, but that's just not enough.
It's not gonna be enough time. It's not gonna be enough time. He's gonna get it.
The folks around the area are all, I believe, intact other than this one. So
Stream Dad's dead.
I think Crunchyroll just did his wizardry and just created this 4K out of nowhere.
Damn! At the end, coming out with the 4K, the first one of this group too. God, what a close match! That was intense.
I don't think you could have scripted it to be any more crazy in terms of terms. That was crazy.
That was
remember how we were just talking a minute ago how well the survivors were doing, and one tiny mistake just led into this chaos. Wow.
It goes to show basement against hunters can be so dangerous. As soon as they start getting down in basement and start getting hooked there, it all kind of snowballed from there and then turned into, I mean, this.
You gotta realize that even though we didn't see it, at some point, Crunchy must have had to deal with the realization that there's 20 seconds of no one being anywhere and 2 gens left. So it must have been really confusing for him. And for him to just stay sharp, not get baited at the shag and all of these chases that were really hard for him, and to stay collected and to somehow pull that off, I think it's really remarkable. So well done, Crunchy Egg Rolls. He will go down, he will go to bed really happy tonight, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Played a phenomenal game of hunters here. That definitely the best performance we've seen out of Killer out of this group for sure. All right, and let's bring back our host Friskk.
Awesome. It's good to be back. Wow, what a lineup of games. That last match was shocking.
I think it was almost best that it was last as well, because it did really shake everything in terms of scores. I think Crunchy was going to be doing huge with that, denying everybody of their escapes. Although they did do the chance and they did achieve their wildcard, he did rob all of them from the escaping points and netted himself 10 points in that match alone. So that's wonderful.
Yeah,
I don't think
honestly... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't think a single wildcard didn't get completed, right? I'm pretty sure they completed every single wildcard challenge. Is that wrong?
We've got the milkman definitely happened.
Yeah, the shrine perks, all of them.
Even that was really difficult. So yeah, seems like more so the European counterparts, the American players are all about set objectives, man.
Oh yeah, they made sure to get those done, which is really cool to see. It really changes up the way the match plays out whenever they're going for all these crazy objectives mid game, you know?
Oh yeah, and it looks like the subs are in. So in total, especially with that incredible performance by Crunchy Egg Rolls in that last match, Crunchy's taken home 87 subs. Then we've got a close second with Sam Boxghost with 79, Kayla Flower with 77, and Brobecue and Stream Dad exiting with 45 apiece. So
that is so many.
Yeah,
that's
that is
wild.
That is definitely a lot.
Very, very good performance. Honestly, they very, very well deserved.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised that those killer matches, not that last one. That last one was so epic, but the other killer matches, I was actually not surprised to see that they weren't as, they didn't really 4K, because a lot of those survivors are really survivor mains. All of our contestants are survivor mains, so they don't really play too much killer. So I honestly wasn't that shocked.
We'll see what the second group has in store for us.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I think it might get mixed up a little bit there, but yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that group went pretty much the way I expected it to, for sure.
Oh yeah. So it looks like we've got Stream Dad on the line. Dad, are you there? Hi, Dad. How are you?
Well, hello.
Hello. You can't hear me. Ow now, brown cow. Unique New York. Unique New York. Alrighty. Well, it looks like we're having.
We can all wait for Stream Dad. As long as it's necessary.
Yeah, I am willing to wait for Stream Dad, and it looks.
Yeah, Friskk.
Oh,
we need to hear your beautiful voice.
Oh, I accidentally hit the button on my keyboard. Oopsies. No, so what I was saying was we're having a few technical difficulties, but that's okay. I know Dad will be with us in just a moment. But yeah, no. So what was your favorite highlight of that match, Tofu?
That last match, honestly, I feel like my favorite part was just Brobecue and his home at Shack. It just he was so comfortable there. It was amazing to see. He would just go there. He would flick his flashlight. Every time Crunchy would come up to him, he would have some dumb juke in store, and it would always seem to somehow work.
Yeah,
It just
that
felt
was no killer shag. That was bro's shag.
Oh, yeah.
That was bro's
just made himself at home, and the way
Yep.
they transition into that basement just out of nowhere. How did they do it? I just want some insight into this ridiculous.
Yeah, I would love to see. Like, I would love to like listen into the comms and maybe like see how that even got organized, because it felt like we were watching an intense chase. It felt like Barbecue was in danger of dying, and then a split second later, they were all running down the basement stairs, and I was like, how did it even happen? I don't even know. It was crazy.
Oh,
yeah, that was really interesting to see how they just all just wound up in that basement, and you didn't even. I wonder how that kind of came into play. I think I'm going to ask Stream Dad that when he joins us, just because I would love to know what the thought process was around that.
Let's see if
So
we can talk to him.
let's try this again. Earth to Stream Dad, are you there?
I am here. Hello.
Hi, Stream Dad. How are you?
I'm wonderful and very happy to have been part of this. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here today. I was curious with that last match. We were just discussing about how, one moment BroBQ's getting chased, and then the next second you're all in the basement completing that wild card. How did that go down? Did you all plan for that, or did you guys just go book it for the basement?
Well, we kind of figured, well, if somebody's down there hooked, it'd be the perfect time to go ahead and get that challenge done. So then once we got down there, we were just going to sit there and we were like, well, you know what? We might as well play locker poker and see if anybody gets caught. And it played out well because he thought we all left. So.
Oh, wow. So you just took that opportunity and it just paid
Sam
off.
was counting down to make sure we were down there long enough. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know. I heard Sam counting and she was just like 19, 20, 21 for good measure, 22 just to make sure.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed that. That was so fun. So Dad, you are the epitome of wholesome. Absolutely wholesome. So you know you are. You stop it. So I have a question. So when you were up for killer, me and Tofu weren't really sure if you were going to continue being happy-go-friendly Papa, or if you were going to shift into a more ruthless role, since this is a competitive match. So what was your strategy as killer?
I'm not good enough at killer to be ruthless. I mean,
No, that's not true.
I play it. I mean, most people know. The only time I ever played killer was when I was keeping my rank low and trying to get matched up with newer people coming into the game so that I could give them a good, fun, successful experience in the game, because it's very tough. As a new person coming in, getting used to the controls, getting used to the maps. So that's what I would do is I would, try to get everybody hooked once. Didn't always happen. And then just put pressure on them, work on the gens, try not to let them know that I was going to let them survive, and give them that positive experience in the game, thinking that they were doing well. And most of them did really well, especially considering the lower ranks. The only reason why I stopped doing that, and I literally haven't played killer now in like 2 or 3 months, is because the matchmaking was putting me with, single-digit players, and it kind of took away the whole reason for it. And like I said, I never wanted to play killer. I never wanted to be the killer. It just...
Yeah, that's just not your MO. Yeah.
It's
No,
not.
that makes total
And
sense.
I mean,
yeah.
I got matched with you once before. You saw how I played. I play to have fun, and especially if I know who I'm playing against.
I remember. I bullied you. I head-oned you. I took you for a ride, and then
I
I
gave
saw
you the
you shimmy as the
shimmies, yep.
clown,
I was playing
and then I
clown,
realized
yep.
it was you, and then you just showed up in chat, and you were just like, Friskk, and I was like, Dad, I'm so sorry.
I do. I'm going to be 57 years old, and everybody has a different play level of skill, and mine is down at like super potato, really. And I'm okay with that. The game is fun. It keeps me playing. I mean, I have almost 5,800 hours in the game. I'm still a super potato. Obviously, the game is fun whether you win or lose, if you have that mindset. And that's what I try to get through to everybody who comes into my stream, who hangs out. I know you mentioned it. I open up Survive with Friends. I play with viewers, preferably people that have hung out for a while, and we rotate people through. And I just tell people, I don't care if you're new, I don't care if you're terrible at the game, just come and do the best you can. We're just going to have fun. That's what the point of gaming is.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and I fall in that category too.
Oh, I totally understand that. Well, you might be a killer potato, but you're the nicest potato around. So before,
sour cream and chives.
I was gonna say, so before we end this, I wanted to ask you one more incredibly important question. Now, I know the answer to this for the most part, but I want to make sure everybody else knows. So, Dad, could you share with the viewers why your beard and branding is this marvelous hue of blue?
To share with you why it's blue? Yes. My community is called the Teal Warriors. The teal is representative of ovarian cancer. Ovarian cancer is I'll give you the quick rundown on the whole thing. Ovarian cancer is the number 5 most deadly form of cancer because of its late detection. I can't show it here with the early signs and symptoms, but if you look up ovarian cancer awareness anywhere on the internet, you'll get a list. Because they're so similar to everyday type ailments, women put off going to see the doctor, and this makes it very late detected. My wife was diagnosed back in June of 2017. By the time they found it, and by the time the doctors stopped pushing us out, it was already stage 3. The tumors were 13.5 centimeters large. You could actually feel them through her abdomen at that point. You really have to be firm with the doctors. Ovarian cancer and many forms of cancer don't show up on a standard blood and urine test. So when you go in to see a doctor, you're complaining of pain and suffering, and it doesn't show anything on those tests, they're very quick to assume that you're addicted to painkillers because of the opioid addiction problem. And they put my wife off for 7 months. It may have found it earlier, but at stage 3, it had spread, which went major surgery, chemotherapy, and we're still fighting it. So the number jumps up and down. We're not sure why. They can't answer why. But early detection, absolutely. If you know somebody with ovaries, somebody who was born with ovaries, and a lot of you know why I say it that way, please make sure that they look up ovarian cancer awareness. Be aware, early detection. Don't be afraid to see the doctor. And please be firm with your doctors. If you are actually suffering, be firm with them. Let them know that you're concerned about your health and you're aware that these could be signs of something else that won't show up on their laboratory tests. And that's why I do it. I had started doing it for my wife. I actually redid this for this event. I don't diet anymore because my wife told me that it literally disgusted her because it brought back so many memories of the pain and suffering. So I did this special. Plus, I put it up. You notice I don't usually have my beard as full face. This is actually my long goatee, brought up, gelled, hairsprayed, and dyed. My beard is usually like this.
Yeah.
So, but awareness is important to me. It's literally my it's my thing. It's my dedication. So, and thanks for asking about it. I appreciate that.
No, absolutely. I think that is a very important part of your brand and your streaming journey. And I echo everything Dad said. Make sure you get checked for all of that stuff. I lost my grandmother earlier this year to ovarian cancer. They didn't find it until it was too late, and then it had already started spreading, and she ended up within 2 months. Within 2 months, it basically took over. So, cancer's no joke, and it's important to make sure you always check on your health and you are aware of these things and you stay proactive. Dad, thank you so much for this interview.
Thanks everybody for bringing me in for these games. I love playing with everybody. It's always fun playing with those people that you always idolized early on, and then to actually get to play with them and have fun with them. That's the biggest joy. So thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks, Dad. Oh man, what a great interview. That was wonderful. So, coming up, everyone, we've got an interview with Xavier on the new killer, the Blight, another interview with Stephanie talking about the graphical update. We've got more stunning art and our final matches with North America 2 bracket after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Into the Fog. Developing a character is more than just creating an origin story or personality. It's about bringing those characters alive through visuals. I'm here with Xavier, the Associate Art Director at Behavior. Xavier, how are you doing today?
Hey, how are you? Oh, nice. Happy to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you. So, Xavier, could you tell us a little bit more about your role over there at Behavior?
Oh, yes, sure. So, as you say, I'm Xavier Chepard. I'm Associate Art Director on Dead by Daylight. I joined the team 1 year and a half ago, more or less, since the Stranger Things chapter. So I work on this one and next on the Gunslinger one, Silent Hill, and also the visual rework we did on Springwood and the Hospital. So regarding my role on the team, it's like I spread the artistic vision from the art director to several departments of the production team on both characters and environments. So all the follow-up to secure the consistency and the quality of all our cosmetics and designs. So basically, I am the contact for the artist to make sure everything is aligned with the director's decision.
All right, so you're making sure that the vision is coming to life appropriately and and just making sure everything's going to plan.
Exactly. I'm also using my background on as a concept artist and working with the production to help the artist and give them feedbacks to help them on their art and do something better.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, that's really cool to know. So when you're creating a character, how does that process work? You know, what do you start with?
So first, you have the narrative, the creative, and the art director working together to create characteristic and the overall vision of the new killer and map. And with that vision, the designers create prototypes to apply these ideas with level design and gameplay mechanics in consideration. And when everything is defined and working, this is where I come on stage, and I work closely with the concept artists and the 3D character modelers to talk about anatomy, fold, silhouette, functionality, or other artistic feedbacks to achieve the best design we can. I do the same thing also with the environments and the level artists. So when all the artists are, I think we have something strong and convincing. I share it with our directors. I ask them the last approval, and we adjust it at this moment, or we ship it that way.
Ooh, that sounds like a whole process. I'm exhausted just like thinking about it. That there's just so much that goes into making sure that, you know, this character that, you know, your department is trying to bring to life is, you know, everything's going according to plan, you know, everything makes sense, and, you know, kind of going back and forth, making sure everything's approved. You know, that is a lot. That's a lot of work on your end.
Yeah, it's really a really exciting journey.
Yeah, definitely exciting for sure. So everyone right now is, for the most part, is playing the PTB with the new upcoming killer, the Blight. So can you tell us a little bit more about, you know, the journey into creating the Blight, you know, where maybe the inspiration came from, and, you know, just the artistic journey of developing the Blight as our new killer?
Oh, yeah, yes, sure. So first, we are really happy to finally reveal the look of the Blight killer, because he's really special for us. I mean, we've shown some glimpse of him in some previous cinematics during the past year. And this character is really important for us because he's a link between all our killers, because he was the guy behind the experimentations on the killers during the Halloween, if you remind the Halloween events we do each year. It was already well defined for us in many aspects, like, for example, his time period, his personality, or also his abilities with the syringe. But it was still important to define his body type and the balance between his human and monstrous side. Because when we discussed with the directors, like they were really attached to Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde look, but imagine it like in between a mix of both states. We asked the concept artist to explore several ways to transform a body. So we tried like more insectoid look, more infected, like playing the proportions, so zombie-like face and look, but at the end we went with a more human, elongated silhouettes, because we wanted him to look smart. He's not just a monster, he's a character with clear intentions. But we focused our efforts on other places, like, for example, the face. We gave him like a really creepy face and a malformed, a ripped jaw. You will see like this disturbing look in each outfit of him. And regarding the Blight attitude, we wanted to give him like a really crooked and distorted shape, because he's transformed, as I said. But at the same time, when you will see the gameplay, he's really dynamic. He's ready to jump on the survivor. So we gave him powerful legs to justify this velocity and this attack And yeah, at the end, it's we are happy with it. I think players will appreciate it and love the way he moves and his predator bestial attitudes and movements. You should see the Mori, like it's insane, like the way he attack people, and yeah, I think it's a really good add-on on our killer casting.
Awesome. I am looking forward to, getting my hands on the Blight and playing the Blight in September, as well as everybody else. Xavier, I think that is all the time we have for today, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, everybody, stay tuned for more into the fog. For 4 years, Dead by Daylight has looked exactly the same, but not for long. Dead by Daylight is getting a facelift with an upcoming graphical update. Stephanie is the team lead level artist in charge of that update. Stephanie, could you tell us a little about yourself and what we can expect with this graphical update?
Well, I've been hired by Behavior to be in charge of the visual update. So I'm in charge of making things more beautiful right now.
All right, that's awesome. So speaking of making things beautiful, I hear that you have a few assets to show us about these graphical updates. Could you tell us a little bit more about them?
Oh yeah, sure. Right now, like the goal of the visual update is to upgrade the quality of Dead by Daylight without, of course, destroying the gameplay. We try to keep the map that the players love that much as is, but of course with a visual upgrade. So we did some lighting improvement, some VFX improvement, more realistic modeling, more details, more storytelling driven environment. And that's pretty much where we're going right now. It's a huge challenge because we want to keep the map like the player loves, but still, I think you guys are gonna love it.
Yeah, taking a look at those pictures, I guess we can see Yamaoka and Springwood. Both of those maps, they look absolutely phenomenal from the pictures. I love how grimy and dirty they look, and it just kind of, feeds into that atmosphere that is Dead by Daylight. So I'm excited to see what it looks like when it does finally roll out. So aside from making it more aesthetically pleasing, how does this change the player's experience moving forward?
Well, the thing is, when we look at the map, when we were like playing, we were like, okay, what can we do to make the player experience Dead by Daylight? Not only playing and just hiding. It's just we want the player to feel that he's really hiding in this grass. He's really scared. We want to put the emphasis on the experience and living the moment really. Like you're gonna be scared, you have to run for your life and just hiding, really like living the experience of Dead by Daylight. So that's why everything that we're trying to achieve right now, it's to please the gameplay. It's you have the experience, okay, what can we do to make it more believable, to create more an immersive environment right now. That's what we're trying to achieve with the visual update.
I'm actually really excited to see this visual update come into play. As someone who plays Dead by Daylight all of the time, I start to become a little bit desensitized to the environment. So, creating a bit more of an immersive, just entire space for the game to make me feel, more scared, more in the moment. Those are things that I've actually been yearning for as a player that I'm sure other people in the community have been yearning for as well. So I'm really excited to see those come into play. Well, thank you so much for your time, Stephanie. All right, everyone, stay tuned for more Into the Fog goodness. Don't go anywhere.
Je sais pas si il a parlé dans le chat, j'ai pas vu, mais je crois en tout cas. Thank you very much again. And cheers to you. Je sais pas du tout, par contre, je pense que ça n'a rien à voir parce que je vois pourquoi c'est Morph qui aurait offert les subs. Ça me paraît bizarre. Yo, DVD!
Yo, if you got gifted this up by DBD, man. I hope you guys enjoyed everything. Thank you for the 87 gifted subs, guys. That's 87. You better count that. You better count it. 87 gifted subs from DBD, y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, DBD. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. I enjoy these things, man. I enjoy doing this. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the 87 gifted. If you guys got gifted, enjoy your emotes, and I hope to see you guys around. You know what I'm saying? I play DBD all the damn time. All the time.
But yeah, I like cosplaying her a lot. This is so awesome.
Thank you, Dead by Daylight. Thank you for the 77 gifted subs. Hope you like my cosplay.
I think it's smart to leave Brobik here.
45
this is
subs?
a very difficult structure to run as a
Wait,
hunter.
for what?
And every wrong hatchet windup or every miss gives him more and more distance and
Oh yeah, you can't sub me before I sub you. Oh fuck, hold on. Wait, hold on, don't sub yet. I gotta sub you to me. Fuck, I'm using a different chat program. Shh, stop. Chat, quick, someone do it. I'm fucking up.
I'm not saying that you should give the people what they want. Ah! I have my alerts off. Wait, can I? Yeah, you can't hear it, but it was really exciting. I can have my alerts back on. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. It is an honor to be a Fog Whisperer. Look at that. You know what? Screenshot.
Can I get this gen done? Can I get this gen done? 45 subs, woo! Heck yes. Thank you guys so much. Dang. DVD, thank you so much. It's an honor to be a part of your organization. Obviously, I'm very addicted and in love with this game. But can you fix the pallets?
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Into the Fog. If you are just joining us, I'm Friskk, Fog Whisperer, content creator for Dead by Daylight, voice actress, host, and more. I'm a woman of many talents, and I am also not doing this alone. I've got my wonderful co-hosts and commentators, OhTofu and Otzdarva, who have been doing an incredible job all day, not only with just the Europe games, but the first North America bracket as well. OhTofu, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Honestly, it's pretty easy to do a good job when these matches are like so exciting. Honestly, they've been so fun. I hope it keeps continuing because, man, it's been an absolute blast casting these.
I think the first half of the American matches and the European ones have set up a really high bar. I would be surprised if we're on that level, but if we are, I'm all for it. These matches pretty much commentate themselves. Let's get to them.
Oh yeah, for sure. They definitely commentate themselves. It's just been an incredible set of matches. You know, we had some pretty strong killers in the Europe bracket, and then in the North America bracket, we had a lot of stacked survivors. So it wasn't too crazy on the killer end. However, the last game, we had Crunchyroll just straight up clean up 4K, done and done. He annihilated everyone. So it was kind of refreshing to see. So speaking of matches, we are going to be jumping into the second and last part of the second North America matches and the last matches of the day. So let me go ahead and explain this a little bit to you all. So we've got 5 Fog Whisperers who join together and take turns playing the killer. Survivors will attempt to escape. Killers will attempt to sacrifice survivors to the entity. Pretty self-explanatory. Survivors will also have a secret wildcard objective to complete. So You, the audience, are going to vote on those wild cards. All you get are names, you don't get descriptions. So you have no idea what you're going to be voting on and what's going to happen. So it's always a really nice surprise, and those who succeed will be rewarded. Going on into how we are divvying up the prizes for survivors, they get 5 subs to any escaping survivor, 1 sub to any survivor in a trial when a generator is completed, 5 additional subs to all escaping survivors upon completion of a wildcard challenge. And for the killer, it's pretty simple. 2 subs for each survivor claimed by the entity, or 10 subs if all survivors are killed in a trial. So 10 in all for each contestant. And as you can see, we have the brackets. So the first bracket you see there was our European bracket, which is already done. The second one was North America 1, and the third one is going to be our final round of contestants. Do you notice anyone? Anybody that you like? Any fog whispers that you're a big fan of? Who do you think's going to clean up this time around? Be sure to tweet it out with hashtag into the fog.
And we're gonna have Meows playing the role of killer. Now, Meows is in the very difficult position, not only of playing killer first in her bracket, she also has to play killer as a hardcore survivor main. Just like everybody else on this bracket, she's got a ton of hours, she knows the game inside and out, but she does it from the survivor perspective for the most part. She barely plays killer. I think she says she had less than 20 hours as killer, despite playing survivor almost non-stop for so many years. I actually have a little bit of insight into what she's bringing because she asked me for advice. So I actually might have an idea of what she might be bringing. Although, of course, I don't want to spoil it just in case I'm wrong. She will be trying to use a little bit of subterfuge, a little bit of cheekiness, instead of just the raw knowledge and the raw killer skills to try and catch these otherwise really, really strong players off guard. And we'll see how that works out. What do you expect to see, Tofu?
That's interesting. Given that she doesn't play a lot of killer, I feel like this could go either way. Like I said earlier, as an experienced survivor player, though, you will know some things. You'll definitely know some do's and don'ts as killer just from your experience as a survivor. So hopefully that pays off in her favor, but it's really hard to say if she doesn't have the experience. I think, though, hopefully we can give her a good wildcard challenge to help her out, though, because that could definitely make or break this for her. So let's take a look at the new challenges, the last set of 5 challenges we have here. Feel free to take a vote for whichever one of these looks the most interesting to you. I know they're vague right now, but once one gets voted on, we can elaborate more on what it does. To vote for it, just put the number next to the name into chat, and your vote will be cast. And at the end of the votes, we will start the game.
What? Yep. While you guys are choosing which of these potentially insane challenges gets picked as a side challenge for survivors, we'll be learning more about Meows with 3 E's in this video.
My lord, those were some pretty sick cosplays. I'm gonna be honest, that was awesome to look at. Anyway, it looks like the wildcard challenge here, looks like, is Stacks Please barely ahead here? It looks like Stacks Please is gonna win it, and the challenge is at least one survivor must achieve 5 stacks of autodidact and survive.
That's it. They're done. The survivors have 0 chance.
What do you mean?
Also, they're all gonna die.
No,
they're gonna try. They're gonna die trying this.
Autodidact is the wave. It is the wave, dude. I'm telling you.
I did tell you that I might have a guess as to what Meows will be bringing, and I think she will be bringing nurses and an anti-healing perk.
Ooh.
Let's see what kind of strategy they come up to see how they can secure that this perk will get these stacks.
Oh yeah, at least one. Okay.
Well, only one of us has to get it, right?
Exactly. You guys can all
Yeah.
take it, but at least one needs to get the 5 stacks.
And
Okay.
survive.
And survive. Hmm.
Yeah, why might take that instead of inner strength? There's 2 autos on the field. That's gonna be insane.
That is insane.
So do we only want one person with it?
Oh no, you can run it too.
Okay.
It's really strong. Once it gets 4 to 5 perks, it's one of the best healing perks in the game.
Ooh. All right.
So then
Who you have? Oh.
I was gonna bring a yellow med kit with 2 people with autodidact. Should I let you guys be the healers and bring something else?
All right, it seems like they're going to go the route of bringing 2 autodidacts, which does cover a fair amount of risk. You don't want to have too many. This perk really can backfire. It starts as a debuff. Every time you get a skill check, you actually lose progress, but get enough stacks, get enough skill checks, eventually it becomes a really powerful, strong perk. So this could go really either way. Will they get no skill checks, and will the slower healing catch them at the start when they really don't need to be debuffed? Or will they actually pull through this initial resistance and have a healing machine going on multiple survivors? It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, you kind of have to like really let the people with autodidact take on the healing rule. You kind of just have to back off and never like don't heal if you don't have it, and let the people that have it take care of all the healing so that they can get their stacks. And I think it's very wise of them to run it on 2 different survivors, because keep in mind the challenge did say to get 5 stacks and survive. It's not just getting 5 stacks. So
if one of those people were to get it but then die, that would be the end of the challenge for everybody else. So they'll have to make sure that these people are doing the heavy lifting in terms of healing, but also that they get protected, at least one of them, to secure the challenge for all the survivors. The killer will no doubt know that someone out there will be healing more so than usual, and she'll need to keep an eye out to see if she can interrupt it. It is really, really crucial not to get interrupted when you use this perk, because it just takes you so long for that first 1 or 2 heals if skill checks are slow. So there is a really, really great opportunity for Meows to really take advantage of that. And hopefully, and I think it will be the case, her build and the map she'll send herself to, because she's the killer and she can do that, will hopefully complement this.
yeah, I feel like you can possibly shut down this entire wildcard if you wanted to play Plague. We talked about this earlier whenever there was another healing challenge.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't know really what her killer spectrum is looking like and all, like who all she's willing to play. But hypothetically, if she really just wanted to shut down this challenge, Plague would absolutely destroy it.
I didn't even think of that. That being said, playing a killer that's so mechanically complex as Plague, just in the off chance to shut down this, could really backfire. It might be better to just secure those kills, go for the safe route, and that's what I expect Meows will do. But hey, she's suppressed us before, so she is going against, I think, a roster of survivors, that even more so that the previous brackets are more on the survivor side. So either way, even if the build is on her side, and even if this is a gimmicky challenge they need to go for, she still has to verse 4 very strong survivors that no doubt will waste no time at the start getting gems done.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a tough time for sure, no matter what. Oh, and we're actually on Larry's. Interesting. Going into the indoor map, I wonder if this is gonna be some kind of a stealth killer then.
Oh, I believe you are spot on. We'll have a look at the killer and see their perks in just a second, but yep, this is This is what I recommended, and she seemed to really like this build. She tried it out, maybe honed her skills a little bit, and I really hope she kills it.
Something that I find really interesting is that she has Sloppy Butcher, which actually helps out Autodidact, because that makes the heals take longer, which gives you more opportunities to get skill checks.
That is true. That is true. If they get those first skill checks, you will be right. However, if she does manage to inflict damage to multiple people and those skill checks don't happen, it's going to be hard. And remember, only 2 survivors have Autodidact, so will they get their stacks quick?
That's very, very true. It looks like she already found Toki too, so a chase has already begun, although I don't think she's gonna follow it up. I think a very common strategy here, and I'm very curious to know if you think she's gonna do this, but a very common strategy here, especially with the stealth killer with Sloppy Butcher, is to kind of inflict damage to multiple different survivors, and then kind of just pop your stealth, wander around the map, and try to catch them off healing with Nurse's Calling. I think that might be the strat.
That's absolutely the MO that she's going for. And remember that with this really strong recovery add-on, her power comes back every 60 seconds. So that's every 16 seconds she could just drop her turret radios, stop committing to whichever survivor she's on, and go for someone else. And she will have many people to pick if they keep killing carelessly in the open. And this is one of the smaller maps too, so it's not even that easy to heal in a place where she won't be able to see you. A bit of an attempt to a spin there, but just ends with Steve being damaged. Someone has healed in the distance, but so far, damage is done.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any autodidact stacks came out of that heal or not. Looks like no. Puppers and Jason are the two survivors that have autodidacts. We might have to keep an eye on them a little bit to see how they're going with stacks. So far, nothing, but...
That is the first down of the match. A very, very critical moment. With Ruin still up, any survivor that's not actively on a generator is contributing to that generator just slowly going back to 0. And with only 3 survivors now available to move, it's going to be really tricky. Predictably, with Ghostface, the now healthy survivors are probably going to be the ones going for the rescue. The injured one, of course, could be stabbed from the dark at any given time. Maybe we could listen in and see how they're planning to rescue. Oh, never mind. This just happened.
Oh. No! I thought I saw you there.
All right, they seem to be having a bit of banter back and forth. Remember that all these players are on the same call, and even the killer can listen to the survivors. They need to be very careful about which directions they give to each other, as the killer will be listening. The killer, you could say, is all ears.
And Jason goes down here. I still don't think they've gotten any autodidact stacks yet, which is pretty unfortunate. I don't think they've gotten a chance to heal each other. They've been kind of doing their own thing all individually around the map.
They do have progress on the gens a little bit, have tried to do it despite the ruin. I don't know how much it'll give, but the ruin is really hard to find in this map, and just as we say that, Toki comes across a really suspicious totem.
Commentator curse coming through. As soon as you say it, they find it, of course.
I am very glad. Honestly, if they don't find this ruin, I don't see the survivors doing so well at this space. We have, I believe, Jason dead on Hook at the moment he is out of that. And they don't have a decisive, and Meows, if she pays attention, will know that. So Jason needs to be protected now.
Let's listen in and see how they're thinking about this. I'm curious to see how they're going about trying to get these stacks.
You can
Bond or something.
Why you do this? Oh crap! You flung me into a. Oh no! Oh, it's so far from that window. Come on!
No!
Look at how far this was. All right, I have 2 stacks right now. Oh, we gotta go.
I don't know where I'm going.
You got 2 more stacks than me.
I swear someone had on
Genzo.
I honestly forgot we were doing that. So
it would be lovely to not be around this bathroom anymore. Thanks.
Ow.
Ghost is back into stealth, and what a timing! Jason just finishes having a teammate heal him, only to take another stab. Remember, he doesn't have any purple tapping him. He is one of the only 2 hopes for that.
Oh no! Oh no! Jason holding Toki in place.
That's really good though. If he had taken that hit, he would have been down, and one of the only 2 autodidacts would be down. Only a head-on happened.
The head-on stun coming in right in front of the hook though, so the killer's still kind of just hanging out here. And I don't.
He was finding really good value out of this anti-killing perk, despite the autodidact, or maybe because of the autodidact.
Yeah, and as we saw, Jason managed to get 2 stacks of autodidact. It looked like Puppers was in a position to heal there as well, so Puppers may also be coming upon some stacks himself if he can get the skill checks here.
It's actually Gar who is running autodidact, and Puppers is the one being healed, I believe. And oh, this sucks. This is why autodidact. This doesn't always work. Oh, that being said, we just saw... Is it 3 people that are running it?
Wait, oh yeah, maybe it's 3 people running it. Puppers is up to 4 stacks. He almost has the challenge complete. Well, aside from surviving, but he almost has all the stacks. Oh, looks like he might be able to get a chance for his 5th stack here. All he has to do is get a skill check at some point during this super long heal. And there it is.
Oh, the 50 fat extra. Oh my God. That was actually what he did get the save.
Did you see? Autodidact saved his life. Did you see it? Did you see it? Autodidact.
Yeah, I believe
it's the
that,
way.
but now We have Jason, who is dead, and Meow's as nice as she is. I don't think we'll pass up on this opportunity to just eliminate one of the players. With Ruin being gone, I can see these other players, you know, maybe contesting for that final 2 gens, but it's going to be really difficult for them. This killer can strike from almost any angle with very little warning once his terror radius is gone. And they need to protect Poppers at all costs if they are to keep this challenge alive. Uh-oh.
It is very good that they all managed to heal, though. Being injured is not a position you want to be in on Larry's against a stealth killer. That is very dangerous. So the fact that they managed to all heal up is very, very valuable. At this point, I think it does just boil down to trying to get the gens done and keeping Puppers alive. I mean, you...
Dead Hard there, but he's exhausted on the ground. Either way, that Dead Hard, I think, wouldn't have brought him very much distance. It was a good effort. You might have noticed that Guy is running Spine Shield, which is really good against a stealth killer, but that didn't really work in this case. Popper's jamming out on the final, actually one of the 2 final generators, and you can see what the other survivors are doing. We'll have a sense of the strategy.
Yeah, both the last 2 gens seems like they were being worked on. Toki had one about half done.
We should stay on it. Maybe.
I think you do. I think you do. With Gar having a whole 60 seconds on that hook, I think you just stay on that jet.
Poppers was close to being finished, should have been the one going for the rescue, but that again is very predictable. So if Meows was paying attention, she might have been able to intercept him. Perhaps doing this, after all, will be the best play. Meows runs into someone, doesn't get a quick
Puppers
hit.
does indeed get intercepted, as you said, so it actually is really smarter than to bail off and go for the save. Puppers is going to get chased here. I think he's pretty far away from the gens, though, so...
I didn't even see that knife come out of anywhere.
If you can keep him distracted, this might be enough. Well, this was the gen that was worked on right here.
However, you need to remember that Puppers is the one with 5 stacks, so he should be looking into switching up with another survivor, if it is at all possible.
True, he's playing very safe here, though. Very smart of him to just throw that pallet and then play it super safe.
I would have not risked it, not against a killer that can hide the red stain and just stab you the moment you think is there. Very, very smart. Puppers had a little bit of distance, took a hit still somehow, but didn't lose his composure. Very well done.
Yeah, leading on a good chase here. I'm curious to know if the killer's going to actually keep committing to this, or I think it looks like she's probably going to bail away.
I believe in that area was also the generator that was nearly done, so should Meow stick to that generator? Should they, should she try to find Puppers before it's too late? Obviously, she doesn't know who has who, and she's probably just thinking about her end goal of killing all survivors, but it is a difficult choice regardless.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what the 3 gens are looking like as far as positioning, because if they're close together, then she might be in a really good spot here to close this out, considering she's able to patrol.
Needs to make this last as long as possible. And I don't know what limited resources she has here. This map is really tough. Sometimes going into a room, you need a prayer knowing that there could be a window there that can buy you a lot of time, or absolutely nothing, and you could go down in 1 second.
He did go back to healing himself, and Meows did get a hit on Toki, chasing her off the gen again, but Gar's on a different gen, so they are pressuring the map really well, splitting up, doing different gens, trying to keep the pressure up, but as they're doing it, Meows just keeps getting more and more hits.
Now we're gonna see some of the use of that 5
autodidact.
Yep, let's wait for it. 1 skill check at a good time, and
bam!
Almost the whole thing.
Bam, baby!
Wow. Okay. I eat my own words.
Yeah, and you were talking bad about this poor Gots. Tisk, tisk.
Yeah, what did it cost them? A single teammate? Absolutely a bargain. Yeah, no, that was 100% worth it.
Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Back on the library gen. About 40%, and Gar's getting chased away. It seems like at this point it's a very cat and mouse game of walking up, working on the generator for a while.
Gar was running, and you just end up running into the killer. He gave up a very powerful pallet there just to buy himself enough time. He doesn't have adrenaline or any second chance perk that can really save him once the gens are powered, so he'll have to rely on Spine Shield to know if he's being chased, Dead Hard to maybe make a bit of distance, and a lot of luck, because...
Oh, it's so close. Are they going to commit? They're going to commit to it. Someone's going to die for this, though, for sure.
Oh, the whip!
Nope, still going down, though. Still going down. They committed hard for that generator.
I think, fortunately for them, Toki might not be dead just yet. If I recall correctly, I don't think she's on her dead hook. Do you remember?
I don't think she's even been hooked at all, as a matter of fact. I could be wrong.
Another huge skill check from out to the back that wraps up that heal. Well done. She is on her second, but that does give him a bit of time. Now the killer has to worry about protecting the person on the hook, but also keeping an eye on the executes, which are so unpredictable in this map.
Yeah, Pupper's still injured, though. He's still the one that needs to make it out for the wildcard challenge to be complete, and he's injured, so it's a little bit dangerous.
Not that far, though.
Yeah, he's 2 stacks away, so he could still get the 5 stacks himself,
Still
too.
get it. They actually have somehow beaten some real difficult odds. The rescue did happen. The killer is right on their tail. Oh, she made a very unfortunate pallet there that might give these two enough distance to actually leave her a run for her money.
Pupper's going to have this gate open for sure.
Yep. Unless he makes a very risky play, he should be out of there. No problem.
At this point, I think
the one that needs to be chased. She's the only one that can go down in a single hit. And Meow's job is just to find her.
Yeah, I think Toki's kind of having a bit of an issue finding the exit gate too. It can be hard to find it sometimes in these maps. It's
behind the hatch, knowing that her teammates are in a much better spot and that could leave at any moment.
Very true, very true. Looks like Pupper's gonna open the exit gate, and I think he's gonna get pushed out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh no, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Oh no, the wildcard challenge. Oh
no. Oh no, why would you take a hit?
Oh, Pupper's gonna die.
Oh no!
Oh, dude, the challenge! The game subs! Oh, this is...
It's not over. It's not over. He can still make it. He just needs to
get a Kobe. That's all he has to do. He just has to Kobe. Toki getting the other door open. They need to either heal up or...
It's more complicated. Puppers were just sitting there, all merry and happy, and then this happened. So what do we attribute this to? Was he just confident? Was he trying to be a diversion?
Yeah, he was just memeing. He was crouching and looking up in front of the exit gate. When he got hit, he'd opened up the gate, and I think he might have got caught on the speed boost or something.
The killer is lurking around the hook, as they should. I think with good effective communication, Gar and I think him and Toki could.
Oh no, that's really bad. I honestly think they should have just left and then tried to see if Gar could get to
Toki's dead. If he gets this, if Meows gets this hook and is in time to keep an eye on Puppets, that's 3 kills she guarantees. So I think that at this point, that's good.
I think they're gonna make it.
I think they should be all right.
Ooh, they saved it. They saved it. My lord, was that close. Oh, that was so close.
One for the team, and I think it's really remarkable that someone who plays that little killer did this incredible. So an amazing performance by Meows.
She played very well considering that she barely ever plays killer. Like I said, I think a lot of that survivor knowledge coming through of like the do's and don'ts. I think she really understood it, even though she didn't have a lot of experience with it, and she played absolutely phenomenally. Honestly,
she knew who she had to take care of, but didn't overcommit to them. In an untimely manner. She knew what the plan was, and played making very few blunders. She made all the strategical calls and played really, really well. And the survivors, honestly, I think they had a really difficult match here. It is very hard, even for very competent survivors, to give callouts in a map this closed. So that must have been quite difficult for them to call out the killer when you barely see anything beyond a room or a small corridor. So they, I think, did really well, all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at these guys, the 2 Steve Harringtons. I mean, honestly, fantastic. I think Jason might be missing a hat, but overall, I think both pretty solid.
But you gotta admit, his goggles are better though. So.
Oh yeah, the goggles are A++. That is amazing. Oh man, everyone here that's playing right now is in. I think every single one of them's in cosplay, and they all look great. Like they all have amazing outfits on. I think it's fun.
I believe there was an incentive to be cosplaying for extra gifted subs. So they have wasted no opportunity to show their creativity, which, by the way, blows me away. I think that what Meows and what these people do is incredible.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To secure those subs, well done.
Yeah, very well played all around. That was a very fun match to watch.
And next up, we're going to see Jason Sully. If my info is correct, I believe that Jason fancies himself a bit of a sweetheart. He doesn't like to play killer very much. He likes to be nice to survivors, and he's usually more of a survivor main. But don't let that distract you. Jason is a really tough guy. He used to be a stuntman. He is a rugged man, and I hope he'll tap into some of that for this round so that he can do even better than Meows and bring something that is maybe a little bit unexpected and catches these good survivors off guard as well. I think that's the way forward. What do you think you could bring?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not really sure what kind of arsenal he has as far as killers and what he might bring, but I'm really curious to see what he'll do. I know he plays a lot of Survivor. I've seen him a lot. He's a very energetic and loud person who's very fun to be around. So I'm very curious to see like what he'll do as a killer as opposed to a Survivor this game. And again, we do have another wildcard challenge to vote for, so feel free to cast your votes for whichever challenge you think looks the best. Just type the number of the challenge in chat to cast your vote, and we will tally it up at the end, and then the match will start whenever we get a winning wildcard.
That's right. We do have a video that will introduce us to Jason, and while you guys are picking your favorite, however long that takes, we'll be watching this video and learning more about him.
Is this right here? Is this thing rolling? Hi, I'm Jason. I'm a new fog whisperer. I prefer to die with my friends. What? Oh, sorry. I like to make the sacrifice play, even if it means we both die. And when I play killer, I like to give knife hugs to my new friends. They don't seem to appreciate that. My perks are my own, so stop asking. So as you can see, I'm pretty new here, but I think I've deduced the best way to play Dead by Daylight. Introducing the Poopin' Loop! But what is the Poopin' Loop? I'm glad you asked. Here's a quick rundown of everything you need to know. This is a porta potty, not a locker or shed. This is where you poop. You pop in, do your business for 3 seconds, and then you wait. In comes your best friend. Your friend is scared, but ready. Your best friend loops to your potty, and you yell, "Occupied!" Then, when the time is right, you slap those doors open in the face of the unsuspecting killer. Celebration! Now it's time to scatter. And here's what the glory looks like in-game. Roll the tape! No! He knows! Oh my God! I see you coming straight through! Oh, I hit it too early! Ah! It's down. I'm in the porta potty. Yep. That's the one. Oh, we got it. Oh, no! Wait! Cut! I said cut! Everybody go to bed. This is the wrong tape. Dude. I'm gonna do it anyway. I had to get a mid-sprint. Poop and loop! Slapped her! Let's go!
Oh my God.
I don't know why I'm here.
Oh my God.
My God, what a video. That was fantastic. Holy. Well, looks like the winning wild card is the 3 strikes you're out. So let's take a look at what that does. 3 survivors must run decisive strike during the game, and at least one must use it successfully. Oh, okay.
Average stuff, really.
I mean, see, this is an interesting one because this isn't much of like, this doesn't really hinder you. Like, Decisive Strike is a super powerful perk. So this doesn't really like hinder your ability to survive. But at the same time, the killer can definitely go out of their way to try to prevent this from happening. So I'm really curious to see what happens with this.
You talked before how a killer could just bring Pyramid Head and play around this entirely. Could just slug a bunch and, or hook everybody all at once, maybe, and not give this a chance to happen. I think it will come down to how creative the survivors are. If a killer doesn't go out of his way to grab you or to chase after you, you can sometimes get in the way, force a medium vault that tricks him, go into a locker, make him mix you up with someone else, force him to, pick you up, even if he doesn't really want to, even if that wasn't really his plan A. So I think with a bit of creativity and teamwork, they can make this happen. Alternatively, they could also just, when they're all about to escape, and Decisive can just save you right at the very end from being down again and making it through the end.
I think they're gonna have to get creative because he's gonna know that at least 3 of them are running DS. Like he knows it's coming.
Yeah, that's rough. It does say that they need at least 3, but they could all run a DS.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to thread very carefully after every unhook and have his inner clock going so that he never eats it accidentally. And it's gonna be funny just what length survivors will go to try and make it happen.
I'm waiting to see some survivors slow voting pallets into the killer or something and just trying desperately to get grabbed.
We saw that before, and it was admittedly quite funny. But yeah, as we said, we don't know exactly what he will be bringing, and I wonder if this wildcard will be influencing his decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, again, like against a perk like Decisive Strike, like you said before, Pyramid Head would be an obvious choice. That's one of his main standout qualities is that he can basically get around Decisive Strike if he wants to. Oh, Doctor.
Wait a minute. Is this man running 1 perk?
This man brought 1 perk and 1 perk only.
What?
He doesn't need anything else. He just needs Overcharge. That's it. What else do you even need?
There must have been some kind of mistake. That is a very confident man, or one that is just not afraid to fail. And that to me is a little bit scary.
Yeah, I'm a little bit intimidated myself, to be honest with you. So it looks like he finds, who is this, Puppers right away, I believe? He already found a chase right off the bat, but he's at a pretty strong tile. No, it's actually Gar.
It's funny because Doctor is actually one of the few killers that with his base kit can make hitting the Decisive Strike a little bit harder if he makes sure that someone is in stage 3 of madness. He could make them miss a decisive if it appears randomly on their screen.
Yeah, it also can go counterclockwise, can it not? I'm not sure if Decisive Strike can.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. At any rate, it's definitely harder. Judging from the add-ons, I believe we have Restraint and Discipline. What Restraint will do is show the auras every time he shocks them with the blaster or the shock. Every time they go up a madness tier, I believe. And Discipline is a very powerful add-on. Every time you shock someone, they scream a little bit quicker, gives them less time to react before the shock applies the effect and they cannot drop a pallet. That being said, what was he thinking? Only bringing Overcharge.
Yeah. Interesting. Apparently, Jason has only ever played Killer 10 times ever. Just in the history of ever. So
10 times?
So this is his 11th game. His 11th game as Killer.
My goodness. I think, considering the average hour count of the survivors that he's playing against, who have probably played, against killers 10 times a day for 3 years straight, if not more, I think that's going to be really tough.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a very difficult challenge because all these survivor players know what they're doing. They know how to play around all these killers. They're very experienced at the game. It's going to be difficult. Your 11th game ever going against a team like this is going to be tough.
That being said, there is the noble strategy of not hooking anybody so that they cannot use the decisive. So this could be a spite move.
That is
he's trying to rob them of their challenge.
That is true. What if the survivors get all the gens done without anybody getting hooked? Do you think they throw themselves as the killer for the sake of the challenge?
Maybe he could pretend to just be friendly and catch them all off guard. If they all, I haven't noticed that many unbreakable, so maybe we'll have to keep an eye on the survivor perks. But if they all get a little bit cocky, he could slug multiple of them. Suddenly, will give me advantage. But here we see some of what it looks like when you don't have that much experience with killer. Even though you probably know the do's and don'ts, you don't have the mechanical experience to figure out distances. So he's a bit struggling here.
Guard played out of his window and gets away.
So Guard was completely able to go through it. Had that shot connected, he would have been unable to do that.
He does static blast though to try to put people into more madness and also find people. We'll see if he can find somebody else to chase. He hit Puppers, so he found a new chase at least.
It's funny how he chose this map. I think this is actually a very difficult map for Doctor. Finding people is easy enough with your power and with how small this map is, but they have some really insane structures to run you around. And experienced survivors, as we know, they live for things like this. They know exactly how to use them. He's gonna really struggle to get that first down. I think it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, 4 gens done and still not a down yet. This is not a good start. This is not a good start at all for this game. But again, however, this is also not a good start towards the wildcard challenge either. So it's almost like a double-edged sword here. Like the survivors are winning, but at the same time, they're kind of losing in a way too.
Yeah, it will be interesting what they try to come up with to make up for this part. remember that the add-ons have side effects. Now that all survivors are experiencing different levels of madness, they'll see things like fake pallets, even though we haven't broken that many yet. And also they'll hear terror radios. Actually, I believe they will see the terror radios just if the killer was actually closer to them. So that could mess with them a little bit if their communication is not on point.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of work being done on the last gen, though. There's 3 people injured. I'm curious to know if these guys are going to heal up or if they're just going to try to get the gens on. No, Toki's over here healing.
It might be better to just let the killer have a down on somebody with decisive. We do see that Meows did not bring decisive.
Yeah, so Meows is the only person that should be not going down. She's the one that should be trying to heal up and get away and possibly do gens.
Funnily enough, she's also the only person without a medkit or any means to heal herself, so she'll need a little bit of help from someone else if she is to be nurtured back to full health.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all the medkits that are being brought in. Throughout this whole tournament, I think it's really showcased how powerful this item is ever since the update a few months back where they got buffed. Medkits are now extremely powerful. The ability to heal yourself as quick as you can with these medkits is super good.
Yeah, just so many mistakes and time wasters can happen when survivors miscoordinate to heal. Missing a skill check when you interrupt, maybe being interrupted by the killer, anything like that can really break the flow of a game. And having a survivor just heal himself quickly while everybody else is doing their job is just so huge. A head-on might be happening. A little bit slow.
Just, the pooping joke? Oh, no, wait.
This is Bupper's doing it. Oh,
you made him check the locker?
Oh, he's so happy.
Him with the disrespect teabag.
It would have been maybe a good idea to go back into the locker so that you would have streamed. It seems like Buppers has the attention of the killer. Of 2 killers, in fact.
Yeah, he's playing this pallet. This is a very strong pallet, so he's relatively safe here. Ooh, he's gonna find Toki.
Terror radius, because there's a madness tier 3, that's one of the side effects of this add-on, but it seems like he's quite aware that the killer wasn't there, so he was killing no matter what. Oh, a dead hard there.
Again, I feel like they kind of got to think about maybe getting caught. Maybe we should do a listen. Oh, someone finally goes down. We should take a listen in and see if they are planning on anything around this decisive strike.
No, I know your plans.
You know nothing. You know nothing.
Wow. No. Yes.
Everyone stay away. But the Gen to work on.
Be cool.
Hey, well,
be cool. Be cool.
I have to go down.
See nothing?
You have to. Somebody get over here. Just look at him. He's right there.
You gotta go find him.
Hey, what are you doing up there?
I like this hill. It's my healing. I can't move.
Should I? Oh well, okay. I'll just heal you. 3 of us have a thing.
Interesting. It kind of seems like they're not. Yeah, they're not really making too much of a hustle to get that DS off. They kind of just bailed out and healed. I thought whatever.
Confident that there would be another opportunity, but I expected them to be a bit more forward when it comes to forcing the size. And maybe it's for the best though to be a bit more surreptitious and not try to do it in the killer's face, because as you have heard, they're all on comms. They know what's going on, and the killer will hopefully try to avoid it.
Yeah, I think what might end up happening here is Puppers might end up trying to make a cheeky play where he jumps in a locker in his face, maybe towards the end of the 60 seconds, whenever he's not expecting it.
I think a good way to maybe trick it, make it look natural. Trick the killer into thinking he's got the upper hand, when in reality you're just baiting the decisive.
He is on guard here, though, and he's going to get a hit on him. There is only 1 gen left, and that gen in the corn was pretty far worked on. Pupper's kind of just running at him. This could be it.
This could be it. Oh, he went down locker. Surely it will take more than that to fool this killer.
Yeah, I think they might have screwed themselves by the other survivors coming up and tempting him as well. I think if they would have left him isolated, it would have been more tempting for him to go after him.
Yeah, maybe Meow shouldn't have been there. Oh, wait a minute!
That's the wrong person. Oh no! And Meowth is the only one that doesn't have Decisive Strike too, so that doesn't even help them with their challenge.
We're at the end of the game. No other perks in play, I believe. So
Toki with the borrowed time is gonna do it right in his face with no
that
issue.
was a bit too early. Borrowed time didn't even proc. Knowing the timing to make sure that you hit a survivor when the iframes are over is very important as killer. But a mistake was made here. He wants to avoid that pallet stun. Oh, seems like our killer is a bit off with his tracking. All right, use your power, and she might just go down. That was really
down
good.
she goes. There we go. There we go. And this is another opportunity for Decisive Strike, possibly when Toki gets unhooked, can give it a try
However,
again.
I think we come to the scenario we discussed earlier. Toki is the madness tier 3. So by the time she uses her decisive, it might be that she gets a very difficult skill check that is appearing randomly around the screen. So that could maybe compromise her ability to hit it. She needs to use it successfully for the challenge to actually count. So do you doubt that maybe she'll have a easy time doing it? Or is being a survivor main a guarantee that she'll hit it?
I feel like a lot of these guys are so good at hitting these skill checks that it might not even matter, honestly. It seems like they can hit them almost reliably 100% of the time. So I'm pretty confident that they'll be able to do it. But I mean, the extra difficulty is on the table, so you never know. Let's see if she'll actually get into a position where she can try to bait some kind of a grab. Because
Toki is down indeed. Will the killer allow it? Yeah, a pick is happening. We need to see Toki's. She does hit it.
There it is. Wild card completed. And the head-on stun coming. Oh, it's too early.
No.
Too early. He was still in animation. He's immune to stun during animation, so he did it a little bit too early. Pupper's going down.
I think Puppers is gonna develop a reputation for choking it at the last second.
Yet
Second
again.
time he has a bit of a unfortunate end game play there. Surely, if your killer can grab him, he will go down in the park.
Looks like he's just kind of playing around with him first. He's gonna take him. The hook is so close.
And he does. Oh no! The killer's making his mind up. He's going elsewhere, but these guys are there. They will take a hit.
Yeah, that's a far day. He might not make that. Yeah, he is not gonna make that. He is gonna wiggle.
Yep. Okay. This is too long of a stun, and his teammates will do their best to protect him. So I believe they will be able to waltz out. Well done.
Yeah, they should be all out for sure. They should be able to body block their way out and then just stroll right on out. And there they go.
Say for someone who's played killer 10 times, his performance wasn't even that bad. He did really well, considering also that he brought just one perk for
yeah, considering
reason.
Yeah, that's a very tough group of survivors to go against, especially as someone who's playing your 11th game ever with one perk. That is definitely not ideal, and he actually played pretty well, all things considered. So
we have seen more experienced killers get 0 kills in previous matches. So if his performance as survivor in the other matches is good, he still has a very good chance to be among the top.
Yep, and the survivors did a really good job, however, of making sure they got that challenge done, which is, again, phenomenal. We've seen a lot of these challenges been getting it done. We've only had maybe like 1 or 2 not get done throughout the whole tournament, so it's cool to see them committing to it so hard and actually putting in the effort getting them done.
It's also really funny to see the priorities of chat and how you guys are deciding which ones come first. The fact that some of them have happened on these specific matches, it's been really entertaining so far. And I hope that the next one we pick, whichever it might be, we don't know the full list of them, gives us some funny interactions. Toki in the first match was the one to sacrifice herself to make sure the Puppers made it out. And in the second match, I think she was the one to hit the decisive. In our third match, it will be Toki that's playing killer. And I can't wait to see what she's got in store for us.
Interesting. We won't have her there to sacrifice herself for the wild card.
We're seeing some. Ooh, that was. I don't know how he dodged that shock.
Yeah, he ran at the shock because it comes out in front of the doctor. That was actually a pretty crazy play there.
That is nutty.
Puppers here confusing, jumping out and then getting the notification, so he checked the locker, confusing him.
Well, if we are to know a little bit more about Toki, the things we do know is that she does play a bit more killer than I think the average person in her group. She does still play more survivor, I believe, but she loves playing killer. I personally don't know if she has any sort of favorite or if she has made a bunch of calculations trying to figure out what would give her the best chance to get a lot of points. But as we know, whatever it is, it will be greatly affected by whatever wildcard we end up getting.
Yeah, I've actually played against Toki a bit in the past, and she's a very good pig player, and I believe she also plays some trapper as well, so I think we could end up seeing one of those. And here's our wildcard challenges as well. As you can see, we've already done number 1 and number 4, and you guys can vote on whichever one you want. Just type the corresponding number in chat for whichever challenge that you guys would like to see. Go ahead and vote now, and when the poll is over, we will start the match.
On top of that, we can learn a little bit more about Toki, our upcoming killer, because we have a highlight reel that will tell us all about her.
Ready, 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 ready.
When piggies fly! Whoa! Oh god! I didn't even know he was over there! Oh. That was awkward. Scratch mirror merce. Scared. I need new pants.
All right, well, welcome back. And it looks like damage control is the winning wildcard challenge here. So let's take a look at what this actually means for the survivors. Survivors must successfully use breakdown in a trial to destroy 2 hooks. Okay.
A piece of cake.
Yeah, that should be pretty much a cakewalk. I believe that really all that I feel like spells out is that you just need to put breakdown in your build, which...
Yeah, even if only one person runs it, if they get unhooked twice, that's enough to make it work twice. If multiple people run it, then you will be destroying hooks for, I think, up to 3 minutes, which is almost permanent. 3 minutes is a big deal in the duration of a relatively short DVD match. So this could be used strategically on top of some Sabo plays to really make it difficult for the killer. Of course, the killer knows the challenge, so we expect them to maybe bring agitation, maybe bring some kind of tool or a killer that handles themselves well when this happens. But all in all, it shouldn't be very difficult for survivors.
Yeah, here's the question though. It's one of those things where because it looks so easy, I'm wondering if they might end up underestimating it and only have maybe 1 or 2 survivors bring in breakdown and then not have them get hooked.
Yeah.
We've seen some things like that in the past where they get a little bit confident about it, so they got to make sure they take it seriously. I wouldn't be, if I was them, I would probably just bring breakdown on all 4 survivors just to make sure it happens, because if they...
That is giving up 4 very valuable perk slots, but I see the point. If you only bring 2 and those 2 people happen to be the last 2 survivors who the killer just hooks for the first time, nobody left to rescue them, that would spell the end for this challenge. So they might go your route and take it a little bit easy. Don't go for the risky plays. It seems like you have some kind of insight as to what Toki might bring. We've seen some really sick pig plays in her highlights, and if she's going to play Trapper, I'll be delighted to see that. We haven't seen any Trapper yet on.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be 100% expecting Pig. I know I've seen her play Pig a lot, and she's a very, very good Pig player. So that's my expectation, but I think it could be one of many things. It's really hard to say what she might bring in. I know she has played a lot of Killer in the past, so I think there's a lot of options on the table here.
She also has to take into consideration again that she's playing against very decent survivors. I think out of everybody, she might be the most killer-sided person out there. Almost everybody else plays more more survivor, and almost there's not that much you can bring to catch them off guard. So far, people have done a pretty good job of finding the right combination of add-ons, the right combination of perks, maybe selecting a map. If she just uses her knowledge to pick something particularly difficult, I can see her overcoming the 4 strong items and the other 3 good perks that they'll be running.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to know if the survivors are going to be running the 4 med kits that they've been running a lot lately as well, because that's another big deal, and you might need to pick your killer choices around that, because that's a very powerful set of items to bring into a match.
Very, very overwhelming as a killer.
Absolutely. Ooh. And it looks like we're on a swamp map here. So that's very interesting. What killer do you think she wanted to go to a swamp map with?
Yeah, she's playing Chopper. Oh, that's wonderful.
Tar bottle setting tools, though. All right.
Yeah, she will only be able to pick up 1 trap at a time, which is very unfortunate, but she'll be dishing them out very quickly. The side effect of, oh, there's a really nasty one here. The side effect of the setting tools is that you put them down very quick, and they have a harder time escaping. And also the tar is so dark in this map, even if they're in the middle of nowhere, it can be really hard for survivors. She's running Corrupt Intervention, which I assume will help a little bit with the early gens. And I don't know if you've noticed, but these survivors are being Sabo oriented. All of them are bringing toolboxes to Sabo quietly with those gloves, and for a long time with such big toolboxes. So,
I think they're really committing to the. I think they're really committing to the breakdown here. I saw multiple survivors with breakdown. I think they might all have it, and I think they're hard committing to the breakout, or sorry, the breakdown Sabo plays. I think is what's going on here, because almost all of them has it.
That was a man. That was a man trap. He should have not stepped on that. The increased difficulty of skipping a trap is really coming in handy. I think the killer's gonna beat him to it. Very well done. Takes no risk. Grabs him right out of it. And now he has the A-team coming in for the rescue. How will the killer handle this?
They're everywhere. They're scattering like rats right now. My God, just running away. The trap placements, honestly, are very, very good. You can tell that Toki has a lot of experience as trapper, and I think that's going to be really hard to deal with for these survivors.
That's, I think, a very good map. It takes not just a good survivor, but a survivor that maybe has played a bit of trapper themselves to know which crevices and which little, just like that. That trap right there, for example, is really nasty because it's underneath a bunch of rubble, and it's on a very, very precise choke point. Will we have a basement here? Oh, that is huge.
We will.
Oh, remember? Oh, this is something we didn't even consider.
Oh, yeah, the basement.
Work on the basement.
That's true. The killer could have brought a basement build to actually counter this.
She does have infectious stride, which would help a lot. Should anyone step on a trap and go down, that would reveal anybody around an out themselves. So this could be huge, not just in terms of her pressure for the game, but also in the 9 run of that. She is placing a trap down in the middle of the map, which is going to get spotted. Kindred is actually an amazing perk to bring against the trapper, because you can see the trapper around the hook and see if he sets up anything. We expect this communication to go around really quickly if survivors are paying attention.
The unhook comes out and Make Her Choice is active. Yeah. I'm curious to know if she'll want to go back. It looks like she wants to play this because it's trapped.
Yeah, but... that is a decent idea. It doesn't seem like she has a bad move. Anywhere she goes, she'll find someone.
I feel like this is probably not the correct play, though. She's chasing around a really, really strong pallet that isn't traps.
Safely, I think that would have been really bad. We have someone who Make Your Choice. Maybe a better effort could have been made to push this person into that trap. But regardless,
yeah, we
really well, because despite these 2 pallets, it seems like guard goes down, and she has a very decent hook here.
Yeah, we were just talking about it being a questionable decision, then she ends up just getting the down anyway, so making us eat our words out here. She gets the down, and she's not even really worried about the Make Her Choice. She's just making plays over here.
If guard gets rescued, that should, ideally, in theory, confirm
the loss. Yeah.
Yep, that should confirm the challenge. So as long as they get him out, that should work. But he's in a very awkward part of the map. The 2 nearby pallets have been broken. Make Your Choice is a thing. People are injured, and I don't believe he has the decisive, so this could really not go well.
Well,
Seems like
challenge.
Yep.
Challenge is done. Wildcard challenge complete. And the maker choice is going to come in, but it's going to come in on a survivor that's injured, which makes it a little bit less valuable.
It is very difficult to be on top of things and keep an eye on the make your choice, but also keep taking care of the generators and so on. Popper's taking a really risky approach here, going over all of this grass. Luckily for him, it hasn't been prepared for, has it? Now she's putting on a trap to deny of this pallet. Popper takes the hint and gets out, but Toki was actually fainting it the whole time. She interrupted her animation, and it seemed to work.
Oh, he made it back to the pallet, though.
Yep, and he still does have Dead Heart, which is something that she surely is considering.
Oh, yeah. Poppers is definitely not in a bad spot here. He has plenty of room to work with. He just has to watch his ankles is all. Like, every time you go through grass.
I don't know how much is set up around here. Unfortunately, she did not have the ability to carry multiple traps, so we'll see how it goes. Watch out, Poppers, if you leave this. Oh,
heard a head-on stun happen somewhere. Heard that in the distance.
Yep. She does have a trap on her hand, and she is on 4 stacks to say the best for last, which will make her a little bit more menacing in chase after 1 hit. She's chasing the obsession now, though. Maybe not where you want to be.
Yeah, Meow's got that head-on stun, and now is in chase when, and this is a pretty bad chase to take because of Save the Best for Last. So it looks like she's actually going to bail and go after Jason instead. Gets a hit on him.
And perhaps more of a focus should be directed towards Gar, who I think is the only one that on hook. I would try to get him out of the game.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. There's 3 gens down, and they're definitely getting stuff done. They are splitting up. They're starting to get efficient.
Really critical is about to happen. If they try to body block with Save the Best for Last at this many stacks, I think he'll be able to double hit them.
Oh, the Sabo coming out, though. He also loses some stacks from that hit as well because that was the obsession. He might have to drop. Yeah, she has to drop.
She has to drop. I think going for the other move is too risky. Let's see what they're saying.
Where'd you go?
Yep.
Run! Oh, jeez.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
Wait. You.
Oh no! At least
I'm fine. Just nothing. I have no idea. Wait, what?
At least you're wearing that helmet. My staff.
Oh, that boat is death.
Man. My back.
I'm going away from that boat. No more boat for me. Nope.
Oh, hi.
Hello there.
That was a really, really critical moment and perhaps a bit of a wasted opportunity. Had she been able to down trap Poppers on that trap, that could have been multiple people on the ground. That being said, what she did get is 2 people dead on hook and everybody almost injured. So let's see how Toki can capitalize from this. She just needs 1 more trap to work at a critical time again, and she might just be able to take this one home.
Oh, the heal is coming out, though, and there's only 1 gen left, so it might end up being too little too late. Unless she could really get some like, traps going and get some snowballing. It kind of seems like
that most of the traps that were laid out have already been worked, and it's so hard when survivors step in. Never mind.
Just as you say that, Meow's is on Deathlook as well, so I don't know if Toki's nearby.
Wait a minute. Is this Meow's second time stepping on that trap?
I think so. I believe it might be. And Toki's there. This might be death for Meow's.
Yeah, basement. Doesn't matter if you body block from behind. She's gonna go straight down there.
Which also means all the stacks are secured for Save the Best for Last. She's gonna keep whatever stacks she has.
Grab her from the trap, which means that she wouldn't lose any. But I don't think she had many to begin with. Whatever amount of stacks she's got, she's gonna keep for the rest of the game. Meow goes down. We've got Gar, who's also dead on hook, and who seems to be taking priority to open this exit gate and leave the rest of survivors out of here. And Poppers is in a chase now. Let's see how that works out.
He's in a pretty safe spot, though. This boat's a very powerful position. I don't know what traps are set up, but without any traps, this is a very...
set up a trap to maybe shut it down, but sometimes taking the simpler approach and just getting rid of that pallet. Save the Best for Last can come in handy, getting 1 hit and not taking too long to recover, so that Poppers cannot find his ways to the exit gate. Oh, he baited that.
Didn't quite work. Save the Best for Last is going to come in huge here to keep him too much distance.
look at that. She might go up the hill or just chase in a straight line unless we get a providential body block from one of the healthy survivors. I think Poppy is going down.
Yeah, he's going down for sure. I don't think any of his teammates are nearby. Hit Dead Hard to the pallet. Oh, man. Dead Hard for distance coming through. Oh, and there's a teammate. Is that door 99?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That Dead Hard came through.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
The exit.
Oh, God. This is awkward. Oh, God. What's happening? Oh, she ends up getting him. Oh, my God. That was such an awkward little shuffle.
Oh, is she picking up? No, that's so brave. You should get some people in. They're gonna stop all this. Oh,
yeah, they're gonna. Ooh, I think she has another hook. She has another hook to go to, I think. Does she?
Yep, I believe so. It's taking a while, but it's right by the shotgun, man.
He's getting close. It's so close. Oh my God, he's so close. Look at the disappointment.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a sad moment right there. Wow, it looks like he's just gonna get the unders for free though. Not really much defending it. Oh, iframes.
And this guy, this man does have borrowed time, provided by Gar. So this could be rough.
Oh yeah, and only 3 stacks to save the best for last. So not enough to make any kind of significant plays.
He can make it though without that hard. I don't think he.
Oh! If he heals him, he can stop him from getting put.
Oh no! Oh, it's possible that maybe Jason held shift, preventing the healing, but here the correct play would have been to maybe heal him so that the trapper would have been able to pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. While you're healing the survivor, they can't pick up until you stop. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Togi's watching for it. Yeah. I think Togi's a little too smart for that.
Wait a minute.
Oh, the breakdown? The Sabo play? No, there's a hook. There's a hook in the back corner.
Yeah, you're right. Surely they cannot manage to get them out.
Yeah, he's
that
dead.
Was a really back and forth sort of events. Jesus.
Yeah, that was like rough.
The walls out of there, no problem. But then he went down, and then a save happened, and then someone else went down, and Toki is, I think, rightfully happy with her performance. Look at that.
Look at those items. Look at that build. Sabo toolboxes.
Yeah. Very well done.
That's amazing.
I am so happy to have seen that.
Very well played, though. Very close games, this group.
Yeah,
every game has been super close.
Play against coordinated survivors. She took a huge risk in a map that's open with a few callouts. Some of your traps can just be rendered useless, but it almost feels like she made almost all of them work. So well done, Toki, and well done, everybody else. Maybe some clumsy plays by the end that could have been a bit better, but let's not forget they're all talking at the same time. It's really hard to focus, I imagine, and to actually say anything and coordinate a meaningful save when the killer can actually hear you.
Yeah,
so.
and we're over here on the commentator side, and we're talking over it from like a point of view where it all makes sense. But you can tell from the listen-ins that they're just kind of having a good time with it. So I don't expect all the plays they make to be perfect. And I you know, as long as they're having a good time, you can tell that, you know, they're still playing well enough. And I think that trapper play was amazing. I thought the trap placements were phenomenal. And that's the exact kind of stuff that I think I'd love to see out of tournaments like this.
Mm-hmm.
And let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last game. Oh, is this?
I think it's the head-on that we missed. We heard this, but we didn't see it.
Oh no, it's not the head-on. It was just the palace on here at the end.
You're right. And Popper's being cheeky there. This fake that he did right here cost him quite a lot, I think.
This was so awkward. This part was so strange. All the survivors are just trying to get in the way.
Oh, they did a good job considering that he had saved the best for last. He could have quickly put an end to that, but they really fought until the end. Well done.
And that wiggle bar, man, that was like, oh my god, that was like 99.9%, dude. Like a split second, he would have been out.
Yep.
And Jason gonna get rid of the exit.
No.
Man, such a close game. Such a close match.
That might have been one of my favorites. I really enjoyed it. And I also appreciated that this whole Survivor team was one. They had one unified strategy. that actually was a ton of fun. Hard to say it was the most effective one so far, but we're going to be leaving that behind and focusing on our next match. We'll have Gar playing as Killer this time. Gar, same as everybody else in this group pretty much, plays a bit more Survivor than he does Killer, but he does enjoy them both. And I don't know if you might have played against him. I have very little insight as to what he could be bringing, so I am ready to be surprised and to see what we're going to be seeing in this match.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what to expect myself, to be honest with you. This is one of those instances where I think it could really be anything. I'm still waiting for more like stealth plays. I think we've seen that a couple times with the stealth killers on indoor maps. I would love to see some more of that because they seem to work out pretty well. But it's really going to be ultimately.
In particular that you're excited that we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen Myers.
I was hoping to see some of the newer killers like Oni or Pyramid Head or Deathslinger, but people are going with the classics, probably because they're more familiar, but they seem to be going with the classics. We should take a look at the wildcard challenges that are coming up because we still have 2 more that aren't used yet. So feel free to cast your vote in chat now. Type the number of the corresponding challenge that you guys would like to see and cast your votes, and when the poll is closed, we will start the match. And it looks like we're back, and it looks like My Precious is the one that won. And really curious to see what this challenge is going to be.
Go ahead.
Leave the trial with a purple rarity item or higher. Oh, interesting. Or an add-on. It says or higher item or add-on. So I think Ace in the Hole might be really useful here as well. Right. That's really interesting.
There's 2 perks that will come into play. One is Ace in the Hole. That gives you not a great, but a small chance of getting a purple add-on. And if you use on top of that the perk Plunderer's Instinct, that does also give you the chance to get a purple item. With only 3, sometimes 4 chests, depending on the map, the chances to get this are not guaranteed. So they'll have to make sure that there's a dedicated Plunderer that goes and makes sure that all of these chests are searched by the end of the match. And they also need to make sure that this item that they collect ends up on the hands of someone who survives. So this could be one of the trickier ones so far.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. It's definitely possible that they could just not find a purple item as well. So this one's very risky. And on top of that, there is also the chance of killer counterplay as well, bringing in something like Franklin's Demise would make this even worse. That would make this so much worse.
This I think might be actually the first challenge where even if survivors were to play it right, if they get a little bit unlucky, they just might not.
Yeah, it might just be impossible.
Yeah, so it's a big investment. It's possible that we'll see them just try to completely disregard the challenge, drop it, and do their thing, survive, look out for themselves. But so far, especially the American player bracket has been very bent on getting these challenges done no matter what.
Yeah, there's been a
So-
lot of very strong Survivor players, and I feel like they're very confident in their Survivor play. So I don't think they really have any problem with going out of their way to do these challenges, and
Well,
I don't really blame them. They've been performing fantastically.
That's a really good point you just brought up. We had some people in the chat wondering why it is that many of these very popular streamers are more on the Survivor than on the Killer side. But I think that if you were to stream this game yourself, you would realize it's really hard to play Killer while you read the chat. So many of these people, I think, went into streaming with an open mind of playing both sides, but they've realized that it's so much easier to read the chat, interact with your community while you play Survivor, and you have a bit more of breathing space. Playing Killer is very difficult on stream, at least.
Yeah, it really is. You don't have a team to fall back on. It's all you. You're the one doing everything. Like if you take 10 seconds to look at chat and then you miss everything, whereas with Survivor it's a lot more relaxed. You have downtime with like generators, and it definitely makes sense that streamers lean towards it more than Killer for sure.
But back to our cast, on Gar's end, we'll see what he has picked a closed map. And what killer are we expecting?
Yeah, we got Hawkins. I wonder if this is going to be a stealth killer on this. It looks like Jason has the perk set up to loot here. I wonder if he's the only one.
Is it done? Oh, we don't see it.
He ignored it, so I'm assuming it probably wasn't worthwhile since he ignored it.
We have an inner strength on Puppers, so that will come in handy later. And we're dealing with a pretty standard Myers build by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's got Monitor and Abuse, which is a very standard thing to play around with his wonky terror radius. Pop goes the Weasel. Corrupt Intervention, very standard perks. Surveillance completely alone without any other perk with synergy with it, which is very odd, but, not terrible.
I think it can really work out. With the Death Rabbit, he will have a 6-meter terror radius in tier 2. That, I've mistaken these Myers for having no terror radius. It's really, really scary. And with a map this close, that Surveillance might just let him know where and when to go to make sure that he gets that first hit.
Absolutely. On top of that, a lot of these pallets in this map are just like I was saying. These pallets are very difficult to play from a Survivor point of view. They play in a very unique way, a lot different from the pallets on other maps because they're so smaller. Like there's so many of them, but they're so small as far as the objects around them. And if the survivors don't know how to play them just right, or if the killer is just very good at playing them, then he can get an advantage on a lot of the pallets for free.
So that everybody's on the same page. On other maps, usually dropping the pallet early is enough to be safe, right? But in this map, it's quite unique. Dropping the pallet is just not enough because the killer can just walk around it. And that's why it's so critical that you will be stunning this killer. But Myers is a killer that's not easily stunned. It's very good for Myers to just sit back a little bit, respect the pallet, as people say, and just keep stalking. So they'll have to be very careful about the timing that they do for each of these pallets. Meanwhile, our killer is on the buffers now. And this is a bad spot. I don't think he can avoid being...
Yeah, this is actually really bad too because now he's still stuck in this spot. Yeah, Puppers is going down. Yeah, nothing good coming out of that. He is not happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was trying to throw the pallet and it might have just not worked, but he went a whole lot of nowhere.
He looked very confused. Let's not forget that what we see on our perspective isn't always what the survivors see. Meow's takes no risk. It seemed like an early trigger of that tier 3. Not sure exactly what our killer was going for, but Meow's is just in her bunker.
That isn't necessarily a bad play either, just to pre-throw the pallets though. A lot of the pallets are really good. Yeah. And it looks like
keep an eye on, I believe, Jason, who's being the lead scientist behind this item research. Let's see if he gets that one purple item.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a chance he just might not find it, so we definitely got to keep an eye on it. Toki goes down to the tier 3. I'm not sure how much longer he has in this tier 3, but he needs to try to get a little bit more value out of it. Ideally, you want to get more than one down out of your tier 3 pop.
At the very least, you want to get a down and get everybody else stalled and scared. He will be trying to make use of that pop. It doesn't seem like Jason has managed to secure a purple item.
Yeah, he might still have basement chests. We saw he looted 2.
He might still have the basement. I'm not sure if this is one of the rare maps where there's actually 4 basement spawn. That would be really lucky if it was. But right now his team needs him and he's going for the rescue. Meanwhile, Popper's just going to the 3rd floor of this map, which is really hard to play, so it's how he does it.
Ooh, he's doing it pretty well though.
Not too bad. He made the right call there. He's learning from the past mistake, or the past unfortunate event. Instead of just committing to being in one area, he takes a hit and just gets out of there, finding safety elsewhere. Very well done.
Yeah, it looks like Toki's going to be going up for that generator on the side too, and I think Meows is going up for the gen on that other side. Jason went for the last loot. See if he can finally. This is his last chance. This is a last ditch effort, and he gets a gray toolbox with yellow add-ons. So the challenge, I think, just can't be done. It just can't be done. That was all 3 chests with plunders and ace in the hole, and Jason ends up with just a gray toolbox, a sad gray toolbox. So unfortunate for them, but the wildcard challenge I don't think is going to be able to be done, and they're going to have to just go about their survivor
That
just
is
trying
the
to get
real
maximum
shame.
points. Yeah,
Because it's not really through any fault of their own.
just
Nothing they could
unlucky.
have done. Yep.
But no, not
Wait a minute.
Wait
a minute.
Did he leave a purple?
He left a purple toolbox on this elevated floor. It seems like he maybe wasn't confident or preferred to keep his item, but he must have called it out to his teammates, and now Meow is in the possession of the sole purple item that they must absolutely carry to the end. And
What is this? What is this emotional roller coaster, man? I thought it was over.
I thought so too.
So now Meow just has to get out with that, and then the wild card still came. She does have to escape, though. It's not done yet. She still does
Yep.
have to live. And this map is very difficult for survivors. This is probably one of the better killer maps in the game.
Absolutely.
Jason here.
Oh,
getting predicted.
An open guard. Guard definitely went for a matchup of killer add-ons, a map that really leans on his favor. And survivors haven't had to go through so many loops and hoops to get that item probably helps him as well. So he's doing really well, and even though the challenge lives, I don't know if all the survivors will live for much longer.
Yeah, this is Jason's second hook, so he's going to be in trouble after getting off this one here, especially considering he doesn't have decisive strike or anything. So if he's not too careful, and if Gar really wants to, he can get him out of the game quickly.
Oh no, this room is a death sentence against Myers. Normally being on this elevated platform affords you a little bit of safety, but Myers can stalk through most of the metal grids and the panels and everything, even the glass in the bigger room. So he is most likely going to be able to gain a lot of stock, unless that person perhaps has already been fully stalked.
Yeah, I would guess that he's very close to his tier 3 here. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time he stumbles upon 1 or even 2 survivors, he hopefully pops his tier 3 and then tries to
I
get as much
think
value
we
as
see
he
it
can.
at 0, but I think that makes no sense. It's possible that the spectating view just doesn't have the actual... Nope,
Yep,
you were right.
there it
He
is.
was right on it. And did we say that
It was
Jason was dead on
Jason.
hook? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Although I think he's gonna try to get more than 1 down out of it, which
Yep.
is really smart. Ideally, you want to get
Yeah.
as much value as you can out of the 60 seconds that you have this power.
Even with Unbreakable, it will still take roughly 20 seconds for someone to be picked up. So Gar's going to try to get more bang for his buck. Will he get a second down?
And there's the bang on the
Seems
buck
like he
right
will,
there. Down
yep.
goes Puppers. Yeah, he's gonna. I'm guessing he's gonna go back for Jason before he gets picked up. That would be the smart play.
Yep, that's
and there
right.
he goes.
Don't give them any room to save this man. Get him out of the game. And with only 3 survivors, they will now really have to play absolutely on point if they want to finish the last 2 generators. Let's not forget that with surveillance, he can keep an eye on which generators are being done. So if he is allowed to keep the gens, he will have a really easy time once his tier 3 is over to know exactly where the gens are being done and catch them off guard. Communication will be very important at this stage of the game, I feel.
Yeah, I'm also wondering which gens are left, because again, it's huge to have those gens that are upstairs left at the end, because they're very hard to patrol. If all the gens are on the
By
bottom
the
floor,
looks of it, I think they're all on the bottom floor. Perhaps if you give it a better view.
I
we
see.
will
Yeah,
confirm
there.
it.
I just saw the third one right there. Yep,
Yep.
they're all on the bottom floor. That's
A
really good for
little
him.
bit far away, but for a killer that can approach this quickly without a warning, I think that's really hard to play against.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be really careful here, because he again, like you said, he has something like a 6-meter tear radius, right? Is
Yeah,
that
it
correct?
is 6-meter tear radius.
There he is, stuck.
Oh no!
Pantsless Myers at the end of the hallway. You don't like to see that. Meow's is gonna run away here and just get distance, and
She's doing her thing. Heals are happening in the distance, and despite his advantage, it seems like he doesn't have an active chase on anybody just yet.
yeah, not a lot of pressure really at this exact moment. I mean, he
You
can
will
definitely
need to,
create
yeah.
pressure.
This will be a nasty pop, however, robbing survivors of a very hard earned progress on that generator, and now that gen will be under surveillance, and he will be moving to other ones.
Yeah, I believe he's. I was gonna say, I believe he's gonna be.
The moment he turns around, he has seen that gen turns yellow, indicating that someone has touched it. And seeing that there's another survivor around here, he expects maybe many of them to be around.
Oh, there's the tier 3. I was gonna say, I think he's been close to tier 3. I've seen him stalking people a few times. He's not even gonna try to slug at all. He's just gonna immediately pick up Puppers.
I think Puppers is dead on court.
He is. Damn, takes out the second one. Meows is still alive with the item, by the way, which is really important to keep in mind.
They might need to go for a hatch play.
They might need to think about it.
People against the killer with a 6-meter terror radius that can know when gens are being touched, I think is nothing short of a miracle if these two manage to somehow do it. They also don't know of this perk. It is a very quiet perk that survivors don't always guess. So even though the killer has the information, survivors have no idea that he's coming. In tier 3, however, he does have a bigger terror radius. We're gonna see him try to run away.
Oh no, they got Meows. No. Oh man, at a certain point, I feel like they almost might need to just, like, Toki might just have to take the fall. She might have to come up, unhook her, and then just take the fall for the sake of the challenge.
Said, she could try to pick it up from her corpse.
That
would rob her of a very good head start to maybe make it to the shack if it's to the hatch if it's there.
True, but then you're also giving up time that you could be looking for hatch, and that might be it.
Is tier 3 available? I don't think so. Yep, that's an exchange.
She's gonna 1-for-1. She has borrowed time, but I mean, if he really just wants to commit to this,
no,
she doesn't have.
Oh,
he's not committing though. See, she could. Toki could like go and hook and then give Meows a chance for hatch. Although,
of course, the killer doesn't know who has the precious item. So it's not like he can play around that fact. When he hit Toki lost her collision, but Meows did not. That's why she wasn't able to go through him. A very tight dead hard, allowing her just to make distance to that pallet. But this is gonna be really difficult.
Toki needs to let go. Yeah, she did let go, but this battle is very good. What's happening? Run, Meows!
Run!
Oh my God, she's a goner.
Oh no!
She's a goner. She's a goner.
That's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Purple flashlight and all 4 survivors all dead. All of them are gone.
A difficult match. I don't even feel like it was bad at all. This killer was just pretty on point. Made use of his time perfectly. And
my God, Mukul Myers has done it. He has done it this time.
They could have maybe played a bit more careful and dropped the item somewhere. Maybe have whoever was not the person killed pick it up. They could have tried to keep that until the end, but I guess they were confident that they would still make it. What a shame. Still, they did really, really good given the circumstances. And props to Gar for coming up with such an effective way of playing killer.
Yeah, he played this really, really well. The map selection, I think, was genius, honestly. I'm surprised we hadn't seen more Hawkins throughout the day. Yeah, it's a very strong map, especially if you're playing a killer that's relatively stealth, like Myers. Like the tier 2 Myers with Dead Rabbit is a very, very strong killer to run into that matchup. So,
I believe you called earlier that you were to see a little bit something like this and you expected it. So, very well done.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised. I'm honestly kind of surprised it took this long into the tournament to see more of it because it's a very effective way to play. And as you can see, it worked out amazingly in his favor. He also, I mean, we can't take anything away from him. His killer and map choice was great, but he played it phenomenally. He had a fantastic perk setup.
This bracket to be more like the previous one, where all the really good survivors gave the average killer in each match a really hard time. But the killers are killing it this time. We had 3 kills. On Toki's Trapper, we had 4 kills on Gar's Myers. Meows, who is not even that much of a killer main herself, did really good, I believe, with 2 kills on Lerist, which was also really big. And let's see how this match played out.
That prediction there was huge. Yeah. That's where like Hawkins is such a dangerous map. You know, you do one like slight turn as a killer and you just get a free hit.
And you don't see the other side, which is if you make that prediction and the survivor doesn't fall for it, you would lose a lot of time and maybe even let them get into the next loop. So that was a risky play that just happened to come at the perfect time. Very well done. That super quick stalk, damn.
That J. Myers Memorial coming in huge with these stocks, man. It honestly did a lot for him. He got really good use out of his tier 3s every time he popped it.
Quick tier ups. And here was a good save. Unfortunately, Meows tried to go through him, but Myers is a little bit thick, wouldn't let her through, which ended up in her still making a very respectable distance and lasting an amount of time that I think It was very impressive considering how close this killer was. If
Oh yeah,
had
that was a
been
clincher.
there, oh, that could have been so good.
Honestly, super close match. That was just barely at the end there.
And now we're heading for the final match, of the final bracket, of the final of everything. Poppers is, I believe, from this bracket, the man with the highest devotion level, which tracks your in-game time. He might be the second or I believe third person in the whole tournament with the most devotion, with at level 19. That is a lot of hours, and he does play both roles quite a lot. He might lean a bit more towards Survivor, but I expect him to know what he's doing and to maybe have put a little bit of thought into his killer. Would you have any guess as to what he's going to bring, Tofu?
Oh, hard to say. I definitely know Puppers does have a lot of experience as killer. We've seen him do a lot, and I know he participated in Twitch Rivals a while back too, and he played Ghostface in that tournament. So we could maybe see that again, but again, I think there's a lot of things in his repertoire that he could bring. I do know he is experienced on a lot of different killers, so really, I think any killer could make their way into this last match. Let's take a look at the wild cards. There's only one more wild card that we haven't seen so far, so we can go take a look at it and possibly have a vote. Feel free to cast your votes. We've seen pretty much everyone except for I think number 3. So feel free to cast your votes. You can vote for the ones that are already used, but you know, you could also vote for the one that we haven't seen yet, and we'll clarify what they are after they're selected. So go ahead and cast your votes, and when the votes are closed, we will start the match. All right, we're back, and it looks like the winner is, of course, Close Calls, which I completely expected you guys to pick the one that hasn't been selected yet. So let's take a look at what it is. Survivors must be healed from the dying state 3 times in one trial. Self pickups or other healing another survivor both count. That's interesting. Self pickups count.
I love this one.
This one's interesting. This relies a lot on people getting slugged, which is very, very, very interesting. And I just want to clear this up because I feel like I've said this a few times throughout the broadcast. If you're someone that's maybe newer to the Dead by Daylight community, when I say the word slug, that refers to a survivor being left in the dying state and then being left alone by the killer, which is a very common term that you'll hear a lot. And I just wanted to clarify. And it's very interesting because this one relies a lot on how the killer plays, and it might be kind of difficult to do. It sounds easy, but it might be difficult.
I think it's going to be one of the most interesting ones yet. When you really think about it, you realize that for this to work, they would really need to distract the killer, maybe try to trick him into slugging and keeping someone on the ground for a long time. But there are actually shortcuts that are really risky that they could take. The new perk that's available to survivors for the people from Zarina, you can't. So
that's a very good point.
To have maybe a couple for the peoples, they would be able to, as long as they're healthy, go to a survivor that's on the ground, even if they just got down, and very quickly pick them up. They can use this in conjunction with Soul Guard, which we saw try to be attempted during the European matches. So that would be a huge plan if they come up with that and they think of it. That being said, if they do go that route, that is extremely risky. You need someone who is not injured, who's at the right place at the perfect time to do it. And once that happens, that leaves 2 people injured. And if the killer has a good amount of pressure, that could mean 2 people going down very quickly. They need to do this 3 times. So I expect a lot of anti-slugging perks.
It's tough. I'm not really sure like what the correct strategy. I think people would naturally think of no mither, but like honestly, that kind of just sells what you're going for. Like you're never gonna leave someone on the ground that has no
the killer
mither.
would never let it happen.
Yeah,
I think for the people, the occasional maybe adrenaline unbreakable.
Oh, adrenaline could work. I was thinking running unbreakable, getting put into deep wounds, and just running away and letting yourself bleed out somewhere in the corner of the map, maybe, and unbreakable in. I mean,
that's honestly quite creative. Yeah, you could run tenacity, and when the killer loses sight of you for a second, just crawl away really quickly.
Yeah, crawl away into some grass and go find a place to heal up. There's definitely a couple strategies that you could use.
It's come down to what our friend Puppers is playing though. He's playing in Ormond. That's the map of his choosing, and he's killer.
Why would he play Ormond? He's Leatherface. Leatherface. That's
and look
awesome.
At that set of really spicy perks.
Oh, I didn't even see his perks. Wait, what was he running?
He's running Haunted Ground for the insta down. Rancor, which gives him more someone at the end of the game, as well as some information here and there. And Corrupt with Pop, I think, which are some pretty standard, gen control, gen slowdown perks.
Yep, I definitely saw a couple for the peoples too, and some unbreakables. So
it seems like survivors have reached a similar conclusion. That being said, they need to do this 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times is a lot.
Against the killer that has this amount of potential against group survivors, that is really difficult. Don't forget, he can now quickly dish out a lot of damage and down even healthy survivors with his Chainsaw. So not messing around with the Chainsaw, man. Let's have a look at Puppers and see if he's having any luck finding anybody. Oh, he's so close. He's so close.
Very interesting that he brought himself to Ormond. This is like one of the universally accepted hardest maps in the game as killer. Maybe he's just that confident.
Is there some secret to it? If they do finish a generator, any generator, he should see everybody with the Rancor, but it seems like it's not necessary. He's already onto someone. And now we can see how this chase plays out from any of these perspectives. Oh.
Apparently Puppers got his chat got to pick the map that he got to choose, which is a terrible idea. And they trolled him into picking Ormond.
A commitment for the show and for the entertainment. But a horrible set of news. I thought he might have some kind of large plan that we couldn't really piece together yet. So he's really not gonna have an easy time here, I expect.
Puppers' chat is savage.
Yep.
Got a medium ball there though. Didn't quite get the fastball and got hit. But again, these tiles are all so strong.
This is very risky, that hard. Oh, but Puppers is no fool. He says right through it. Well done.
Yeah, he tried to rely on that dead hard to make it back to the pallet instead of just looping it correctly, and that definitely ended up biting him in the end because he ended up not getting there, which is pretty unfortunate.
You would get away to see where to go against the killer, who's maybe a bit too nervous, which was a bit new. It seems like Puppers was collected, saw that happen, and did the right thing, which is to wait out the dead hard and secure the head. First hook, he now has a pop goes the weasel, and hopefully he finds a generator to get use of it.
Yeah, Toki's solo finishing a gen. Meows has a gen about half done too. I think there's a lot of gen progress happening around the map, so he's gonna have to find one of those gens to get value out of that. But man, this map is so large.
Very difficult map to navigate at the start, throughout the match, unless you are fully decked with information perks. It's really hard. Look how much progress is on this gen, and the killer's nowhere near it by the looks of things. It's just so hard to cover this much ground. It might be wise for Puppers now to just identify the few gens he's going to try to play around.
Yeah, possibly the 3 that got blocked with Corrupt Intervention. He might just have to fall back on defending those with Pop Goes the Weasel if it comes down to it. Fortunately, this map is known for having a lot of strong pallets, and fortunately, Leatherface has really good play around pallets. So he might be in an okay spot, but even still, it's such a large map, man. He's got to play.
Forget, however, that he brought 2 perks that are a little bit far away. One of them is an in-game perk that is hopefully still a long time away from triggering, and the other one is Haunted Grounds, which depends on survivors triggering a trap totem. But it seems like no one's really in the business of looking or let alone cleansing totems. So I don't know if he'll get any value out of it, but he could come out of nowhere and give him some huge potential. So
it's interesting that he chose not to run another Hex perk with Haunted Ground. Usually people run like a bait perk, like Hex Ruin or something, to try to get them to cleanse, because they might just
make
not
the
cleanse.
survivors believe that they have found the totem that they know of, but they cleanse Haunted Grounds accidentally. This Rancor is pretty huge. It just gave him a bit of information here. And, oh, we could see now maybe a use for the people.
Maybe. Oh,
no, it couldn't happen.
Oh, and he gets the chainsaw before he gets to the pallet too. That was actually really good.
I would like to listen in. I would really like to listen in. There is the for the people.
There's the for the people. There's 1 out of 3. This would be a great time for a listen in.
No.
So that's the challenge. I was wondering. Oh man.
What's the challenge?
What challenge
is it?
talking about?
What are you talking about? There's no challenge here.
I forgot he doesn't know.
No, I have no idea. I was waiting for. I was like, it's gotta be somewhere.
Oh, you were trying to get us to say it. Okay. I see your tricks now. No. There's no challenges.
Jason, you've already
Challenges.
gone.
Let me keep my goggles. Let me keep them.
No Google.
Oh, no.
Wait, so it's a challenge completed?
No.
You see there?
Oh, okay.
So it seems like even the survivors themselves are a little bit confused about what just happened. In that case, I wouldn't blame you if you missed it, but 2 pickups occurred. One of them normally, one of them with 4 the people. So at this moment, survivors are sitting at 2 out of 3 stacks for close calls. They're challenged. Doing a really good job so far.
And it looks like Bumpers was even trying to figure out what the challenge was. It seemed like he didn't even know really what was going
He had
on
a bit of an epiphany halfway through the match. Well done.
But he does have someone on a hook here, like across the map, and I can't really tell what's going on. He's gonna get a chainsaw on Toki again.
Yep.
And no one's
been looking to use this pop. That's a really good thing for him. And it seems like, as we maybe expected, he's gonna try to protect the final generators.
Yeah, I think
the
he's.
ones that are actually within distance that he can cover as a slower killer.
I think all 4 of the gens he has now are relatively close. Well, one of them's kind of across the map, but he has 3 of them relatively close here. I think he's trying to go.
That one, perhaps sacrifice it for the greater purpose of keeping the other 3 close to each other. We have a head on here.
Oh,
could it come in time?
Going for the poop and juke. Oh, there it is.
You can see Jason's excited about that.
You know he's happy about that one. Gar getting a gen done though. This is the one that was across the map though. This was the one that was separated from the rest.
This one's easy. It's gonna come down to this other one that they'll have to really work hard for. Make sure that pop doesn't get value. One of these gens is it.
Oh, interesting. He went for the M1 there.
Yeah.
He maybe could have chainsawed her.
I think was in his mind.
I think he might not have been confident in the ability to get the chainsaw before she got to the pallet, so I think he might have just went with the safer
That's a
play.
shame, though. It might have been a good idea to actually get the pallet out of the way. But having something to defend here, this is not bad either. Oh, if he doesn't bump into anything.
Oh, it's gonna be close. He's gonna get Gar. Gar goes down. Man, that chili is good.
Absolutely crucial. Yeah, the add-on there extending his consecutive chances was super useful. Had it not had it on, it would have been probably not enough to catch him. Very good job. Very good attempt by the survivor to just keep going around that structure. Maybe force him to bump into it. A very good effort by Gar, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, Gargling going to struggle too, so he's now going to be on death hook. He's got to be kind of careful. And they still need to find a time to get this third part of the challenge done. They're so close. They're at 2 out of 3. 1 for the people activate, and they can finally just be done with this challenge and go about their life as usual.
Don't forget, however, that they need to be very mindful about who uses for the people. Whoever uses for the people will become the obsession. This means that if they're not careful, potentially poppers could use Rancor on multiple people and moy them, regardless of their hook stage at the very end.
Very true. Gets an M1 at that window there, just barely. And it's kind of sketchy. He's not really defending any of the gens right now. There's only 1 left. I'm a little bit concerned that they might be finishing it. But to be honest...
He's straying away a little bit from all these gens. Maybe he is confident that they're not doing them. But
he might also just be okay with going to endgame, considering he has Rancor. He might just be totally okay with going there and trying to get the Moris on people. And
I would be very scared. Even though it is true that he could use Rancor multiple times, it's also true that survivors could use for the people strategically to divert the obsession away from whoever's being chased, meaning that he wouldn't even be able to use it. This is going to be so interesting. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's very true. He is on Toki right now, who's not the obsessions. There's not really any immediate imminent danger here for her.
No, she seems to be in a really strong position. Oh, a totem's being cleansed? Could that be the haunted ground?
Maybe.
Thinking that it's what? Yes, they're gonna do the ground six finally.
Jason, no.
Oh,
well.
Anyone susceptible to being hit and down in just one normal attack. It would be great to see if the killer is onto someone, and if they're all just gonna play it easy for a bit. I think the kids are gonna take a while.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if anyone's even going to touch any gates. Well, no, gates being worked on over there by Toki. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very playing a dangerous game out here with everyone being exposed.
I would be very scared.
And she's gonna get chased off, but she does have Killer Shack, which is a very strong, strong tile next to it.
Here and not being the obsession, I think she should be all right. Popper certainly knows that, and he's maybe looking for an easier target. Oh, how progressive is this Exegate? Oh, this Exegate is open. You must find someone else, Popper.
Oh, and Gar goes out. So unless the obsession changes, we won't be able to see a Rancor.
Are all too far away. That's a shame. Popper's played this like a champ. He really committed to doing what his chat told him to, and sent himself to an abominable map for this killer, or for any killer. He's done a really good effort, but unfortunately he couldn't quite tie it up together by the end. That being said, the survivors were a good sport, and they've given him a chance to maybe get it down here instead of immediately running away.
Yeah, it seemed to be kind of running into the map. They were all at the Exegate. I'm not really sure what they're doing. They're kind of just... Yeah, let's do a listen in and see what's going on in there.
What tile are you in?
Jason!
Jason!
Come with me.
No!
Man, where's my nemesis when I need it? The Booba camp. Jason, I love you. I don't want to do this to you.
Don't do it to me! Don't do it! No! Oh no.
It's falling apart.
For the challenge.
Meow's teleported. Come to me.
I'm crawling.
No, don't you touch it. No. What are you doing?
Jesus.
Hey.
Oh no.
What's up?
As it turns out, the reason why they're lingering around is because there's still one pickup away.
He can get it. He can get it right here. He can get it with the med kit. The med kit. Oh,
get the guy.
Get the guy. Oh,
yes!
There it is. There it is.
They got
there
it.
It is.
3 out of 3, mission accomplished. Now
doesn't even matter. Now they're just leaving. They're just getting the hell out of Dodge. Sorry, Toki. Sorry about your luck. Got the challenge later. Wait, no. Actually, they're going back. They might die for this. They're getting really greedy here. Puppers thinks that Meows is leaving, but Meows actually went back to try to save Toki.
Yeah, very unexpected. Will he be able to secure that 1 kill? I think so. Yep. Now it's up to these
Are they gonna make it with the endgame timer? That's gonna be.
It should be right there.
Yeah, that's gonna be slowed down a little. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Dead hard for style into the Exegate, a classic.
There we go. Hey, overall though, very well played. I mean, especially considering his chat sent him the Orman, which is very unfortunate.
Let's go over it again. Garu, who left early, was then on hook. Almost everybody else had been hooked a time or 2 at least. He did a really good job.
Yeah, he played that really well. And you can see all the medkits coming in once again, like we've been talking about the whole tournament.
Yep.
So strong, those items.
Yeah. The gamble, by the way, to secure the wildcard was somewhat successful. They did give him a kill, but in the process, they secure points for everybody. And with this being the final match, that means we have a lot of counting to do. We'll see who is getting the most subs out of this bracket, maybe out of the whole tournament. You think someone here could have break some of the records from before?
Yeah, I believe in bracket 2, Crunchy took home 87. I think is what it was, 87 subs. Yeah. That's going to be really hard to topple. So
we did have more people doing cosplay, which helps with the sub count. And
that is true.
We did have the occasional 4K here and there. I believe, did we have a 4K or a 3 kill at the very least? We had the 4K from Gar.
Yeah.
Who also managed to escape. I don't remember if he escaped all the other matches, but he could potentially give Crunchy a run for his money and maybe even surpass him. we will be doing the counting in the background behind the scenes and hopefully get the results.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the final results are going to be. I think Guard definitely has a chance to pull out possibly the highest number of the whole tournament, but it's really hard to say. I think they managed to do every single wildcard challenge, didn't they? I don't think a single one got failed.
We did fail the purple item one, unfortunately.
Oh, you're right. The purple item
one also failed very unceremoniously at the very start. But other than those, I believe the other 13 might have actually been completed. Which I think is even the head-on one against the nurse, some really unlikely ones to happen, which made this matches just a tiny little bit more interesting if that was.
I love the wildcard challenges. That was an amazing touch in this tournament. I had such a good time. It made commentating the matches so much more fun, being able to see them go for all these goofy plays, you know?
Honestly, if an event like this happens again, I would be stoked to see what they cook up next and what other challenges can be happening. It was really the highlight.
How about we bring Friskk back in and see what she's been up to?
Hello, Friskk, we've missed you.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I missed you guys too. It's been so long. I gotta say that match was wild. I was really surprised that Puppers didn't really he had a perfect gen lock there. He should have concentrated on those gens, but he was like a bull seeing red. He was like, nope. I gotta keep following these survivors. I gotta look at him. I gotta watch him. I gotta chase him everywhere. So you know what? I feel like if he didn't have the horse blinders on, he might have went home with more than one kill.
Very respectable performance considering the map he was playing in again. He made some really good plays, managed to down a couple people at once. I think he can go home, being very happy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So wow, what a lineup of matches. That was wild. I feel like we had a really nice balance that time, whereas the EU match and the first NA match, we had like mostly survivor heavy or, killer heavy, but this time around it felt a little bit more balanced.
Certainly, and you wouldn't say that, judging from what they most of these guys describe themselves as on the survivor side. So even the people that play very little killer did really phenomenally well, in my opinion. So prop goes to them for the practice they surely put in.
Yeah, agreed. And it's kind of funny you say that it seemed very close, because I'm looking at the final sub count of this last group, and my God, was it close. So coming in first place is Toki with 68 subs, was the highest of the group. And get this, second place was Meows with 67, one off. And better yet, third place was Puppers with 66. Continuing the trend, Gar had 65. They were one off each one, 66, 67, 66, 65. But then in fifth place was Jason with 51. So those were all, I mean, honestly, all five of those are fantastic placements though. Like given the rest of the results in the tournament, they all played really, really well, and very, very well deserved.
Absolutely. And for those of you at home watching in chat, please make sure you're going over to these channels to possibly get yourself one of these gift subs that are going to be dispersed to all of the contestants. So if you saw someone that you really enjoyed, you maybe liked the way some of them played, maybe you found a new streamer you want to start watching, a really good way would be starting off, going to their chat, possibly winning a gift sub, and make sure you drop a follow on all of these incredibly talented creators.
Couldn't have worded it better.
Oh, speaking of talent, it looks like we've got Meows on the line. Hi, Meows.
Hi.
So, can we just talk about how amazing you look right now?
No, thank you.
Yeah, that looks so good. How long did that take you?
This one took me about 2 hours to do.
Whoa, that is wild. I actually love your Spirit cosplay. I think it looks phenomenal. You did an amazing job. Oh my goodness, that took 2 hours. So, it seems like you do a lot of cosplays. On average, how long does it usually take you to do those cosplays?
I've been going less than an hour to do everything so far. The only times it takes really long is if it involves like special effects stuff like liquid latex, fake teeth, and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing in your video where you had like the mouth, but your neck was the entire inside of the mouth and you had the teeth right around your neckline here.
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine that probably takes a lot longer. How long does that one usually take? Out of curiosity.
I think the longest one was about 3.5 hours because you have to wait for everything to dry before you can paint on it.
Whoa, that is crazy. Yeah. Wow, that is super time consuming, but I definitely respect the hustle.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in that last match against Puppers, you know, as Leatherface, you know, it was going pretty well for the most part. And that greed at the end almost cost you guys like 3 deaths. It's only cost 1. But were you wanting to leave once the gates were open, or were you kind of the altruistic survivor and you going, no, we can't leave any man behind?
Oh, I always play to save people. I usually tend to be the one to die in the end because I rather end the game with me dying other than the other person. So I had to come back for Toki.
No, that makes so much sense. I understand that. As an altruistic survivor myself, I can't leave any man behind unless I'm sandbagging them or something. That's just on accident. So I was going to say, so in this entire tournament, what was the highlight for you? What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was getting 2 people killed in my killer game because I'm a survivor main. I almost have 4K hours in PC, but less than 10 hours is killer. So the fact that I'm able to catch somebody was so big for me. And I have to thank Otz for that because he's the one that recommended this particular build, and I practiced with it. And you know,
yeah, I think we were all pretty shocked at the performance. We all thought you did incredibly well. So nice job, Meows. Nice job.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's all the time we have left, but thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
I noticed that title card, by the way.
Wait, I didn't see it. Wait, did it get changed? I missed it.
Yeah, it said coached by the odds.
By the odds. Yeah.
By the
so
odds.
nice. Oh,
Yeah, she's an absolute gem of a human, honestly.
Oh, that was so wonderful. I still can't get over how amazing her cosplays look. Can you believe that stuff takes like 2 to 3 hours? Oof.
That would take me like 3 days to even get like a quarter of well done as hers was. There's no way.
Day 3, you're still like missing. You just got patches of skin. And you're not even fully blue, and you're like, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
Just give up. Just literally done.
Oh man. Well, what do you call it? So, you know, today was filled with some spicy plays, insightful interviews, informative commentating, amazing art from our talented community. There was just so much. There's just so much to recap. It's been such a day. Tofu, what was your favorite part of the day?
Honestly, I think my favorite part of the day was just some of the crazy intense matches we had. Like the last match of Group 2 with Crunchy's Huntress was just such an intense match, like down to the wire. There was just so many moments where it was just so intense, and those are like the moments where you just love the game, you know? Like it's just such an intense, like teamwork based, like you never know what's gonna happen, and then what does end up happening is such a surprise. And those are just the moments that I love about this game so much, and it's so cool to be able to hang out and commentate them.
You're not wrong. There were some crazy moments. If I had to choose, the one in the basement, it was so good. I really like those. At the time, I didn't want to say it because I wanted to be impartial and neutral, but I was really rooting for Meows because I knew that she didn't have a lot of hours on Killer. And the fact that she did so good and she's so happy, I think that was a highlight for me, seeing her do so well. I couldn't be happier.
Oh man, those are both amazing parts of the cast. I think my personal favorite was I think it was Sam. Boxco's just delivering deaths left and right. I don't know. There's just something about someone who is just an efficient and effective killer who just completely slaughters the competition, doesn't leave anyone. There's just no mercy happening. And yeah, no, Sam definitely took it home. Oh. So,
Overall, amazing tournament. Honestly, I had such a good time.
I hope people
Yeah.
enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yeah, that was all just so wonderful. Sam's just like, you better stop and let me give you some kisses. Sam, you're so sweet. Oh my goodness. Well, I think we're reaching the end of the cast today. So before us Whisperers head back into the fog, I want to say a special thank you to Matthew, the community managers, Gabby and Gabby, for everything they do, not just for the Whisperers, but as well as the entire Dead by Daylight community as a whole. I want to say thank you to Stephanie, Jalice, and Xavier for their time and knowledge with those interviews when it came to the graphics, our new killer, the Blight, and also the crossplay that we have all been waiting for so long. So, we're definitely seeing a lot of the stuff that we've been kind of really highly anticipating. And overall, just thank you to Behavior in general, just everyone at Behavior for working hard every day on a game we all absolutely love. Also, did you guys know that we're still looking for 36 Fog Whisperers, at least by the end of the year?
Ooh.
Yep, that's
Ooh.
right. 36 Fog Whisperers, possibly. So make sure you keep posting your content with hashtag Into the Fog, and maybe we'll see you in the next broadcast. So I'm Friskk.
I'm Tofu.
Yep.
They're Tofu and Friskk.
And Otzdarva.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys next time.
Thanks
you
for
so
having
much
us,
for
guys.
watching.
Take care.
Bye-bye.